Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, we will say second part, what if every witch at Hogwarts wanted Harry Potter? Here's a quick glimpse. A sudden change in Harry's life turns him into the center of attention at Hogwarts. As witches from every house compete for his notice, Harry finds himself navigating unexpected friendships, rivalries, and complications that make school life more chaotic than ever. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Let's start the story. After the ball, Luna felt very satisfied with what she had already accomplished. She had done everything she was supposed to up to this point with time to spare. No doubt Harry and Hermione were right now fulfilling the last thing she'd wanted to see happen, making out. If only she could have watched them without getting caught, it would have been highly enjoyable. She had however been worried that she wouldn't be able to get everything done in time or not have them go the way Shed wanted them to, but it had all worked out. Instead of the Yule Ball being where she had to frantically play catch-up and manipulate everything in ridiculous ways, she was able to merely sit back and enjoy herself, which was quite a treat. There had been no fights with girls or jealous guys, no one turning into blueberries, no dragons swooping in and literally crashing the party. It was admittedly a pity that the troop of monkeys could not come, but that would have only led to one very angry circus showing up. Ultimately none of that had happened as it could have ended up, and it had been just a pleasant evening dancing and having fun watching the fruits of her labors, viewing Harry interact with the many girls that may or may not be part of the harem. That was still unclear to her just who would ultimately end up in it or not. That was the difference between simply seeing the future and manipulating it. When you manipulated the future it could easily change, and what she saw of the future was never perfect. By now however, she'd done enough to feel like a harem future was already the probable future and not just a possibility, but exactly what kind of future or what size of a harem that would be was still unclear. Padma, Daphne, Hermione, and of course herself being in it were almost for sure going to be in it, that she had seen clearly with an undeviating course, but she wasn't so sure about the other girls. Other girls such as Fleur or Pansy were quite likely, but things could still end up changing in that regard. From now on however she'd decided to step back a bit, no longer needing to manipulate things so much as Harry was unknowingly on a path to do most of the work himself without much guidance. From what she knew of the future and Harry admitting his plan himself, he was going to continue to date around but also strengthen the relationships he already had and unknowingly decide for himself who he wanted in his harem. She trusted him to make good choices, fun choices of course. If not, well, she'd just have to make them fun, like Hermione for example. Even though she had had no part in ensuring that Hermione got fun lessons, it was quite possibly one of the best things ever. Hermione was going to be so much fun. Luna thought, much better than her previous boring old self. Harry was going to love her forever once the twins were done with her, and so would everyone else. Still thinking about the night's events, she finally decided to go to bed, already tired from the night's frantic dancing. As she entered her currently dark room, her roommates had left over the Christmas break so she was the only one there, and turned on a light. She was momentarily surprised to see Gabrielle currently sitting on her bed. "Hello, Luna," Gabrielle greeted, "have fun at the ball." "I sure did," Luna said excitedly, happy to see her best friend. "You want to hear about it?" "Actually I kind of want to know how you did it," Gabrielle confessed, "how you managed to get him to go with you and those other girls." Luna grinned and said, "It's kind of a long story. I couldn't go to the ball but I still managed to watch Harry go in with all of you," Gabrielle informed her. "If I didn't know any better I would have just said he was lucky going with all four of you, but I do know better." "Well, he is lucky," Luna pointed out, "he has me of course." Gabrielle couldn't help but smile as she admitted, "All right, well I suppose that's true. Anyone would be lucky to have you. I'm lucky to have you too. As a friend of course, we are still best friends, right?" "Of course," Luna said easily, "you're the bustiest best friend ever." "No you are," Gabrielle replied as she usually did when paid a compliment by her. Luna admitted fairly, "Only if the BP fairy visits me enough." "Well East sighs aside, I'm glad we're still friends, in spite of my misgivings about what you've been doing," Gabrielle admitted. "I've been watching you closely, you know." "What did you find out?" She wanted to know. "That's just it, I can't tell that you really did anything," Gabrielle confessed, the only thing I can really guess at was that you somehow changed the order form that Harry sent so the girls would get better gifts. Don't worry, I used my own money for that, Luna told her. Do you want to know the secret to what I've been doing? She was actually quite happy to do this, being able to share super special secrets with her best friend. Luna confided, actually all I did was send lots of mail to people. That's it, the rest was just everyone behaving the way I knew they would. That's it? Gabrielle asked skeptically. Here I was thinking you were run ragged running around all over the place. No, I'm just tired from dancing all night, Luna confessed, even my beepies are tired. Well, sit down then, Gabrielle suggested as she patted a spot on the bed next to her for Luna to sit down. Thank you, she answered as she sat next to her, both eager to get off her feet and also tell her best friend all of her wonderfully done plan. It began with Harry outside in the snow after his date with Daphne, trying to figure out what to do. Luna began, I sent a letter with one of the school owls at the exact same time that Fleur also happened to glance up into the sky and see it. Both of them were reminded of their own owls and so headed over there where they met. Your sister Fleur then told him exactly what he needed to hear and encouraged him to casually date around. She also took the liberty of inviting him to her party, and you should already know why that was important. Gabrielle smiled and said, yes, I think I do. I'm still not really sure about you involving my sister, but so far it hasn't seemed to have caused her any harm, and I really did like that date with Harry. Oh, I knew you would, Luna agreed, dating Harry is better than candy. That's blasphemy. Gabrielle insisted, nothing is better than candy. Nothing was better than candy, except Harry say, white time of course. Fortunately I can have both, Luna pointed out as she reached underneath and pulled out some beepers and handed her one before taking one for herself. Of course, the letter I sent with the school owl wasn't just sent randomly, Luna explained. I made sure that Padma's mother got it, explaining that I was one of Padma's friends, which was true enough. I just mentioned to her that Padma was now dating Harry, and so it prompted her to write a letter about good dating principles. Padma fortunately listened, and when Harry came to talk to her, with Harry already having learned much of that stuff from Fleur, they both were able to mutually agree not to be exclusive. That opened the door for Harry to be friends with and casually date many different girls. Like my sister, Gabrielle observed. Only if she and Harry want to, Luna insisted as she gave another lick of her cherry beeper. Just because I see them together in the future doesn't mean they don't have their agency. It appears you've already learned something, Gabrielle commented wisely. Yeah, beepers are really good, Luna stated as she took another lick, but she knew what she meant. Her talk with Gabrielle earlier about her manipulations had caused a bit of a change. While she would still try to steer things in the right direction, she'd still try and give Harry and the girls their agency to decide. Gabrielle, for example, while very hard as she definitely wanted her to be in the harem, she respected her best friend enough to accept that if she didn't want to, then she wouldn't push her. Even if she still held out hope that it might happen anyway, of course. She'd have to wait for things to play out and wait for her timeline to stop being so stubborn so she could find out. Most of the time all she could get it to do was tell her almost pointless information such as what would be for lunch in the Great Hall the next day. Unfortunately it was Brussels sprouts, much to her dismay. The good news was she had finally managed to get it to start making cookies with the fortunes it made. Anyway, Luna continued, another important letter I sent was to Daphne's grandmother saying that what Daphne wanted for Christmas was a Dungeons & Dragons game. Ooh, I love that game, Gabrielle agreed happily, having played it with Luna many times. It's actually a lot more fun with more people. I'll have to make sure you play it with us sometime, Luna commented. Only if I get to be a dragon, Gabrielle insisted. Naturally, Luna agreed, which means I get to be the giant. It wasn't part of the rules, but who cares? Why Dungeons & Dragons? Her young Vila friend asked. Playing it seems to help even the most antisocial of people make friends by playing it with other antisocials. I figured it could definitely work for us, Luna claimed. It's only the best game ever. What about Unicorn Racing? Or Ghostbusters? Or Candy Crush? Gabrielle pointed out, listing off games they had invented and or played. All right, then somewhere in the top 100, Luna suggested. Anyway, it did its job and it made us all friends. Gabrielle then looked somewhat worried as she asked, you aren't going to forget about me now that you have other friends? Of course not, Luna insisted as she put an arm around her first real friend, causing Gabrielle to do the same for her. Gabrielle had been the first person that she could truly be herself with, and that meant a lot to her. Thanks Luna, Gabrielle said gratefully. So what about that girl Pansy that Harry went on a date with last night? She's never seemed very nice, why get her a date with Harry? Since she actually isn't all that mean, she just needed to get away from the devil, Luna claimed. Gabrielle looked surprised as she asked, are you trying to say she was possessed or something? No, I was talking about her ex-boyfriend, Luna observed. She's just been influenced for too long by him, and him constantly putting her down, making her feel like she's worthless. I just appealed to Draco's vanity by sending him a letter supposedly from Fleur, saying she wanted to do him. What kind of idiot would be stupid enough to fall for that? Gabrielle exclaimed, my sister is definitely not that easy. We're talking about Malfoy here, Luna pointed out. He actually tried to make a move on your sister and she slapped him. Oh, why didn't she tell me about that? Gabrielle whined, I would have loved to at least hear about it. Since you would have gone and beaten him up, Luna reminded her. True, Gabrielle was forced to agree. Don't worry, the Weasley twins were watching and decided to constantly prank him, Luna admitted. Eventually I'm hoping he'll just give up, drop out of school, and then have his parents end up sending him to a magical military school where he should straighten up. Right now however he's just a glutton for punishment. The good thing however is he broke up with Pansy before he did it, figuring Fleur was so much better, which caused Pansy to run into Harry and for her to get invited to the party. I wrote a letter addressed to her claiming to be from Harry, asking her out on a date and knowing that Harry would run into her around that time. He was bound to after I brought up a conversation about girls' periods, forcing him to leave. You didn't, Gabrielle exclaimed as she laughed. Well, the date went well anyway, Luna pointed out. He's also going to ask her out again. Do you know if he's going to ask me or Fleur out again? Gabrielle asked. I can arrange it if you'd like, Luna offered. She was more than happy to make sure that Gabby got some Harry time, maybe she might want to be in the harem then. Gabrielle thought about it for a moment, before saying, maybe. I know at least Fleur would like another date with him. She already said he was the best date she's ever had. Well, just let me know, Luna commented. She laid her head down then, now too tired to want to talk much more. Luna, Gabrielle pressed, what are you going to do next? She yawned and then said, nothing. I'm going to sleep for a while. I'm tired. I meant about the plan, what are you going to do next? Gabrielle inquired. I just told you, I'm going to rest for a while, Luna said, now closing her eyes. She grabbed her favorite teddy bear Titty and went instantly to sleep. Toomany toomany toomany. 1 month later, Harry crawled desperately upon the narrow ledge he was on, his hand recently cut off, trying to escape from the evil Darth Vader currently standing over him. There is no escape, Darth Vader insisted, don't make me force you to eat nothing but green vegetables for the rest of your life. Harry crawled vainly trying to get out of Darth Vader's reach anyway. Join me and I will complete your training, Darth Vader offered. I'll never join you, he insisted. You don't know the power of the dark side. Darth Vader insisted, Dumbledore never told you what happened to your mother. He told me enough, Harry argued, he told me you killed her. No Harry, Darth Vader admitted, I am your mother. That's impossible, he insisted. Okay, I was just kidding, Darth Vader replied. Hey, hold on, you're not supposed to say that, Obi-Wan argued as she came out. Where does that leave me? Leia asked, am I still your daughter, Darth Vader? Darth Vader, or rather Darth Luna admitted, well, that was until I realized that I couldn't marry Harry if I was his mother. It's just a game, Luna, Leia, or rather Padma pointed out, her hair currently done up into Leia-like buns. Of course it was just a game, one where they dressed up like Star Wars characters and acted out some of the scenes from the movies based upon their own recollections of what the characters said. Evidently Star Wars was a movie even almost all wizards had seen. You couldn't marry him either since you'd be his sister, Daphne said, still arrayed in her stormtrooper costume. Fortunately I'm not in real life, Harry answered, or that would have caused me quite a lot of problems growing up. I'd have totally ruined you, Padma observed. Some people used to think you thought of me as a sister, Hermione pointed out. Well, either they have to figure we were committing incest by key. doubting each other or realized they were so very wrong, he claimed. So very wrong indeed, Hermione agreed with a smile. Let's all go sit down, Daphne suggested. As he went to go do so, his mind wandered. A lot had changed since the Yule Ball nearly a month ago. First of all, he'd gotten even more close to the girls he now considered to be very good friends. The fact that they were all beautiful young women who really did not mind the occasional key was only an added bonus. Hermione was now definitely a part of that group. It had taken a few conversations with her, but she'd agreed to just remain from friends for now along with the other girls as long as he keyed or sometimes, something he was more than happy to do. As for Hermione herself, she had changed in a lot of ways, all for the better even if there were a few surprises. Fred and George had been able to open her up, with her now more carefree and less worried over things. She even had a sense of humor now. Possibly the most interesting change was Fred and George had convinced her to go into business with them, something he would have never dreamed of happening before, but it appeared to be a good fit. He'd already seen some of the products they'd come out with or were working on, and he was impressed, both now catering to the other as far as what products they would like to see developed. In addition to joke products, they were also producing much more practical items such as self-writing pens, and they were even developing something that would grade your homework for you before you turned it in so you'd know what grade to expect on it. That one would take quite a bit more work, but he could see it as being totally invaluable. Some things did not change however, and he would have questioned if Hermione was being polyjuiced if she had. She still valued her schoolwork a great deal even if it had tapered off somewhat so she could apply the same type of passion and time to her business. In all honesty, he absolutely loved Hermione even more now. She was nothing short of everything he loved about Hermione combined with everything she might have been lacking in. A smart, determined, loyal young woman who was also fun-loving and incredibly why. By the way Hermione was now dressing, she looked just plain hot. Hot enough to sizzle any man's heart, including his own, not that she minded the attention especially from him. She would catch him staring at her bum quite a bit, but would only wink at him playing quite the tease. Of course the other girls would occasionally pull much the same thing on him, so he couldn't blame her if she noticed them doing so and decided to copy it. The other girls were still pretty much the same however. Padma was still just as smart and kind, Daphne was just as unfiltered, Luna was just as crazy, and he wouldn't have them any other way. Perhaps the only difference was how close they really had gotten. He was enjoying a level of closeness and mutual like for his friends that he had never enjoyed with Ron or even Hermione before. Not only did they spend a good amount of time playing, doing homework together, etc., but they also had very deep conversations sometimes, with quite a bit of humor and fun mixed in of course. However close of friends they were becoming in only so short a period, there was no denying that he was attracted to each of them and they to him. In order to take advantage of this, he went on a one-on-one date with one of them every Friday. Tonight's was with Hermione, officially his third date with her if you counted the Yule Ball. The second had just been to evaluate their relationship after having made out, well, a lot after the Yule Ball. By now they felt much more secure in their relationship. However, in addition to going on the monthly date with Padma, Daphne, Luna, and Hermione, he also tried to keep in contact with the other girls he had been on dates with by occasionally chatting with them just to see how they were doing or partnering up on a partner's assignment during classes. Every Saturday, in fact, he went with one of them on another date if he had decided the first date was good enough to go on another one. So far he'd been on ones with Fleur, Susan, Hannah, and Pansy. Tomorrow night he had one with Angelina, which should be really good. He'd had a great idea for that one and he couldn't wait to see her face when she saw what he had planned. As if to prove he was indeed addicted to dating, every Sunday he dated a new girl he'd never dated before. It wasn't like he didn't already have a large dating pool to choose from, it was just that there was something exciting about dating someone new. You just didn't know how it was going to turn out. A lot of girls could pleasantly surprise you and others, well, they could certainly disappoint. When it came to choosing a new girl, he followed the list, as he thought of it. In short, it was a list of girls that Lavender and Parvati had put together of girls who really wanted to go with him on a date, and then vetted by Padma, Daphne, Luna, and Hermione, who decided who they thought he would have the most fun with and who truly deserved to date him. At first he'd just followed the list that Lavender had provided him and just figured that the girls who most wanted to go with him would be best. Big mistake. His first 2 dates with new girls had been with Ginny Weasley and Romilda Vane. Let's just say he'd rather forget them entirely. They were just plain awful as dates. Ginny couldn't seem to manage to say 2 words to him all night long, and Romilda just couldn't seem to shut up, mainly with her gushing about how great she found him. If he wanted that kind of praise, he'd have started his own Harry Potter fan club. He'd already know where to find the first 2 members. Finally he'd had to just tell Romilda to shut up, several times in fact. When she tried to key him, for the first time ever he'd declined a key, already majorly turned off to her. It was at least better than with Ginny, who had ended up fainting more than once, and he had ended up spending the rest of the night with her in the hospital wing with Madame Pomfrey. Her prescription that she had secretly whispered to him, "Don't date her again." So apparently Ginny was allergic to him in a way. No big deal, he'd faced worse. Usually during his low points when the school hated him, such as when they thought he was the heir of Slytherin, most people acted like they were allergic to him, so in comparison it wouldn't be very hard. Not dating her or Romilda again wouldn't be hard. After her and Romilda, he'd relied on the girls to actually vet the dates on the list beforehand, as together they seemed to know who wouldn't be too bad, and his last 2 dates had been much more pleasant. They had first selected Megan Jones. Fun girl, and very fun date. Too bad some other guy apparently thought so soon afterward, because she now had a boyfriend. Still, he was happy for her. Of course he realized he wasn't the only guy in the dating game, and he wasn't so greedy to try to keep all the girls to himself, including his closest of friends. After all, if he was going to be allowed to date other girls, they should be allowed to date other guys, as it was a 2-way street. Daphne had actually been asked by a 5th-year Slytherin a couple of weeks ago, but evidently the date had gone horribly enough for her not to want to do that again anytime soon with anyone besides him. Yet when it came to the girls, however, the one clearly getting the most attention was Hermione. She'd been asked out no less than 4 times after the Yule Ball, but she'd turned them all down. When asked why, she would only say, "I only want outstandings." Whatever that meant. Still, he wasn't about to argue if the girls chose not to date other guys. While he promised himself he'd be supportive, he liked being the only one in their league, so to speak. With such great girls to date, Fred and George had also asked him why he didn't just date them and forget other girls. If he hadn't had an answer then, he certainly did after last week when he'd gone on a date with a new girl. There was a charity program called Make-A-Wish, where children or teenagers with life-threatening illnesses were given the opportunity to have their greatest wishes fulfilled. They had contacted him and asked if it might be possible for him to help fulfill such a wish for a 12-year-old girl who wanted to go on a date with him. Evidently she had some sort of wizard disease he'd never heard of, but that was slowly killing her. Of course he'd accepted, how could he not? She had ended up having a great time, and admittedly so did he, feeling like he'd really made a difference in someone's life. "Harry," he heard someone say. He was finally broken out of his long train of thought and turned towards who had spoken to him. It was Padma. "You've been staring at me for the last 10 minutes, she pointed out as she currently smiled, not at all bothered if he was. He allowed himself to smile back and said, "What, I can't stare at a beautiful girl for that long." "Just as long as you spread it around more," Daphne pointed out. "Keep in mind there is other eye candy here for you to stare at." "We have candy?" Luna asked hopefully. "I'll give you something to stare at if you'd like, Harry," Hermione offered with a seductive smile. "No, we don't have candy, Luna," Padma answered, "and Hermione, if you bend down to pick up some trash you dropped on purpose just so that Harry will see your bum too many more times, you'll become a hunchback." Hermione blushed a bit but then informed her, "Actually that theory is incorrect, the amount of times I would have too." She stopped as all 3 girls were already pretending to be asleep. "Wake me up when you get done with your long scientific stuff," Daphne asked. "Ha ha, very funny," Hermione claimed. "It's not that boring, although I'm sure you'd feel a lot differently if I lectured you on how to key." "I thought it was just nap time," Luna replied. "Has anyone seen my teddy bear?" "Titty?" Padma asked, referring to Luna's interestingly named teddy bear. "No, Harry," Luna said as she crawled over to him and laid her head on his. He wasn't sure he was the most comfortable pillow. He didn't argue either if she wanted to use him as one. Finally he decided to just go with it as he ran his fingers through her hair as she tried to get some rest. After a few minutes of silence, Padma then asked, "So who are you going with on Sunday, Harry?" "I thought we already agreed he was going with Tracy," Daphne claimed. "We never agreed to that," Hermione argued. "What about Eloise?" "Harry doesn't need to go on a charity date every week," Daphne pointed out. "Eloise isn't a charity date, she's actually a very nice girl," Hermione answered. "Who is also a total stick in the mud," Padma observed. "If he's going to go on a charity date he should just go with Professor McGonagall. She's a little old for him," Daphne commented. "Oh no, I actually rather dig older ladies old enough to be my grandma," Harry sarcastically said. "That's just messed up, Harry," Hermione answered. "Hey, maybe making out with her will help her loosen up a bit," Padma suggested. "It did wonders for you." Hermione blushed but then replied, "Well, in that case I think I need to be loosened up some more." "Good thing we're going on a date tonight," he pointed out. "Really?" Daphne asked, feigning surprise. "Is that today? I had no idea." Since Hermione had been talking about it all week, this was a complete lie, but Daphne was taking the opportunity to tease her. "I think it would be more important for her and us to get a jump start on our homework," Padma claimed, also teasing her. "Homework is far more important than dating." Hermione only smiled and said, "Let's just say I finally sorted out my priorities." What a fantastic and true statement. Ron had said it at the beginning of their first year. Now she'd finally gotten around to doing it. Thank goodness, because he'd never have stood for having a date be cancelled because of homework. "Well, I've still got to go get ready for our date, and while I'm sure Harry would love to see me just go D," Hermione said, pausing to wink at him as she said the word D. "I've got to go get dressed. Let me know if you need any help," he boldly offered. "Careful, I just might," she teased him right back, "or help you if you need it." He loved this playful say-ul banter Hermione was now engaging in. The other girls did it too, but there was something still exciting about doing it with his previously much more reserved best friend. Hermione got up to leave and he decided to go with her so he could get ready himself. Once they were outside of the room, Hermione pointedly asked, "You did finish your homework already, didn't you? Would you cancel if you found out I hadn't?" he questioned. "Maybe," she teasingly suggested. "It's a good thing I already did it then," he replied. "I wasn't about to take the chance, although I was tempted not to do it so you'd do it for me so we'd still have time to make out." "How desperate do you think I am?" Hermione, she asked him. He smiled and said, "Desperate enough to do my homework for me." "You want me just as much. If anything, I should get you to do my homework," she suggested. "First of all, would you really be able to trust me with your homework?" Harry pointed out, "And second of all, I do have other girls I could make out with, you know." "You'd still do my homework for me if that was the reward," Hermione argued. He smiled and said, "For you, Hermione, I'd do your homework for a whole year." "Let me guess, you're hoping I'll reciprocate by making the same offer to you," she observed. "It was worth a shot," he admitted. Toomany. It was fortunate that Hermione did not take long to get ready for their date. His jealous roommates stared at him for much of the time that he was getting ready himself. They had pressed him more than once over the last month about just how he was managing to get all the girls, or as Seamus put it, all the beep. He'd tried to give them some good advice before, but it didn't appear any of them had followed it. Seamus, for example, could not seem to understand why his say-east jokes did not go over very well. Even Lavender had slapped him and left in a huff during their date at the Yule Ball. He'd totally deserved it though. When he got to the foot of the stairs to Hermione's dorm, he waited for a few minutes for her to come down. He couldn't help but stare, of course, when she did. Merlin, she was hot. Nor was he ever going to deny that fact ever again. She was perfectly aware of what kind of effect she was having on him, and once she'd gotten to the bottom of the stairs with him, she asked with a smile, "Do you need a minute to collect yourself, Harry?" "A minute?" he managed to stutter. "I'm going to need like an hour." "Well, if you need to study me some more, please feel free," Hermione countered. "There might end up being a pop quiz later on, just so you know." "Good thing you're one of my favorite subjects," he answered. "I'd say you're also a good test taker," she admitted. He leaned in and keyed at her before asking, "So?" "I'd say that merits an acceptable Mr. Potter," Hermione answered. "Only an acceptable?" Harry asked. Well, you'll have all night to try and raise your grade, she pointed out. He grinned and said, I think I can try and work something out, Professor Granger. After taking her hand, they headed off on their date. So what are we going to be doing? Hermione asked him, unless you plan to just make out the entire time. He noted that from the sound of her voice, she would not be too upset about that idea at all. Unfortunately not, Harry admitted. It probably would have been a good idea, but I don't think I should do that to Dobby. Dobby is going to be serving us on our date. Hermione asked him in surprise. Admittedly, he was a bit worried. Hermione had tempered her spewing a great deal, but she might not take too kindly to if he was forcing Dobby to work as his personal beep so often, especially when he was a free elf. Don't worry, he insisted, I've actually been paying him, and he's surprisingly been taking not too terrible of wages. She seemed pleased by that answer. He led her inside the school library. We're having our date here. Hermione asked him incredulously, how did you manage to get Madame Pants to agree to that? I have my ways, he tried to say mysteriously. She looked a bit surprised as she asked, please tell me you didn't try to woo her or anything. No, he exclaimed in complete shock, I would never stoop that low. I was talking about getting Filch to ask her out. I had no idea you and Filch were friends, Hermione argued. What are you whispering dirty little secrets to each other over a mop bucket together or something? Yes, because I like to spend my time cleaning the castle with Filch. We even call ourselves the Filth Brigade. You are free to join if you'd like. Harry offered. I suppose I could, if only to preserve your sanity. It almost sounds like you're starring in a beep film with Filch, she pointed out. He immediately pretended to vomit. That's disgusting, he answered. If I watched it, I'd have to keep my eyes on you the entire time and not on Filch, or I'd be throwing up too, Hermione answered. I think the real question is, would you really watch it? He pointedly asked her. She mischievously smiled and said, if you were in it I would. You've become such a dirty girl, Harry argued. Good thing you're on the Filth Brigade, Hermione replied, besides you love it when I talk a bit dirty. Yeah, he admitted. Well, why don't I tell you about how I got Filch to ask out Madame Pants during dinner? Well, it does at least sound like a good story, Hermione observed. He grinned and said, well, I know you love a good story. She had no idea she'd unknowingly got the theme for the entire evening, a theme he was really hoping she would like. He led her over to the table for two between two long bookshelves and then pulled her seat out for her so she could sit down. Dobby, Harry then called. The little elf immediately popped in and asked, the great Harry Potter is calling Dobby. Yes, he admitted, I do believe we're ready to eat now. Dobby will be getting the food, Dobby replied. Without further ado, Dobby popped out again. A minute later he reappeared with the food. As her dinner was put down in front of her, she looked at it. It was a square bread bowl with the words Hermione's book spelled out in honey. As she opened up the top of the bread bowl, it unhinged and allowed her to see the soup inside. Alphabet soup? She asked in surprise. I came up with the idea, Harry admitted. I know how much you love books, and so I'd made sure to make the whole date book themed. The food is book-shaped with alphabet soup in it. We're inside the library, and you may not realize it from the tablecloth on it to avoid getting it dirty, but we're actually using a huge book as a table. She checked underneath the tablecloth and sure enough, it was actually a book. Thank you, magical world map, he thought. It had been the only book he'd been able to find big enough for it to serve his purposes. I must say, you must have really put a lot of thought into this, Hermione admitted, sounding impressed. Thanks, he answered, however there is still plenty more to come. First of all, you might want to try looking under your seat for another book in case you get bored. I'd say that's pretty unlikely, she observed, fixing her beautiful eyes right on his. The rest of the date went great with him using various books as props. The entertainment during dinner had been provided by a book that sung opera, and then afterwards had been a Shakespeare book that let you hear all of the characters actually speak instead of just reading it. The Shakespeare story with the character Hermione in it, of course. All in all though, Hermione was seriously impressed, just like he hoped. You've really gone all out, haven't you? She observed. You deserve it, he answered. Isn't this crazy? Hermione asked him, just how much things have changed between us in so short a time. I've thought about that, he answered. I suppose there has been a lot of changes, but I love them. She took his hand and said while looking into his eyes, I love them too, especially this one. Hermione leaned in and at him and he began dotting her back. Some changes were definitely better than others, he thought. All you've got to do is watch for Malfoy to show up and press this, Hermione told Daphne. They were currently all just outside the Great Hall, with Hermione currently trying to get Daphne involved in one of her latest pranks. As for himself, he was merely enjoying listening to the conversation. How come you can't get the twins to help out? Padma asked her. Since they got detention for our last prank, Hermione admitted. How come you didn't? Padma pointed out. She smiled and said, since unlike them, I never get caught. I still don't get this fascination with torturing Malfoy, Daphne joked, it's like you have a crush on him or something. That was just low, and also very untrue. That's disgusting, Hermione claimed, crinkling her nose. Oh no, then what about that time I found you with your hand down your pants during your last prank? Daphne observed. For the last time, Hermione argued, I had an itch. Oh, you definitely had an itch, all right, Daphne concluded smartly. Hermione looked around at him and he put an expression on his face as if to say, don't involve me. I'm not turned on by Malfoy, Hermione admitted, I'm kind of turned on by pranking. Right, because that's a perfectly normal fetish, Padma answered. Some girls like abs or bums, some like pranking. I realize it might sound a bit unusual, Hermione was forced to admit. Luna was actually the one to go to her rescue as she put an arm around her and said, don't worry Hermione, I have plenty of weird fetishes. Rubber, sweet feet, dinosaurs, being covered in food. Well, remind me to go barefoot wearing my rubber raincoat with dinosaurs on it and covered in melted chocolate, Harry suggested. You're going to make me wet myself just thinking about it, Luna insisted. How horrible would that be? Harry asked sarcastically. I could finger myself right now in public so you can make fun of me instead, Daphne. Luna offered. Luna clearly didn't like someone else potentially getting bullied, even if it was Daphne. That's okay, Luna, I'm not really bothered by her, Hermione admitted, I'm just really beep and sometimes have difficulty admitting it. I'd say we're all a bit beep, Harry answered fairly. Nothing wrong with that, Daphne agreed. If I thought that Hermione couldn't handle it, I wouldn't tease her so badly. Besides, I'm an even bigger beep than she is with plenty more to be teased about. Hermione was about to reply when she happened to look over down the hallway said, all right, Draco's almost here, you go get into position, Daphne. Both girls then rushed away. I love Hermione's pranks, especially the ones I can eat afterwards, Luna claimed, licking her lips afterwards. I wouldn't have considered that tapioca to be sanitary, Harry pointed out. It still tasted good, Luna replied. Padma looked her up and down, appearing a bit jealous. It's a wonder you're not a blimp after all the candy and junk food you eat, Padma said, my mom would be jealous. She claims that for every pound of food she eats she suddenly gains 2 pounds. Unfortunately my metabolism is too good, Luna confessed, even though I think it would be nice to be a blimp, being able to float through the air, not a care in the world. I don't think that's really how it works, Luna, Harry explained, when you get fatter you get heavier, not lighter. I'd still get rounder, she pointed out, then you'd have to roll me everywhere and my BPs would be huge. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to give you piggyback rides anymore if you got that big, Harry answered. Luna pouted at that. She rather liked it when he gave her piggyback rides. Never mind then, I suppose that's why I'm lucky I'm still small and you're so muscly strong, Harry, Luna observed as she put a hand onto his arm to feel it. He obligingly flexed for her and he thought he heard her mutter, yummy. Actually I'd say I'm really not that strong, Harry confessed. I used to exercise a lot for Quidditch training, but with Quidditch not happening this year I've been rather lax. You could go work out with me in the mornings, Padma offered. Unfortunately I have to actually try to maintain this figure. Well, I can totally tell it's worth it, he answered as he looked her body over with an appreciative eye. She blushed at that but then asked, well, do you want to? Would it involve you wearing tight workout clothes? Harry asked her hopefully. She smiled and admitted seductively, I might be, especially if you will be. Letting out a smile of his own, he told her, then sign me up. Padma looked at Luna and offered, you can go too if you want. I already get plenty of exercise already, Luna sizing, she answered. How do you Luna size? Padma asked her. Luna then started skipping down the hall while singing before turning around the corner. After 30 seconds of waiting, however, she did not reappear. "Do you think she's coming back?" Padma asked curiously. "Not sure," he had to admit as he still looked down the hall watching for her. That's when he heard someone call his name and tap him on the shoulder from behind. He whirled around to see that it was Professor Snape, looking as cheerful as ever, meaning of course he looked like he was being forced to eat alive. "Blast," ended Scroot. "Potter," Snape sneered at him, "a letter arrived for you. Did my owl get here early or something?" he asked him. Hedwig had on occasion decided to surprise him by being there before he even got to breakfast, usually when she was trying hard to get a treat. Actually, it originally came for the headmaster and he insisted I play errand boy for him and deliver it to you immediately, he admitted. He said to tell you that he had to go finish up some things involving the contents of the letter, so you'd better be grateful he's deigned to spend all this time on you. Snape had likely added that last part himself. The delightful potions headmaster handed the letter to him and then he strode off again, robes billowing behind him. He looked it over, stunned by what it said. What a way for Snape to finally break the curse of always being the bearer of bad news. In short, it addressed the request he had made to Dumbledore concerning him being removed from the custody of the Dursleys. This appeared to be the Ministry decision concerning it. The letter was brief, but it explained that such a request had been granted, effective immediately. "No more Dursleys," he said happily. Even as he said it though, it sounded very strange to him as he was still struggling to accept that it had actually happened. He handed the letter over to Padma for her to read, with her looking just as stunned as he was. "I don't believe it," she exclaimed. "Neither can I," he said. He was still in celebration mode when a thought came to him. He wouldn't be going back to the Dursleys, but he had to go somewhere, right? "What will happen to me now?" he asked aloud. Padma glanced at him and then said, "They'll likely appoint a judge to determine that, who will look at the possible places you could go, but the highest weight will be based upon your own wishes. Unfortunately, the Ministry isn't known for being fast, so the process could take quite a long time." "How do you know?" he asked her. "I had to go through a similar experience when my parents got divorced," she explained. That certainly made sense. "So who would you like to end up with?" Padma asked him. He honestly didn't have the first clue now that he thought about it. He had admittedly thought about getting away from the Dursleys, but none of his choices could realistically take him. Sirius was still on the run, Remus was a werewolf and would be considered unfit by the Ministry. The Weasleys had once been at the top of his list, but after all that had transpired with Ron, he didn't think it was a good idea if he went with them. Ron was currently being homeschooled by Mrs. Weasley, feeling that she needed to personally straighten him out before he returned to school, presumably next year. "I don't really know," he finally admitted to her. There was a long pause before Padma offered, "You know, if you'd like, only if you'd like. I could talk to my mom about being the one to adopt you." "You would do that?" he asked incredulously. An image of living with Padma came to mind. The idea sounded really good to him. She argued, "Not that we own a huge manor or anything, and it would just be my mom and my sister, but..." "I'd love that," he quickly replied. "You would?" She tried to confirm, still sounding a bit skeptical that he would actually want to. "It wouldn't be too gross or something?" "Why? Do you live in a rubbish bin?" he joked. "I didn't mean that kind of gross, like me becoming your sister gross," Padma explained. That stopped him for a second, but only for a second. "I don't know if I could ever think of you as a sister," he admitted. "Family certainly. You mean a lot to me." She seemed touched by such a response and said, "You mean a lot too." "Me too, Harry. I also just wanted to make sure that things wouldn't be that kind of weird between us. I don't think I could stand having you think of me as just a sister. I'd miss making out with you too much," Harry claimed. She grinned and said, "That too. My mom might have to get used to walking into rooms with us dotting each other, but she'll get over it." "Well, for what it's worth, I'd be extremely proud to be your brother, or at least part of your family," Harry insisted. "So would I," Padma answered. He could have said something else heartfelt, but he simply couldn't resist making another joke. "You'd be proud to be my brother?" He pointedly asked, "Is there something you should be telling me, Padma?" He pretended to look down at her crotch to see if he could spot a bulge. "No," she insisted, "sorry to disappoint you, but I'm 100% girl." I'm afraid I'm going to need proof, he joked. She pretended to pull her pants down. You know, that's kind of something I'd like to know if we're maybe going to get married, he pointed out. I wasn't aware you were planning on asking me, Padma pointed out. That stopped him for a second, but then he realized she was just messing with him, so he decided to counter with, well, not now that you've ruined the surprise. I could still act surprised, she offered. No, the moment is ruined forever. I guess I'll just have to settle for someone else, Harry claimed. The key word being settle, Padma replied, I'm clearly the best choice. You really think so, huh? He asked. You don't think so? She countered with her eyebrows raised as if daring him to choose somebody else. Truthfully, I'm not sure if I should admit that. I might make a lot of girls jealous, Harry answered. Then please don't, she replied, I'd hate to do that to anyone. He was impressed by such a response. It was probably quite tempting for her to brag that she was his favorite, but that was not Padma. His already ridiculously high respect for her rose. That's why you're my favorite, he told her. I asked you not to say, she reminded him. Couldn't resist, Harry admitted, besides I know you won't say anything to anyone. I won't, Padma promised, hearing it is kind of nice though. It just reminds me of what I already know. What's that? He asked her. Instead of answering, she decided to change the subject. Well, we don't even know if it will work out or not, you living with me, but I sure hope it does, Padma told him. True, but I hope it does too. Living with you is bound to be better than the Dursleys, Harry responded, then again none of them are beautiful teenage girls that I can key. She laughed at that. You always make it sound like living with them was so awful, Padma said. He clammed up at that. How the Dursleys had treated him was always a subject he had been tight-lipped on. He'd hinted at them being awful but never went into any details. Partially out of shame, and other emotions he wasn't sure how to identify. However, he trusted Padma more than anybody, and he was free of them after all anyway. Yet as he opened his mouth to explain, he was interrupted. Harry, someone asked him. Turning around, he spotted Fleur standing there, looking very nervous. Am I interrupting something? Fleur asked. No, he said, even if she sort of was. I was wondering if you had solved that egg clue yet. Fleur asked. Quite honestly, he hadn't, nor did he really care. Dating and dating girls, spending time with his friends, doing schoolwork, and just about everything else going on in his life was admittedly much higher up in importance to him than some tournament he had not entered nor wished to be in, so he would have to be forgiven for being rather lax about it. A check of the tournament rules by Hermione had led to the realization that he had to compete, not actually try very hard. If he had known, he could have simply thrown a pebble in at least the same direction as the dragon he had faced in the first task and then sat down and forfeited. Just as long as he had made at least some effort, no matter how pathetic. Besides, he'd had enough of monsters, and the prize money or the eternal glory given to the winner really did not appeal to him enough for him to want to risk his life again. I'm thinking I'm just going to throw the tournament altogether, Harry replied. What? Fleur asked incredulously. You did so well though in the first task. I don't really see the point, Harry claimed. I've got better things to do than worry about some silly tournament. Then he realized that this might be a bit insulting. Sorry, I wasn't referring to you when I said that. It's okay, it is just a silly tournament, Fleur agreed. However, I was kind of hoping if I win to use the prize money to emigrate here. It would be enough to get an apartment and some furniture and all that, and then maybe see if I can't find some work nearby. You want to live here? Padma asked her. Well, yeah, I kind of like it here, and I know that Gabby was wanting to go to school here, Fleur admitted. Gabrielle wants to stay here as well. Padma questioned. She wants to transfer, Fleur explained. Apparently she likes the school better than Beauxbatons. At least she's been keeping more out of trouble, and she's even made a really good friend in Luna. I think it will be good for her as long as she goes back home over the summers. Harry claimed honestly. I know that Luna will be pleased to hear that. It's only if I actually win, Fleur countered. I'm not sure how I'll be able to afford to move and get my own place otherwise. I guess we'd better make sure you win then, Harry argued. She smiled and said, I'm glad to hear you say that, Harry, because I kind of need your help. His eyebrows rose as he asked, my help? Yes, Fleur explained. I was hoping that you had already solved your egg clue, but I think I'll just tell you what it's about. Isn't that kind of cheating? Padma pointed out. It's not like I wasn't told about the dragons beforehand, Fleur replied. It didn't escape my attention either that nobody seemed surprised when the first task started. Karkaroff told Crumb about the dragons and I actually told Cedric about them so that everyone would then know, Harry explained. That was nice of you, Harry, Fleur commented, even if it appears Cedric chose not to return the favor. Me dating his ex-girlfriend might have played a role in that, Harry admitted. Well, why don't I suggest that you go put the egg underwater? Fleur asked him, then come back to me tomorrow so we can discuss things. He nodded. That sounded fair. As Fleur left, however, Padma pointed out, so how are you going to work on your egg clue when you already have a date with Angelina? He frowned but then said, I'll think of something. Toomany. For his date with Angelina, he picked her up at the foot of her stairs, with her seemingly clad only in a huge blue towel, although she did have a swimsuit on under it. I would hope that the reason I have to wear a bikini on our date isn't just so you can better see my wonderful body, she joked once she'd come down next to him. Oh no, that's just a bonus, he insisted. She laughed and said, I'm surprised you haven't done this type of date before then. Oh, I've considered it but I never had a good enough reason for it, Harry argued. Now I do. While I appreciate the flattery on my part, I'd hardly say I'm the girl you'd most likely want to see. Clad in a bikini, she pointed out. Maybe I've just got jungle fever, he suggested. Oh, you definitely have that, she insisted. You think you're that good looking? He asked. No, you're just too attracted to girls in general, Angelina argued. You make me sound so beep, Harry commented. Do you really want me to answer that question? She asked. Nope. They headed to the room of requirement and when they got there he waited for the inevitable surprise. He always looked forward to the big reveal moments for his dates. Wow, Angelina exclaimed, sounding impressed. This time the room was set up like a large swimming pool, complete with poolside chairs, a small waterslide, a diving board, and a water volleyball net in the shallow end. This is what we're going to be doing for our date? She asked him. No, actually we're going to be cleaning out the pool, Harry joked. How did you know I like swimming? She asked him. He shrugged and said, lucky guess. In all fairness to him, he did remember her mentioning a few times after Quidditch practice that she liked swimming, so it wasn't like he was completely choosing a date more for him. Since Hogwarts doesn't have a pool and the lake is rather cold to be swimming in, I figured that I'd make a pool, Harry explained. I love it, thank you Harry, Angelina answered, giving him a hug. I wish you'd removed your towel before you'd hug me, but that works, he commented. She hit him playfully on the arm. I will admit that I kind of do have ulterior motives, Harry continued. I found out I need to be underwater to figure out the egg clue I got. Angelina did not seem at all bothered by that. It beats having to listen to that awful screeching noise every time you open it up, Angelina replied. I suppose I did bother a few people, he said a bit sheepishly. Well, for now, let's just go swimming, she insisted. Yeah, about that, Harry answered. Another confession. I don't really know how to swim. Of course the Dursleys had never taken him to the beach or to a swimming pool, so there had never been an opportunity to learn. To her credit, Angelina was again unfazed by that. I guess that means I get to teach you, she responded. It'll be nice being able to actually teach you something for a change. Mister, I can fly perfectly. Only from watching you so much. You're a better flyer than I am, he insisted. Oh, I know, I just wanted to get you to say it, Angelina admitted with a grin. You little, Harry said exasperatedly. Careful, remember I am the one teaching you how to swim. I could simply let you drown, you know, Angelina argued. He changed his tone and told her, what I meant was you beautiful, smart, vivacious, say, why which you. Wow, I haven't even taken my towel off and already you're giving me compliments. At this rate I might give you a heart attack when I do. Are you sure you're ready? Angelina asked him. A heart attack would be worth it, he claimed. Harry, Angelina sing-songed seductively as she tried to get his attention as she slowly removed her towel. A guy could get the wrong impression when you do that, Harry reminded her. I'm just having some fun, Angelina answered, although you should probably know I'm not a pure, so I have done this before. Fred or George? He asked. She scoffed and said, they wish. I like my men more. Whatever she said next, he totally forgot it as she began to let the towel go down slowly, first exposing a good supply of cleavage, held in only by a lime green bikini top. Then he saw a gorgeous and well-toned stomach. Angelina was in shape after all, he just hadn't had the opportunity to see some of the results as well. The bikini bottom then tapered down to her finely chiseled legs. That seemed to go forever. "Well, what do you think?" she asked him. "I'd say I definitely have jungle fever right now," he commented. She laughed at that. "Well, it's your turn," she invited. "I would hope that you haven't gone soft with no Quidditch this year." He of course wasn't in bad shape, but he definitely wasn't in as good a shape this year. Hopefully him starting to exercise with Padma might help rectify that. As soon as he had stripped down to his swim trunks, she commented, "Not bad, for a boy." "Just a boy, huh?" he observed. "Well, I am 3 years older than you," she pointed out. "Yet I still managed to get not just 1 but 2 dates now with you," he countered. "I'd say you're just lucky no one my age interests me," Angelina explained. "Fortunately you've got potential and that's what interests me. A few more years and you'll be irresistible." He pretended to pout and said, "I thought I was irresistible now." "No, just got a lot of potential," she insisted. "I can live with that," he agreed. "Come on, let's go swimming," she invited. Angelina headed immediately for the diving board and then did a perfect swan dive into the water. He however was more hesitant as he approached the water's edge and carefully put a toe in. His date began swimming over to him. "What are you waiting for?" she asked him. "Just going to see if I can't adjust to it," he claimed. She swam over and then grabbed his leg. It caught him by surprise enough that he failed to stop her from dragging him into the pool. With a splash he fell into the water. He began thrashing about, trying to get back to the railing as he really couldn't swim. "Just stand up, Harry," Angelina advised, "it's not that deep here." He stood up, now feeling stupid. The water only came up to the top of his shoulders. "Well, is that enough adjustment for you?" she asked him. "You must really be trying hard to give me a heart attack somehow," he commented. "If I wanted to do that, I would have just taken all my clothes off," Angelina answered. "At least I would have died happy," Harry admitted. After a few minutes of them talking and splashing each other, Angelina decided to teach him how to swim. He felt like he wasn't really doing it right, but she still encouraged him. At least he could already swim better than Dudley, who after just 1 swimming lesson when he was 7, had had a temper tantrum and complained that it was just too hard and given up. You would think that with all of that fat to buoy him up, it would be easy, but apparently not. After he was tired out enough, they had fun on the waterslide and played a quick game of water volleyball. While Angelina was busy diving off the diving board, he got out the egg clue and put it in himself underwater. Melodious music began to fill his ears, entirely different from what he heard normally. He listened, trying to figure out, and before long Angelina came by to hear it too. Finally, once he had it memorized, he came to the surface to try and figure it out. "So apparently I've got to swim down to the bottom of the lake, get something some merpeople are going to steal from me, and then get it back all in 1 hour?" Harry questioned. "I guess we should really work on learning to hold your breath," Angelina commented. "Well, I certainly won't be happy if they decide to take my firebolt and put it underwater," Harry replied. "It makes me rethink if I should actually try in this task." "Why wouldn't you try?" Angelina asked him. "Since I don't really care at all about the tournament," Harry commented. "You do realize that plenty of people, including myself, wish that they were in your place," Angelina reminded him. "Trust me, it's not all it's cracked up to be," Harry pointed out. Angelina nodded and said, "Then again, if I was a Triwizard champion being swarmed by lots of hot guys, I probably wouldn't care about it either." He grinned and said, "Now you're getting it. Any chance of us trading places?" Angelina asked him. "The champion aspect, sure," Harry concluded, "assuming you can manage to do it without killing or severely injuring me like I have to get out of it." She pretended to mull the idea over as if it was tempting. "Don't go in the deep end then, I might be too tempted to let you drown," she admitted. "You shouldn't have taught me how to swim them," Harry pointed out. "Besides, don't hurt me, I'm too cute to die." Angelina laughed then said, "I think I'll smother you with my." He wasn't sure if that was possible, but if it was, it sure sounded like a good way to go. Harry couldn't help but glance at her rather revealing bikini cleavage then commented, "Just kill me now." "I thought you'd see things my way," she replied. Nevertheless, to his disappointment, she did not decide to kill him in such a fashion. Instead she just leaned in and at him. Kind of a consolation prize to dying, but he could live with it. Toomany. Luna was weird, Daphne thought, not for the first time. Daphne was currently following Luna down a hallway, under the impression that Luna wanted to play a game with her, but unsure what the game was. Not that it mattered. It would likely be a strange but fun game, and Luna hadn't let her down yet in having a good time. Her life before hadn't been boring, but having Luna in it made it so much better. Like, pure awesomeness in the form of a owned girl wearing radish earrings and a butterbeer cork necklace. It's just a little bit farther, Luna told her, as she half skipped, half ran. Goodness, that girl had plenty of energy. She was exhausted trying to keep up. Finally Luna stopped in front of a painting of a monkey eating a banana. "We're here," Luna announced. "Where?" Daphne asked, just now coming up behind her. Instead of answering, Luna began to make monkey sounds. The monkey looked at her for a second, then make some sounds of his own before the entire painting suddenly slid to the left, revealing a large hole. "I had no idea this was here," Daphne admitted, "or that you could speak monkey." "Neither did I, but at least George understands," Luna answered. She assumed that George was the monkey. Luna went inside the hole and Daphne followed her. As she looked around the room she now found herself in, she was amazed. There were various pictures lining the walls, stacks of paper, and various devices that she had no idea what they did. "Like it?" Luna asked. "This is my new secret hideout. Since we kept using the room of requirement so much, I had to get a new one so no one would find out my plan." "Plan?" Daphne queried. "I thought you gave that up." "No, just rested for a while, now I'm back," Luna informed her. "Besides, giving up is like farting. Once you let it go, it makes a big stink that you and everyone else around you has to smell." "Interesting analogy, but okay. Farting stinks, got it," Daphne claimed. "It's not time to make jokes, Daphne," Luna scolded. "You need to be serious." "Who are you and what have you done with Luna?" Daphne asked. Luna couldn't help giggling. "Now you're making me be not serious too," Luna replied. "I need to convince you to help me build the harem, but I can't if I've got the case of the giggles. It's just too much fun to laugh." Luna let out a few loud laughs. "Wait, what? What are you talking about, Luna?" Daphne asked her. Luna seemed to straighten herself up before saying, "There's some things you should probably know. Harry got up early so he could work out with Padma. It usually wasn't a struggle for him getting up, although he had stayed out late with Angelina the night before. Nevertheless, seeing Padma woke him right up. She was wearing a gray shirt and gray sweatpants with her hair tied back in a high ponytail. "Morning, Harry," Padma greeted him brightly as she swung her arms a bit, possibly doing some pre-stretches. "Morning," he answered. "No groans or complaints yet, that's a good sign," Padma observed. "Don't worry, I'm sure there will be plenty of groaning on my part," Harry replied, "lots of aches and pains too." "I'll try not to go too hard on you," Padma promised. "My usual workout partner, Sue, sometimes does that to me and then I'm usually sore for days. It's an experience I don't wish on you." Sue Lee was Padma's dorm mate and friend. Despite the five of them getting as close as they were, the girls and himself still very much had other friends. Besides, Sue seemed okay even though he really hadn't ever talked to her all that much. Padma now had her back turned towards him when, to his surprise, Padma began to squat up and down, and he found himself mesmerized watching her butt continually bend. "What the?" he asked aloud. Padma turned around with a smile on her face and said, "Sorry, it helps me wake up." "It helps me wake up apparently too," he commented as he eyed her appreciatively, "and I totally don't mind either." She grinned even wider and replied, "I didn't think you would." They got to doing some stretches. He thought he wasn't doing so bad and wasn't as out of shape as he thought, but then Padma decided to have them take a run around the castle. It became evident pretty quickly that Padma was faster and better in shape than him, and he was forced to simply try and keep up as best as he could. Finally, when she stopped, he came up gasping and panting behind her. "Ha, you just got beat by a girl," Padma pointed out. He struggled to come up with a decent response that would at least preserve some of his manhood, not that it bothered him getting beat by a girl. The girls beating him in various competitions so frequently had run that right out of him. Or maybe I just lagged behind so I could stare at your bum the entire time, Harry claimed. It wasn't true, of course, he was just slower, but him staring at her bum was certainly true. I'd say it's because I was simply faster than you, Padma answered. Oh, I'm definitely not denying that, but I still think I got a good consolation prize, he countered with a grin on his face. Hey, what's my prize then for winning? Padma complained. Well, you're free to stare at my bum too if you'd like, Harry offered. As if to take advantage of this, she walked over behind him, obviously doing just that. You need to be that close, huh? He teased. Yeah, your butt is just so small and skinny that I have to, she insisted. If it's so, he started to protest. She interrupted him with, be quiet, Harry, I'm trying to record this image to memory. You haven't already, he pointed out. Shamelessly she answered, it never hurts to get another memory update. Once Padma had taken a good mental picture, they headed together down to breakfast. Luna and Hermione were already there, but Daphne ended up taking a while. Morning, Daphne, Harry greeted her when she finally arrived. She appeared not to have heard him, curiously having all her attention fixed on Luna. They appeared to be having a silent conversation between them, but he didn't have long to wonder just what it was. Millicent Bulstrode strode over to where they were sitting. She looked straight at him and declared, you, me, date tonight at 7. He blinked, surprised both by what she had said and the forwardness. Yet it wasn't like it was a bad idea. He hadn't made a date with anyone tonight and he was available. How she had known that, however, he couldn't be sure, but he was okay going with her regardless, especially after displaying such courage. Sure, he agreed. She nodded before turning around and leaving. What was that all about? Hermione asked. Just Harry going on another date, nothing new about that, Daphne pointed out. I mean, why ask him out? Hermione questioned. I thought she was dating quite a bit already. Daphne shrugged and said, maybe she just wanted to go on a date with Harry. It sounded perfectly reasonable and okay with him. The conversation soon shifted to other things, but then a few minutes later, Fleur came over. Hey Harry, she greeted him, I was wondering if you had a chance to figure out that egg clue yet. I sure did, he admitted. Great, well then could you maybe come talk to me? I'm alone, Fleur requested, looking a bit anxiously at the girls currently listening in around him. Sure, he answered for the second time in as many minutes. After getting out of his seat, he followed her out of the Great Hall and over to a place where there wasn't anyone else around. I've been trying to practice a lot in order to be ready for the second task, but I seem to still be having problems, Fleur admitted. Well, if you can't swim all that good, I really can't help you, Harry confessed. I only just learned how to swim to the point where I could manage to avoid immediately drowning last night. I can help you learn how to swim if you need that, she offered. My biggest problem is actually that Veela don't really do very well underwater. His first thought was that perhaps their powers were dampened. Okay, that was just a bad joke, however Veela were creatures of fire, so he supposed that would make sense. Maybe she couldn't do magic underwater or something. It's not exactly what you think, Fleur told him, it's that being under the water makes us very ticklish. Ticklish? He couldn't resist blurting out in surprise. I know, it's kind of embarrassing, but it is what is, Fleur said. The problem is when I'm trying to cast a spell that will let me breathe underwater, I can't help laughing and losing my concentration enough for the spell to end. It could actually be potentially life-threatening. I could even laugh myself to death, to put it simply. He certainly wasn't laughing now. Okay, he observed, so what makes you think I can help you? She looked at him and sighed and said, since you're just so boring and not at all funny. I figure if I just stick with you during the second task, you'll knock the laughter right out of me. Gee thanks, he claimed, even though he knew she was kidding. Actually it's more the opposite, she explained. You're the funniest guy, the first no, and maybe just maybe you can make me laugh hard enough beforehand that I won't be able to laugh again. I'm not sure it works that way, Harry claimed. She shrugged her shoulders and said, I'm so desperate for a solution I'll try anything. I've tried everything else. Biting my tongue, taping my mouth shut, doing history of magic homework in my head, eating paste, and even looking at a waterproof picture of my grandmother in her underwear. Gee, you must really want to win bad, Harry argued. Fleur crossed her shoulders and scolded him, are you talking bad about my grandmother? No, I would be happy to see your grandmother in her underwear, I mean. Harry started to say before he realized what kind of a hole he had just dug for himself. She couldn't resist laughing at his expression. Well, there's a start to the laughter, Fleur observed. They do say that laughter is the best medicine, Harry observed, maybe when the problem is actually laughter itself, the cure is more laughter. He made arrangements to meet up with her in an hour to go swimming. When he got back to the table he had been at, however, most of the girls had already left other than Daphne, who appeared to be waiting for him. "Where are the other girls?" he asked her. "They went off to go have a snowball fight outside," Daphne admitted. "Oh, well, I wish I could join them, but I kind of have to do something with Fleur now," Harry told her. "You going to tell me what it is?" Daphne teased. "Make out somewhere." "Actually, we're going swimming if you must know," he confessed. "Ooh, even better, you'll get to see Fleur Delacour in a bikini," Daphne remarked. Shamelessly, he admitted, "The thought did cross my mind. Might as well spread that around to make every guy in school jealous," Daphne answered. With her best male voice, Daphne pretended to be a guy. "Dude, I'm so totally jealous, that Fleur is hot," Daphne told him. "By the way, Harry, did you see that Daphne girl?" "Yeah, talk about another girl I'd like to see in a bikini," Harry replied. "Totally, I worship at her feet, that girl is just awesome," Daphne said. "Of course, if you saw that Daphne chick dressed like that you'd probably just pass out." "I probably will," he agreed. "So does that mean you'd like to go swimming with us?" "I totally would," Daphne answered, now in her normal voice. Daphne followed him out of the Great Hall, but then once they were alone she asked him, "Harry, hypothetical question, let's say that Luna really was secretly building you a harem and manipulating your life in order to do so. How would you react to that?" He sighed and said, "This is kind of an old joke by now, Daphne." "I mean seriously and just hypothetically," Daphne asked of him. It sounded kind of a dumb question, but he decided to give her the benefit of the doubt and give it a bit of serious thought. "I think it would depend on who was in it," he answered. "I mean, I guess it would be easy for me to imagine living with you, Padma, Luna, Hermione, and maybe some other girls like Fleur or somebody. However, it would probably be a lot of fun, but probably a lot of work too. Even just all this dating can tire me out. Yet I think if we were just talking about manipulating my life here, it would depend on the person. Luna is kind of crazy, but I'd also like to think that Luna would have my best interests at heart and that I could trust her." Daphne nodded before then joking, "Well, too bad you'll never get a whole bunch of girls to marry you." He laughed and said, "Yep, too bad. You'd make a great second wife." "Hey, second. I'll show you second," Daphne insisted, playfully slapping him on the arm. Still laughing, he ran in order to escape her wrath. After getting on his swimsuit, which he hurriedly and magically dried off as it was still wet from last night, he met up with the two girls inside the room of requirement, which had become exactly the same as it had been last night for his date with Angelina. Last night clearly had not prepared him for the sight of the two girls so scantily clad. They were beautiful, except that word simply didn't do them justice. Fleur was wearing a light blue bikini and Daphne was wearing a lime green one, showing off their curvaceous and stunning bodies to him. Either girl could clearly be a model, or star in any dirty magazine they wanted if they so chose. He wasn't sure which girl to focus on as his eyes switched between them. "I think we broke him," Fleur commented, evidently not bothered at all that Daphne had decided to join them. "About time," Daphne answered teasingly. "Well, once you've managed to piece him back together, come join me in the pool," Fleur offered as she then went to go get in. Daphne appeared pleased by his reaction but then commented, "Fleur is really beautiful, isn't she?" "Yes, she certainly is, but it's kind of hard to think of her when I'm currently looking at you," he admitted as he let his eyes travel down her body again. She blushed but then said, "Thanks, but you know I can't compete with Avila, Harry." He rehashed what he always said whenever this subject inevitably came up, when the girls felt like they were competing when it came to looks, and yes, it was something he truly felt. "Beauty comes in many forms, and each can be different but no less as stunning," Harry told her. "I've found that while Fleur is a manifestation of it, you have a somewhat different beauty equal to her own. The same goes for many other girls I know with many different body types." Daphne seemed to study him a bit as if to check his honesty, but then she got a worried look on her face, causing him to believe that perhaps she didn't believe him. It seemed to be confirmed when he heard her mutter under her breath, "I can't believe this." Before he could say anything more, Fleur called to them from the pool, "Are you going to get in or not?" He grinned and went over and made a cannonball into the water, landing close enough that it splashed her. Daphne got into the pool soon after. They were having a good time with Fleur and Daphne giving him a few more pointers in learning how to swim. Finally, however, he decided to reciprocate by trying to help Fleur out. He told her some of his best jokes, causing her and Daphne to laugh uproariously. "Well, after that, I guess there's only one thing left to do," Fleur observed. "Try it out." Fleur cast some kind of charm that surrounded her head in a bubble before ducking underwater. He wanted to see what would happen, so he soon followed her. She appeared to be fine to him for the first couple minutes as he watched her intensely, to make sure it worked of course, but then he heard her laugh and then a few seconds later her bubble burst. With defeat, both of them came back up to the surface. "It worked pretty well for a while," Daphne observed. "Yes, it did, far longer than I ever have before, but still not long enough," Fleur answered. "Sorry to burst my own bubble both figuratively and literally, but it looks like I'm going to have to try something else. I guess I could ask around and see if anyone has any ideas," Harry suggested. "Maybe offer a date with you as incentive to find one," Daphne offered. He looked at her, half amused, half accusingly, and asked, "It sounds like you just had a good idea and are hoping to get an extra date with me." Daphne shrugged and told him, "You can't blame a girl for trying." "All right, well then, admittedly I do have an idea. I think you two should key underwater." "That's a great idea," Fleur admitted. "Oh, I quite agree," Harry replied. Daphne grinned and said, "I thought you might like it, Harry." "I mean, it really is a good idea," Fleur remarked. "It should keep me from getting too ticklish and it shouldn't disrupt my being able to hold up the bubble." He liked to think girls usually weren't in a laughing mood when he keyed them, so perhaps it just might work. Fleur pulled him close to her so that they were almost touching before casting the bubble spell she had used earlier so that it now encircled both of their heads. Both he and Fleur ducked underwater again. Fleur had a smile on her face, appearing to be trying not to laugh, but he leaned in and keyed at her and she keyed at him back. The fact that she had her pressed up against his bare one, her bikini top the only thing between him and her well-formed breasts, was something he was entirely cognizant of. She could also likely feel the bulge already forming in his pants pressing against her thigh. His key-dotting partner appeared to ignore it, deepening the key, no sign of laughing at all. Finally they broke apart. "It seems to be working," Fleur remarked inside their bubble. "Well, it was a pretty great idea," he agreed. It lasted for a couple minutes before Fleur started having problems again and they had to key again. "It looks like we'll have to keep dotting occasionally," Fleur pointed out. "Trust me, Fleur, that is totally fine with me, even if we have to practice a lot," he said. "Don't make me laugh," Fleur insisted. "Sorry," he apologized. "Do you usually key a lot?" she asked him. "I usually get in at least a few keys a day from somebody. This, however, is still an exceptionally good treat," Harry answered. "I can tell you like it," Fleur replied, her eyes drifting down to his crotch. "Sorry," he apologized again. "I guess you can feel that, huh?" "It's kind of hard not to notice," Fleur said. "To be honest, I think it might actually be helping actually. It's kind of turning me on, making me not ticklish." "What do you know? Beeps have more uses than I thought," Harry joked. Fleur had to avoid laughing again by dotting him. Once they finished that they returned to their conversation. "This is great and a possible solution but kind of impractical," Fleur remarked. "I mean, I could probably make the bubble big enough so we could swim side by side, but that would likely slow us down, especially if we have to stop periodically to key." True, he was forced to admit, they would be the best rest breaks ever though. Another key. "Sorry, I can't help it," Harry apologized for making another joke. "It's okay," she told him, "it gives me another reason to key you." He blushed at that. By the time they finally resurfaced, Daphne was currently swimming on her own but swam over to them once she spotted them. Of course she had occasionally checked in on them to see how they were doing. "So how did it go?" Daphne asked with a grin on her face. "Good enough for me to totally owe you, possibly forever," Harry commented. "Yes, probably so," she agreed. "I believe you also owe me an extra date as well." "I never agreed to that," Harry responded, "although after such a great idea like that." She nodded, before urging him to continue. Unfortunately, I'm too busy going on a date with Millicent tonight, so Fleur has agreed to go with you, he finished. Daphne frowned. Yep, I'd be happy to, since I should probably thank you as well, Fleur answered with a teasing smile. Totally not what I had in mind, Harry, Daphne argued. Both he and Fleur laughed at that, Fleur grateful to finally be able to laugh. Don't worry, I'll come up with something at some point, he promised. That's more like it, the gorgeous Slytherin said. My offer is still available if you want to do something tonight, by the way, Fleur responded. You mean like friends? Daphne questioned. Obviously as friends, you're hot, but I'm just not into you since you're a girl. I apologize if that makes me say. East, Fleur commented. Daphne seemed to mull this over before saying, okay, I guess I'd be down with something like that. After Fleur's overture of friendship towards Daphne, they spent a bit of time playing in the pool before going to do other things. Toomany. Fleur met up with Daphne for their girls' night out in front of the entrance hall. So what are we doing? Daphne asked her. I figured we'd have a little chat first, Fleur suggested. She was admittedly rather nervous about having this conversation, but she knew it needed to be done. Okay, Daphne replied. They went over to an empty classroom and Fleur transfigured a couple desks into some small couches for them to sit on. Nice. Magic, Daphne said, rather impressed. Thanks, Fleur replied. Once they had sat down and gotten comfortable, Fleur began. I couldn't help but notice that you seemed a bit off today. Daphne seemed surprised but told her evasively, I'm fine, I just have a lot on my mind, that's all. You're rather good at hiding your feelings, Fleur complimented her, however I can tell something is seriously wrong. It kind of comes with being a Veela. We can sense when someone is having problems with matters of the heart. The girl she was trying to help, however, while still surprised that she had noticed, wasn't too eager yet to start opening up, not that she could blame her. It was a difficult topic that she probably hadn't told anyone about yet, much less her, a girl she really didn't know all that well. I'd rather not discuss it, no offense, but I just don't think you would understand unless you already knew, Daphne argued. Fleur let her have a moment before confiding, does this have anything to do with a certain plan of Luna's? Daphne's eyes grew huge at that, caught totally by surprise. You knew? Daphne blurted out. Gabrielle found out and told me quite a while ago, Fleur explained. Do you really think she wouldn't tell me about something that so strongly involved me? How come you never said anything? Daphne asked, sounding confused. Would you or anyone else have believed me if I had? Fleur questioned back, especially without proof and with what little I knew, which was that Luna was attempting to form a harem. The younger girl considered this for a moment before admitting, I suppose it would be kind of difficult to believe. I mean, I'm actually surprised you did believe it. Luna tried to tell me ages ago, but I didn't really believe her. With as much as she told me last night, however, I have no choice but to believe. Fleur nodded and told her, I had little to go on myself, but Gabrielle certainly believed it, and circumstances did enough to convince me of the rest. So what do you think about it? Daphne asked her. Truthfully, I don't know, Fleur confessed. I'm rather conflicted and I'd guess you feel the same. I just have had more time to think it over. The way I see it, Luna obviously at least means well. She's been manipulating our lives. Daphne interrupted, you wouldn't believe just how in-depth her plan is. Even us being some of the first members is no accident, carefully selected for our attributes. Fleur smiled and Daphne added, I don't mean those attributes, I meant other things, personalities, backgrounds, etc. You know, I used to think that I was a horrible person for being a Veela. Worse yet, not a person at all for the affect I have on people, Fleur expressed. For the most part, much of my allure I have no control over, and it inevitably causes men I come into contact with to start behaving badly, making outrageous claims and generally making a fool out of themselves. I certainly manipulate them in a negative way, but I finally realized that it wasn't my fault. Of course not, Daphne agreed. I'm not sure if you could really make a comparison between you and Luna though. I'd say that Luna doesn't feel she has a choice either, Fleur remarked. To her, making a harem would be her only chance at happiness, and quite possibly all of our happiness as well. Is it totally right? No, but she's doing what she thinks is best, despite the guilt she feels for treating not only people but her very good friends like that. She said she felt guilty, Daphne admitted, that was one reason why she came out and told me in the first place was out of guilt. I had to tell her I would have to think about that. So you're trying to figure out just what you're going to do. Fleur guessed. Well, let's go over your options. You could immediately go tell Harry and the other girls. Assuming you can manage to convince them, your friendship with Luna will likely be over and her plan stopped. I'd never want to lose Luna as a friend, she's such a great girl and that would likely ruin her, Daphne answered worriedly. The thing is, if I just let her get away with it. You just don't want to be in a harem? Fleur asked. The crazy thing is, I don't even know, Daphne admitted. I obviously care about Harry, love him, I'm not sure. I do however think that Luna forming a group of us like she did with me, Padma, herself, Hermione, and Harry was an attempt to show us a glimpse of what being in a harem with Harry would be like. If I knew it was going to be like that, then I think I might even enjoy it. I really like all those girls, almost like the best friends I've never had. I don't even mind sharing them with Harry, in a lot of ways it's actually more fun that way. Luna clearly knew what she was doing, Fleur thought. From what she could tell, their little group had a lot of fun together and she could totally see why Daphne might actually now be tempted, or any of the girls given enough time together and a bit of manipulation. Do you think if Luna had never told you that you would eventually become totally okay with being in a harem? Fleur pointedly asked her. The younger girl pondered this for a moment before admitting, if I'm honest with myself, yes, and I probably would be quite happy. Kind of crazy, huh? Fleur asked. Yep, Daphne agreed. Just so you know, I guess I would have to call myself a bit crazy too, Fleur replied. I mean, do I want to share my husband with a whole bunch of other girls? No, not really, but I'm growing more okay with the idea as time passes. You'd have to be a Vila to understand completely, but the thing is, Vila have a very hard time finding love. I don't mean someone who is infatuated with us, since that is very easy. I meant someone who truly loves us and is able to love them. Most Vila never have that opportunity. Usually they just have to content themselves with someone that they at least care about, but inevitably without real love their Vila allure wears off and their mate ends up leaving them. Obviously that's something I've never wanted for myself. Then I met Harry. At first I thought him just a little boy, not only because he was younger than me but because the maturity levels of boys that age tend to be rather low in my experience. My first date with him changed that opinion. I found out that he was very mature, funny, smart, and treated me better than any young man I've ever had the pleasure of knowing. I suppose by the time we kissed, and I already knew, I just didn't want to accept it. I reasoned that Harry was too young for me, or that I was only going to be here for this 1 year. Or that he had plenty of other girls he seemed interested in even more so than me and were around his own age and would be able to stick around to develop a real relationship with him. The only way I could probably end up with him is if I shared him, a rather rare but not unheard of thing to happen to a Vila. I suppose the culture is just a bit different in that regard. Gabrielle only complicated matters even more by telling me about Luna's plan. I likely had much the same reaction as you. What should I do? Should I tell someone? And most importantly, was I actually crazy enough to actually want it to happen? Daphne seemed to take this all in before asking her last question again. So do you? I still don't know, but I've just sort of let things play out so far, Fleur replied. The thing about knowing doesn't make things easier for me, but it does let me have a choice. Ultimately it is my decision whether I want to become part of a harem or not, as is the same for any girl joining. I do not believe Luna will try to force anyone to join. Luna wanted Gabrielle to join, for example, but Gabrielle has decided she doesn't want that and Luna has accepted that. That gives me a great deal of comfort. Do you think I should just let things play out? Daphne questioned. That's up to you, I can only give you advice, Fleur told her. I'd imagine that was Luna's intended role for me anyway, acting as a confidant or older advisor as I have for Harry on more than one occasion. You have been immensely helpful, Daphne thanked her gratefully. I don't know what I'd do if we hadn't had this conversation. Well, I still don't know, but you know what I mean. I do, Fleur said. Daphne tentatively asked, do you think you'd be willing to talk about this more in the future? Of course, I'd be happy to, Fleur replied. However, as of right now I think we should go have some fun. I really was serious about the girls' night out. Daphne grinned and said, I'd like that. Fleur nodded, feeling like she had said what she needed to and hoping that she had helped in some way. In truth, their conversation had helped her somewhat as well. Fleur led Daphne over to a part of the castle for their activity. "So what are we going to be doing?" Daphne asked her. "Bowling," Fleur admitted. "Bowling?" Daphne queried. "I wasn't aware Hogwarts had a bowling alley, unless you mean the room of requirement, and I think Hermione is using it for something tonight." "That wasn't what I was referring to. Actually, the Hogwarts teachers have their own private one," Fleur explained, "however most of them don't seem to use it much except for Dumbledore. I still see and play against him occasionally. You might remember from his chocolate frog card that he likes 10-pin bowling. He has to play it somewhere, which is usually there. I would never have pegged you for being bowling buddies with my headmaster," Daphne commented, "unless you're trying to call favor with him as one of the judges or something." "I don't need to do that to win," Fleur claimed, not insulted because she knew Daphne was just joking. "It's kind of a long story how he let me use the bowling alley, but I suspect that Luna got it to happen somehow." "Why would Luna want you to be bowl partners with Dumbledore?" Daphne asked. "I rather like bowling anyway, but I suspect that it was because she wants me to gain favor with him, so he is more likely to offer me a job here," Fleur admitted. "A job here?" Daphne asked. "She's got to find a way to get me to stay for more than just the 1 year and continue to be around Harry somehow," Fleur pointed out. "It's one reason why I want to win the tournament, so I can move here and be close to him." "That sounds kind of Slytherin though," Daphne commented. "We have a saying, it's often not what you know, it's who you know." "While I agree I don't intend to take much more advantage than that," Fleur replied, "nor do I think he would let me. We just occasionally bowl, that's it." They were just now entering the bowling alley, which had only 2 lanes, both currently unoccupied. After finding some shoes that fit them that were currently stored in a locker, they started bowling. As they did so, Daphne asked with a grin, "So why don't you tell me how all that smooching you did earlier with Harry went?" "I thought Harry and I already told you," Fleur pointed out. "I want all the juicy girl details, of course," Daphne insisted. Fleur grinned and said, "Oh, now don't get me started." She went over it in excruciating detail, enough for any guy to be totally bored and want to just go relive the actual event instead of simply discussing it, but Daphne listened with rapt attention. The actual key. Ing, the feel of his lips on hers, even the feeling of the bulge in his crotch pressing up against her. It was admittedly rather nice talking to Daphne. Their time spent in the pool with Harry had given her the impression that Daphne was a girl she could get along well with. Daphne gave her own opinion of Harry's key. Essen eventually commented, "I'll bet you're glad I had that idea." "Oh totally," Fleur agreed. "I'm also glad I decided to ask for his help in the first place." Her current bowling partner seemed to think over this, even pausing even though it was currently her turn to bowl before asking, "Why did you ask Harry to help you?" "I mean, needing someone to help you laugh sounds kind of fishy to me." She blushed before admitting, "All right, it was more an excuse to get to see him." "I knew it," Daphne exclaimed. "All is fair in love and war," Fleur remarked with a grin. "In this case it's both." Harry had agreed to meet up with Millicent for their date in the library, and now he was just waiting for her. It was still early, so he was currently passing the time sitting on a sofa chair reading a book. Or at least that had been his intent when he had picked it up and then sat down. He'd been disappointed to learn that the book on understanding women was totally blank for some reason. Either some girl had found the book and removed the contents to keep from revealing any secrets to boys, or evidently even the male author had to conclude that he knew nothing. Big surprise there, he thought. He momentarily flashed back to his very first date with Padma, when the first thing he had asked her was what was it like being a woman. In that instance, he was rather grateful to her for overlooking it. Still, if she had actually answered the question, he might be able to fill about a quarter of a page of this book. As he looked up, he saw Luna come into the library. "Luna," Harry greeted. Luna looked over at the sound of his voice and came over to him. "Hello Harry," Luna greeted back in a somewhat subdued voice. He noticed how worried she looked, which bothered him. Luna was usually extremely carefree and happy and didn't let anything bother her. So if she was like this, whatever was on her mind was probably rather troublesome. "You look troubled," he observed. "Yeah," Luna said with a sigh. He patted his leg. "Why don't you come sit on my lap and talk about it?" he suggested. Luna seemed to hesitate for a bit, and he added in a sing-song voice, "You know you want to." She grinned, not being able to resist as she went and sat down on his lap. I love sitting on your lap, you're so comfy Harry, Luna admitted. Thanks, he answered. I'm not squashing little Harry am I? Luna asked, I wouldn't want to hurt him. Oh, he's definitely fine, Harry answered. Better than fine actually, as at the moment Luna's fine bum was on top of it. What if I grew ridiculously huge and too heavy for you though? Luna asked worriedly. Then there would be more of you to keep little Harry company, Harry jokingly replied. I could make myself really big then, if you'd like, Luna offered. If you could and if you wanted to, Harry answered, however I like you just the way you are now. Luna sighed. What about Millicent? Luna asked, she's super huge and say. Why, which makes her like a super say, why beast? Well I doubt she's going to be sitting on my lap during our date, Harry answered, but I like her just the way she is too even if she isn't an adorable Ravenclaw girl named Luna. Luna smiled at that, but then her face darkened as she admitted, sometimes I wish I wasn't myself. Well who would you rather be? He asked. A bunny. Rabbit, Luna responded, they are soft and cute and fluffy. He frowned as he told her, well I don't think I'd want to key. A bunny rabbit, I might get a hairball. True, Luna agreed, hairballs don't taste very nice. He couldn't help but wonder how she knew that for sure. I'd take you over a bunny rabbit any day, Harry claimed. Luna seemed to think that was the nicest compliment ever because she gave him a long key, for that. After breaking the key, however, she admitted, I kind of got into a fight with Daphne. Oh, you want to talk about it? He suggested, not liking hearing that they were fighting. Luna seemed to want to, but then she told him, I can't tell you the details but I had to tell Daphne some really hard things for her to deal with, but I know she'll be grateful to learn them in the end. Well I suppose that's the important thing isn't it? Harry asked her, sometimes we have to learn hard things in order for us to be happier or understand things better later on. He immediately thought of learning of the fate of his parents being killed by Voldemort back on his 11th birthday as an example of that. It was a hard thing to learn and even Hagrid hadn't wanted to tell him, but he was now grateful that he knew. You're so smart Harry, probably smarter than a duck even, Luna claimed. A duck? Gee thanks, Harry replied, hoping that he in fact was not as smart as a duck. Maybe as smart as Hedwig, his owl hopefully. I don't want to mess things up, Luna said, I just want everyone to be happy all the time. You can't be happy all the time, Harry replied, I mean I'm definitely happier now than I ever have been in my entire life and even now there are really hard things I have to deal with. You're going to have to deal with a hard thing tonight Harry, Luna claimed. Yeah, I know, Harry answered, my date with Millicent. For all I know she might beat me up or something. That's why you need her though, Luna replied, because she's so big and strong. She can fight all the Blorgans for you. He wasn't sure what Blorgans were, probably some made-up creature of Luna's or something, but he told her, well good thing I'm going on a date with her then. I'm not sure what I'd do if I ended up running into a Blorgan. Yep, Luna agreed. Luna finally got off his lap and said, thanks Harry, you're the best. I hope you and Daphne work things out, he claimed, I know how much you like each other. Oh, I know we will, Luna said confidently, it's just kind of scary right now. She then left without another word. However he did not have long to dwell on anything because it was only a few seconds later that Millicent finally showed up for their date. He couldn't help but notice that she wearing the dress he had gotten for her, her deep cleavage and curves proudly displayed. Hello Millicent, he said brightly. Hello Harry, she said somewhat nervously. After that came a long awkward silence between them. Finally he suggested, shall we go? She nodded and then started walking, leaving him to get up off his sofa and walk alongside her. So where are we going? He asked her. I have to admit I've never actually been the one to be asked out before. The school kitchens, she admitted, and it's my first time doing the actual asking so I guess it's new territory for both of us. Millicent paused for a second to get what appeared to be cat fur off the shoulder of her dress, which reminded him of the time Hermione had tried to impersonate Millicent, and ended up a cat instead. Hermione at least knew what it was like to have hairballs. It probably wasn't a good idea to bring that story up on his date however. So why did you ask me out anyway? He asked her. She pointed out, well, why is it that you ask girls out? Since you like them. Oh, right, he was forced to agree. Sure I get asked out a lot now, with a large amount of credit for that going to you, but a lot of times I don't actually like the boy in question, Millicent answered. Well, why would you go out with them if you don't actually like them? He pointed out. She sighed and said, I could say that I just don't want to be rude, but it's really because I'm used to thinking nobody would ever like me and I should just take what I can get. That's rather candid, he observed. Oh, I'm very candid, Millicent agreed. Ask me anything and I'll answer. I'm just not the best talker. You're doing fine, he told her to encourage her. Not like you, she said jealously. Everything you say is so smart and say, why? He felt like he even heard a sigh at the end of that. Say, why huh? He asked her in his most seductive voice. Well babe, trust me, with a body like yours, it's easy to lose my voice. Not his best work, but Millicent certainly looked impressed as she commented, you see. Smart and say, why? In all honesty, Harry claimed, I've make huge social blunders just about every 5 minutes. Just you watch, by the end of the date I'll probably mess up and insulted you at least a couple of times, so feel free to say whatever you'd like. Odds are I'll do worse. Millicent seemed to ponder that before observing, I think I get it. Your words are really smart, but sometimes that can get you into trouble. Kind of like me and my body. I'm really big and strong, but sometimes that causes me to accidentally bump into things or hurt people. He couldn't help but remark, that sounded pretty smart for a girl who claims she doesn't have a way with words. Millicent let out a small smile at that. After a few more minutes they reached the school kitchens. I come here a lot, she admitted. I get hungry sometimes. Oh, don't worry, I do the same, he answered. Besides, by now I could eat a horse. My dad once ate a horse in one sitting, Millicent claimed. How reassuring now that I'm on a date with his daughter, Harry pointed out. Guess I'd better make sure you're back by midnight then to keep him from eating me then. I should be easy after a horse. Oh, he hasn't eaten any humans in a long time, Millicent said, looking deadly serious. He'd been assuming that she had been joking about the horse comment, but now he wasn't so sure even if her dad would have to be bigger than Hagrid to pull that off. That did not help feel any better. He looked at her uneasily before saying, remind me never to meet him then. After they finished talking they went over to where the house elves were currently busy working clean up leftover food. He started looking for Dobby to see if perhaps he was here. He finally spotted him currently polishing something, but he couldn't tell exactly what it was. Dobby, Harry called. Dobby looked over, a bit surprised to see him as he hastily hid whatever he was working on behind his back and came over to them. The great Harry Potter is asking for Dobby. Dobby asked, Yous did not need to come all this way to ask for Dobby. Actually I'm on a date and didn't realize I'd be coming here, Harry explained. This is my date Millicent. Millicent, this is Dobby. Hello little elf, Millicent said with a genuine smile as she bent down to make up for at least some of the major height discrepancy between them. Dobby however looked up at her in amazement as he asked, Are you a giant? She laughed at that, a great big booming laugh as she admitted, Well, between Harry, you, and me I actually do have some giant blood in me. Millicent then looked over at him to see his reaction, a bit nervously. It was obvious to him that Millicent was putting herself out there a great deal even if she was candid, and he was starting to wonder exactly why. As for what he had learned however, that did not bother him in the slightest to learn that information, having hung out with Hagrid so much. Of course he hadn't realized that Hagrid was a half-giant until he told him and Hermione just before the Yule Ball. He'd been planning to tell Madame Maxime and asked if that was a good idea, but Hermione had managed to convince him not to until he got to know her better. That's cool, he answered, trying to sound casual about it as if it was no big deal. She seemed pleased by his response, letting out a long sigh of relief. A lot of people seem to guess ogre since I'm way too small to be even half-giant, Millicent answered. Nah, you're way too gorgeous to be an ogre, he said, not that that would bother me. You'd mind the foul stench, green skin, and warts, she pointed out, although I suppose it is better than me grinding your bones to make my bread. He smiled and said, Is that so? Well, I must say I think I'd make some pretty tasty bread. Yeah, you would, although I don't see you as just bread, she agreed. Sometimes to help me talk in front of large groups I imagine everyone is food. Food is rather comforting. What do you imagine me as then? He asked her. An entire hero sandwich, Millicent admitted as she licked her lips. You would be really yummy. He backed up a step as he pretended to fearfully look at her. Please don't eat me. I didn't mean actually eat you, she insisted. I'd never do that, I promise. It was just a joke, he told her. Oh, she said. He got the feeling that she might actually be afraid people thought that of her. Yet as he looked over at Dobby, he was distracted by Dobby evidently trying to still hide whatever he had behind his back, fidgeting a bit with it. Dobby, what is that you have behind your back? Harry demanded. Dobby looked even more nervous as he said, it is nothing. Millicent however managed to grab him easily without hurting him and then pull the item out of his hands. Wow, you're really small, Millicent observed as she set him down. I could have just picked you up and put you in my pocket if this dress had one. Dobby however was more concerned over getting whatever he was hiding taken away. Do not look, it is not done. Dobby insisted. Millicent was currently looking it over but he glanced over and saw what it was. It was a face. His own face to be exact, lightning bolt scar and all, only it appeared to be totally made out of bronze. What's this, Dobby? Harry asked him, rather perplexed as to why Dobby would have that. Dobby looked rather embarrassed but confessed. Dobby was making a life-size bronze statue of the great Harry Potter out of the monies that he was being paid to help him on his dates. He was shocked by that news. Talk about made of money. Of course he'd been wondering just why Dobby was now accepting actually decent payment, as well as why he wanted it all in bronze nuts, but the answer was a bit creepy. I don't want a statue made for me, Dobby, Harry claimed. I might, Millicent admitted. What would you do with? He began to ask her and then at the sheepish look on her face he decided he didn't want to know. Dobby, no more making statues of me, Harry chastised him, feeling rather weird for having to say that. I is only wanting to give the great Harry Potter a great gift and show how great he is, Dobby answered as if this was perfectly logical. He was a bit exasperated at the moment. If he was to have his own statue built, he'd have to borrow Percy Weasley's old big head boy badge to wear for being that arrogant. Not to mention the girls would never stop teasing him about it and he'd probably never live it down. At least he'd found out now before Dobby had gotten finished, even though it probably would have taken him hundreds of dates to complete it, which admittedly at this rate would only take a few years. No more statues, Harry warned. Action figures, Dobby suggested hopefully. No, Harry insisted, nothing in my likeness at all. Dobby seemed a bit disappointed but mumbled a promise that he wouldn't. Finally Dobby went back to work, and he turned to Millicent. Okay, that was pretty awkward, he said. Yeah, she said, unable to come up with a better answer than that. Millicent then went over to one of the other elves, this one female, as she asked kindly, what have you got for me today, Whimsy? Whimsy looked up at her, no doubt also marveling at Millicent's size, but she seemed much more accustomed to it than Dobby. I've got a whole ham, some mashed potatoes, and some green beans left over, Whimsy said. Great, thanks Whimsy, Millicent said thankfully. By the way, you aren't planning on making any statues of me, are you? Whimsy looked dubiously up at her large size as she admitted, I'm afraid it would take too long, miss. Millicent told her that was okay as she went to go get them the food. I love house elves, Millicent told him as she watched Whimsy leave. By this time however, Whimsy had come back with the food and even set up a table for them to sit at. He sat down with Millicent as he tried to figure out if he should ask his question or not, Millicent already beginning to eat. She could certainly eat, he couldn't help but notice, tearing into the ham like it was nothing. However, he wasn't bothered by the display, more just impressed. You probably would be good in a fight with Blorgans, Harry commented. Millicent looked confused as she asked, what are Blorgans? Just something that Luna said, Harry admitted, she figured you'd be good in a fight. She looked surprised as she remarked, well, to tell you the truth, that's actually one of the reasons I asked you out. Just so you know, I've heard that Draco and maybe a few other guys are planning on messing you up somehow. How so? He asked warily. She shrugged, but then said, I don't know, but I figured needing to tell you gave me a reason to ask you out. You didn't need a reason to ask me out, he insisted, I would have wanted to go with you regardless. She asked cautiously, well, it's not like you're lacking companionship, and I'm just not witty or funny like those other girls you usually date. Well, between you and me, he leaned in and said conspiratorially, sometimes it's hard being around girls who are smarter than you. Then he slapped his head and said, there I go. I already insulted you. No you didn't, Millicent answered. I'm not stupid, but I'm not as smart as you either. He supposed that was true, and it wasn't like she didn't already know that, but he wasn't sure if it was a good thing to admit. You were rather candid, he observed. I was actually kind of hoping that you might reciprocate, Millicent admitted. The way I see it, you need protection. From Malfoy? Harry asked dismissively. Please. I can handle Malfoy. Draco can be a lot more dangerous than you might think even if he is an idiot, Millicent answered, and I wasn't referring to just him. I'm not going to let anyone hurt you anymore. Who hurt me? He asked. Millicent looked at him with an odd expression on her face as she said, Can I show you something, Harry? To his surprise, Millicent began to pull down the zipper on the back of her dress. What are you doing? He asked. I'd hardly say that this is the time or place for that. He obviously meant, say. Fortunately, she said, don't flatter yourself, Harry, you aren't that good. No more big head boy badge for him, Harry thought. Millicent stopped at the bottom of the zipper and turned around, her back now mostly exposed. From what he could see of her back were many scars on it, prominent and ugly. They aren't much to look at, are they? She observed. I figured it was probably better to show you than tell you. How did you? He began to ask. Get them. She finished for him, my father. Giants tend to be far more physical and violent with their offspring than humans, and him being part giant, that disposition carried on to his raising of me. Unfortunately, being mostly human, I don't take the physical punishment well. How come you never said anything? He questioned. Probably the same reason you never did. I was afraid of what might happen if I did, as well as how ashamed I was of it happening. Millicent shot back. From what I hear, your back isn't all that much better than mine, although I'm guessing you usually cover it up using magic like I usually do. Admittedly, he was shocked, unsure what to say. How had she known? Pansy somehow managed to see the scars on your back on your first date with her, Millicent confessed. As soon as she did, she knew just what to do, having gone through it before with me. She ended up walking into the bathroom on me while I was still getting dressed back in my second year and saw the scars. We ended up having a long conversation about it, and eventually she decided to get some help to know what to do. The result was my father being thrown in Azkaban for child abuse, and my mother was left to raise me alone, which has been no easy task for her in being able to provide for us, and it hasn't been an easy adjustment. However, it's still a lot better than it used to be, and I think the same will apply for you. As he still tried to understand all this and what it meant, he asked, What's going to happen? I'd say much of it has already happened, Millicent explained. Pansy was smart enough to get someone to go to the Muggle authorities and have them question your relatives, and they confessed easily to having abused you. With that, they were arrested and are now awaiting a court date. This was probably either the worst or best date ever, he concluded. How come I wasn't notified? Harry asked. I mean, I recently got a letter letting me know that the Dursleys had lost custody of me, but them being in jail awaiting trial. Millicent shrugged and said, I don't know. I think Pansy has a theory, but she wouldn't tell me it. If I were you, I'd ask her. All I can really do is help you deal with the emotional scars. Pansy figured it might be good for you to talk to someone who went through the same thing, which is why she approached me and told me all this last night. His mind was reeling, trying to process everything. She came over and put an arm gently on his shoulder as she said, I just want you to know that you're not alone and that I'll help you in any way that I can. Nobody is going to hurt you ever again. I'll make sure of it. Her voice and expression was like steel, resolved as she was to doing that. Millicent handed him what appeared to be just a small metal lapel pin. Thanks, he said. You just press it if you think you might be in trouble or even just really need to talk, she informed him. I enchanted it to be a beacon to send up a distress magical signal, so if you need help I'll be able to find you. Then I'll come running no matter what. While he wasn't sure he would need it, it was rather thoughtful of her. Thanks, he thanked her again, this time more genuinely. She blushed and mumbled, it was nothing. However, he was still going over what she had told him. He had plenty of questions, but he wasn't sure if he was ready to hear them yet. This had simply caught him totally by surprise. I'm grateful that you were willing to help. He tried to say, but I'm just not sure if I'm ready to talk about all this. It's okay, we can talk about it later, Millicent offered. I'd appreciate it, Harry answered. They sat there in silence with him trying to figure things out in his mind. Let's try to dwell on the positive for now, Millicent suggested. Okay, he agreed, I suppose we are still on a date. Is there anything else you wanted to do? I had one idea, she admitted. What is it? He asked. Millicent then leaned in and at him. I want to do more of that, she told him. He grinned and said, I think we can do that. Toomany. By the time he got done with his date, two things were currently going through his mind. One was that his lips were now sore. Who knew Millicent could like that? It seemed to take just as much out of him as the workout session he'd had with Padma, only it was his lips that were getting all the workout. If that were true, then why did he have a fat lip if he was exercising it? He had to touch the spot where Millicent had accidentally bit him. The dotting was great, but he'd need some time to recuperate after that. Of course the other thing he had to worry about, meaning the thing with the Dursleys, could easily distract him from that. He and Millicent had talked some more after the dotting about it, but there was still plenty he didn't know. Millicent had suggested he talk to Pansy, and that was what he was going to do as soon as the opportunity presented itself. As he entered his room, however, prepared to go to bed, he spotted Hermione, which wasn't too big of a surprise since she frequently came into his room, although usually not when she knew he wouldn't be there. She took one look at him and commented, "Wow, you really did get beat up. Or he just had really rough say," Daphne added as she came into view. "If those are the only two possibilities, I'm actually hoping he got beat up then," Padma replied. "No, they just made out," Luna insisted. He looked each of the four girls over, aghast that they would all be inside his bedroom, which was supposed to be off limits to them. "What are you girls doing inside my bedroom?" Harry demanded. "What if my roommates were here?" He wasn't totally upset that they were in his bedroom, it was more that he was worried that they might get into trouble, which they certainly would have caught. Padma shrugged and said, they're out late partying. They shouldn't be back yet. Besides, nobody actually saw us come in here, we borrowed your invisibility cloak. More like I borrowed his invisibility cloak and brought it to them, Hermione pointed out. Luna then held up a pair of underwear and asked him, "Are these yours, Harry?" After looking at them, he said, "Yes," now feeling somewhat embarrassed to have all the girls see his underwear. "Can I keep them?" Luna inquired hopefully. "No," he insisted as he snatched his underwear away from her. "I told you he wouldn't let you, Luna," Daphne commented, "but talk about big underwear for someone your size. It makes me wonder why you'd need it. What exactly are you hiding under there?" "A log. They're actually my cousin's hand-me-downs and I don't even really wear them, so sorry to disappoint you," Harry admitted. "You wear used underwear?" Hermione asked, crinkling her nose. That's what happens when you're an only child," Padma pointed out. "As an identical twin, you share everything, and I mean everything." Padma did so with a blush. "So if I were to try and use Parvati to get your underwear?" Then, Harry suggested. "If you really want my underwear that badly, I'll just give them to you, although I'm afraid they might not fit you, Harry," Padma countered. While he was enjoying their conversation, he decided to switch to finding out just why they were all there in the first place. "What brings you girls here anyway?" Harry asked them. "You know, you could have just waited for me just outside my dormitory if you wanted to see me after my date." "I wanted somewhere to sleep while I waited," Luna argued as she sat down on Neville's bed. "That's Neville's bed though," Harry pointed out. Neville won't mind if his bed smells like girl," Daphne answered, "better than boy smell anyway." "Hey!" Harry exclaimed. Daphne shrugged and mumbled, "It's true." She did have a point, he had to admit. "I told you, Luna, that Harry kept his room a mess," Hermione claimed. "That's why you all came in here." He realized, "You wanted to see if my room was a mess." To be fair, only a portion of the room was actually his, but his section wasn't exactly very clean either, dirty clothes and candy wrappers all over. "Don't worry, I like you better, Dirty Harry," Luna told him. Thanks," he answered. "You should have still bothered to clean up before we came," Daphne pointed out, looking around the room disapprovingly as if he should have known they were coming. He shook his head exasperatedly and said, "And here I thought I was going to get some peace and quiet for once and get some sleep." "Don't worry, we'll let you get some sleep," Padma told him, after a quick game of Exploding Snape, of course. "Exploding Snape?" he asked. It's something I just came up with, Padma admitted. Toomany. After a few rounds of exploding Snape, where the face cards had been enchanted to look like Snape's head and then look more and more angry each time their card exploded, the girls headed off to their dormitories so that Harry could finally get some sleep. For Daphne, however, she knew the night was not nearly over for her, her recent conversations with Luna and then Fleur just hours ago running through her head. She'd admittedly said some not very nice things to Luna and shouted at a couple points, and for that she felt guilty. While Luna had manipulated her as well as many others, she could at least conclude that she was only doing it to make them all happy. By now, Fleur had managed to calm her down and allow her to start looking on the positives of it all, even though she suspected that Luna had somehow managed to get Fleur to talk to her in the first place. Without Luna's meddling, she never would have Harry or the other girls in her life, people that she considered to be her best of friends. So much so that she found she actually enjoyed sharing them with Harry. If it had been Luna's intention to show her a positive glimpse of just what being in a harem would be like, she had succeeded. In that regard, she was immensely grateful to the girl. As for Luna herself, she was just about the best friend a girl could ask for. She was incredibly smart, loyal, fun, loving, unfiltered. Character traits that she valued highly. Even her plan showed a clearly Slytherin thinking, except that Luna was evidently more devious and brilliant than any Slytherin she had ever met. No one would have guessed that Luna, crazy loony Luna, would be able to come up with something like that, but she had, and having learned as much as she had, it was actually good enough to succeed. That, however, could only mean one thing: did she want to be in a harem, and did she trust Luna enough to bring it to pass? Since she still did not have an answer to that question, she decided upon the one thing that she did know. Since she, Luna, and Padma were still going the same direction, walking alongside each other, she went over and gave Luna a hug as she told her, "No matter what happens, I always want to be your friend." Luna smiled the way only Luna could and told her, "So do I. I love you, Daphne, and I just want you to be happy." She'd never been told that she was loved by a friend before, but as she looked at Luna, she knew that she meant it, which certainly only made things a little easier for her. Padma, who did not know what was really going on, decided to join in the hug. "Friends forever then," Padma commented. Yeah, Daphne had to agree, and who knows what else. Maybe, just maybe, being in a harem wasn't all that bad if Luna and Padma were in it. Padma had just finished her exercising with Harry for the morning, and unlike him, she was feeling fresh and energized. She glanced back at him as he struggled to catch up with her as they made their way to breakfast. "Come on, Slowpoke," she told him, "that's enough staring at my bum for one day. Then slow down and wait for me if you don't like it," he quipped breathlessly. Reluctantly she did so. She really didn't mind, as she stopped and waited for him to catch up. Once he did, he said, "I'll admit it. I'm out of shape." "No, I'm just really in shape," Padma replied. "I guess having Sue as a workout partner really is good for something." "What's she been doing with you not going with her?" he asked her. "Oh, she's doing her own thing for now. She's kind of disappointed, but I told her it's only temporary," Padma answered. "You know she could go with both of us if it's a problem," he recommended, looking a bit guilty. Padma looked over at him and said with a smile, "Oh, you're definitely not ready for Sue just yet." "I'm not even ready for Sue. Is she really that in shape?" he asked her. "You're just not ready for Sue, period," Padma argued. "I think I can handle a girl by now," he insisted. "You can't handle me," Padma said teasingly. He grinned and said, "Is that a challenge?" She tried to look as intimidating as possible. "I wouldn't want you to feel bad when you fail," Padma replied. "Maybe you're right, my giant, inflated head couldn't take it. A jab like that might pop it," he told her. "Like this?" she asked as she poked him in the forehead. "Hey," he said as he tried to poke her right back. However, he tried to poke her in the stomach. She decided to mess with him. "You just poked me in the beep," Padma insisted, pretending to be angry. "Did not," he argued. "Yes, you did," she told him as she massaged her. He suddenly looked guilty as he apologized by saying, "Did I really? I'm sorry. I can't believe you did that." She continued to mess with him. "My beeps are really sensitive and now one of them is hurting." "I mean, we're close, but you can't just go around touching girls' beeps like that, Harry." She rubbed her left one for good measure. It wasn't intentional, Harry told her. I'd never just apologize to it, Padma suggested. Wow, this was kind of fun. I'm sorry, he began to say. Not to me, to my beep, Padma urged. Harry still looked uncomfortable as he stared at her left beep. Easton said, I'm sorry, Padma's beep. I'd never intentionally hurt you. There are a shortage of perfect beasts in the world and it would be a shame to damage you. Padma let out a laugh, unable to restrain herself any longer. You got that off of Princess Bride that Luna had us watch last week, she pointed out. Well yeah, but what was I supposed to say to a beep? He said before admitting something else, and I know you've just been messing with me. Figures he hadn't fallen for her act. Why did you go through all that then? She questioned. He couldn't help but grin and say, I figured. Any conversation about your beeps couldn't be bad. Oh, is that so? Padma said, crossing her arms over her. Well then if you're going to play it that way. She knelt down so that her face was directly in front of his crotch as she said, I'm sorry little Harry. I love you and I'd never want to hurt you. It's also okay if you get a little excited when I'm around. Once she had gotten back up again, he surmised, gee, Padma, I had no idea you felt that strongly about that part of my anatomy. Why don't you marry it then? She couldn't help but laugh and quipped, why don't I marry you since I love you so much? As soon as the words left her mouth, she felt like she wanted to run and hide. I'm sorry, she tried to say. He merely shrugged like it was no big deal. Thankfully he was a boy. If she had heard him say that to her she'd never have taken it as, no big deal, and spent weeks if not forever thinking about it. However, since they so often made social miscues around each other, he seemed to just consider this to be yet another one. No need to apologize, I'm sure it was just an accident, he answered. Thank you for always being so understanding, she thought rather than told him. That could have gone much worse, yet still. All right, well let's go get some breakfast, she managed to say, trying hard not to show just how out of it she was. When they got there though to the table where Hermione and Luna were sitting, she announced, I need to use the bathroom. Which was girl code for, I need to talk to another girl in private. At first it appeared only Daphne seemed to know the code, possibly because both Hermione and Luna hadn't had any female friends growing up. So do I, Daphne answered immediately as she went to go grab her book bag. Then as if to prove that girl code was a part of a girl's DNA and not just learned, Luna got up from her seat as she began to dance around weirdly and hold her crotch. Harry, now watching her dance, laughed as he asked, what kind of dance is that, Luna? The potty dance, Luna admitted as she continued to dance, it helps you go potty. There's a song that goes with it but Professor McGonagall won't let me sing it at school anymore. Daphne then laughed too as she said, I'd pay to see Professor McGonagall do the potty dance and song. Oh, I'll sing it for you for free. Luna volunteered, once we get into the super secret girl lair and she isn't around to hear it. You should come then, Hermione, Padma suggested. To hear the potty song. Hermione asked, no thank you. Yeah you do, Padma insisted. She tried to send Hermione a subtle signal that she needed to come with her eyes. Hermione must have got it because she then exclaimed, oh, right, I just have to hear that song now. I just realized I've been having trouble going and thinking she was laying it on a bit thick, Daphne interrupted her and said, well, better go before one of us bursts then. All four girls headed off to the nearest girls' bathroom, which was thankfully unoccupied. Luna rushed into one of the stalls, proving that she actually did have to go, and over the din of listening to various lyrics about loving potties, Padma explained to Hermione about the girl meeting that she had convened. Well, 2 questions then, Hermione said. First of all, why are we having a meeting in a girl's bathroom, and secondly why were we trying to keep it a secret from Harry? Since this meeting is about him, Padma said, and secondly bathrooms are the great girl clubs for secrets. I wouldn't go that far, Daphne said, basically just a lame place to gossip while we do our hair and makeup. At any rate, Padma said as Luna was now washing her hands, I just figured we needed to talk. About Harry. She briefly explained about what had happened that morning in telling Harry that she loved him. So in closing, Padma concluded, I mean I'm not sure if I love him or not. I'm still young and inexperienced, but it sure feels like I do and I felt that you girls needed to know. Okay, Daphne said, the first to react, well that's okay if you love Harry. unless this is your way of saying hey I love Harry and I'm stealing him all for myself. You girls good luck. I wouldn't do that, Padma argued, I care about you girls too. Thanks Padma, I love you too, Luna agreed easily, just so you know, you can't marry me though. I'm not talking about marriage, Padma replied ignoring the unbidden fantasy that sprang to mind, just a fantasy she had had about marrying Harry. I'm talking about smaller things like dating, and I think that it might be a good idea to maybe set a few ground rules concerning it. Well we share him right. Hermione suggested, we just all stay friends and let that keep going. It sounded simple, but even Hermione knew that they wouldn't be able to stay, just friends. If they could even use that term anymore, even ones with benefits. For how long though? Daphne pointed out, it's not going to last with us as just friends forever. Eventually not just Padma but more of us might actually grow to love him. What then? Each of them seemed thoughtful before Luna said, I think we should all just try and be happy. I love sharing Harry and I love each of you but I don't want to do anything that will make you unhappy or hurt you in any way. It should be all of our decision. Padma nodded and said, I think Luna is right and let things progress naturally. I don't know what the future holds but I like the way things are right now. I'm certainly happy and I think it's actually been more enjoyable for me having you girls around than if I was just simply dating Harry myself. She meant what she had said. It was certainly an interesting situation she found herself in, but she liked it just the same. She didn't know what she would do without her quickly growing stronger friendships with each of them. Well I have to confess I'm not too used to sharing, Hermione admitted, only child here. I am too, you can be my sister Hermione, Luna invited. Hermione seemed unsure how to reply to that, so Padma decided to save her by saying, well we can talk more later but I think we should at least agree to a few ground rules. When it comes to anything advancing our relationship with Harry such as trying to make him your boyfriend. Or having say, Daphne reminded her. Or feeling our BPs, Luna added. Or those things, Padma agreed, we agreed to discuss it with each of us beforehand and come to a unanimous decision. Each of them seemed to think that over before they each agreed. Glad to see that issue was resolved, Padma let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't a perfect solution, but she supposed it would do for now. Toomany. Unbeknownst to them Harry had aspirations of a meeting as well, because he called one right after class that same day. He held it in the room of requirement, but had ultimately decided to have Millicent there as well for it. While their conversation had been brief concerning the abuse, he felt that she needed to be there for support and possibly to help fill in some gaps. He wasn't sure if he could get through all of it alone. Yet still while it would be difficult he knew it needed to be done and let all of them know. After all if he couldn't trust them, then who could he trust? As he looked around at each of them, he was reminded that these were indeed his friends. Surely they wouldn't judge him. So what's this meeting for? Hermione asked. Him. Are we going to play Jack in the Beanstalk? Luna asked him hopefully as she looked over at Millicent. That's kind of rude Luna, Padma chided her. It's all right, she knows I don't mind, Millicent answered, besides I'd love to play that with you. Except we can't, Hermione pointed out, the room of requirement can do a lot of things, but growing a giant beanstalk isn't one of them, and magic beans have been banned in the school ever since the farting accident. The farting accident? Millicent questioned. Don't ask, Hermione replied. Anyway, you were saying Harry. Padma said accommodatingly. He had decided to just be blunt and come out with it to make it easier on himself. You should probably know that I got abused as a child by my Muggle relatives, he blurted out. Padma, Hermione, and Daphne blinked and just stared at him, as if unable to believe him. Luna was currently studying the ground as if it was very interesting and Millicent seemed to be urging him to go on. So he continued, haltingly at first. His tongue and mouth didn't seem to want to cooperate with his brain, which was also having trouble functioning properly. All in all he was a nervous wreck wondering how they would react. Still he got through it, and gratefully Millicent stepped in to help whenever she could even though plenty of information was new to her as well. Nevertheless each of the girls looked stunned as they listened. Finally however he couldn't help but stop as he recounted a particularly nasty incident where his aunt had hit his head with a hot frying pan for slightly burning dinner. He looked down, struggling to be able to continue and that was when he suddenly felt arms encircle him. Nobody is ever going to hurt you again, Luna promised in a tone way more serious than Luna usually was. I'll make sure of it. She's right, Padma agreed as she also put an arm around him. Suddenly he found all the girls now hugging him, even Millicent joined in for the group hug. After a second however Daphne admitted, not to wreck the moment or anything, but could we maybe stop hugging before I pass out from a lack of oxygen? Each of them broke apart at that in order to spare her lungs. How come you never told me? Hermione demanded with tears in her eyes. Did you really think I would think badly of you? I was always afraid that the Dursleys might do something if I ever told, Harry admitted. I mean, I'd told a few teachers back when I was still going to a Muggle school, but none of them ever believed me. Besides, they were my only family. I wasn't sure just where I'd end up otherwise. He probably should have said something a long time ago. He knew, he'd always just been too scared. Don't worry, Harry, Padma insisted, we'll be your family from now on. Surprisingly, Daphne added, yes, we will. Toomany. After the events of the day, what with the meeting and learning of Harry's abuse, Daphne decided that she'd better have another little talk with Luna. Luna, however, seemed to be waiting for her just outside her little secret hideout. I think I'm starting to understand you, Daphne commented to her. Could you maybe explain myself to me then? Luna asked hopefully. My Luna puzzler is still trying to figure me out. I was just realizing what some of the things you've been doing, Daphne told her, like making sure we were all okay with sharing and making sure Harry got away from his relatives. Luna nodded before admitting, if you really do want to understand a bit better, you have to know that this has always been more about friendship for me than building an actual harem. That's what I figured a harem was, just a big group of friends. It however has proven to be so much more than that. I'm listening, Daphne said, unable to think of what to say to that. For the longest time, Luna continued, I didn't have any friends, only people who bullied me. Obviously I realized that I could use my powers to get revenge on the bullies or try to make friends, but I never wanted to hurt anyone, especially since I lacked control over my abilities. Still, I could easily have made someone have an accident, someone I didn't like having them have a permanent case of the hiccups or have them baked in a pie, or some other not so nice thing, or perhaps created some grand scheme to take over Antarctica and become the Penguin Queen, but I've never wanted to hurt anyone no matter how bad they might be to me. Daphne looked into Luna's eyes, and for once she could actually see just how dangerous Luna could really be if she so decided. Her powers and hidden intelligence could easily cause a lot more damage than giving someone the hiccups or becoming a Penguin Queen. If she so wanted, she could make tons of people disappear or die horrible deaths and make them all look like accidents, even become a Dark Lady should she so wish. Yet that was not Luna, and as she looked at her some more, she realized she was still just the same awkward, young friend of hers that she cared about. Luna must have noticed her staring because she asked, not understanding why, do I have something on my face? No, Daphne answered. Shame, Luna said, sounding disappointed. Well, I suppose I'll just have to wait for real dessert then. Daphne decided to ask her, so what changed then? Why did you decide to start using your powers? Oh, my vision of the future was definitely a factor, Luna admitted, however I probably wouldn't have acted on it had I not learned what I had. Harry's abuse, for example. I could never have allowed him to continue going through that, but simply telling someone wouldn't have worked. Believe me, it's a lot more complicated than that. So I had to get the right people involved, Pansy and Millicent, who really have done wonderfully, I must say. Then I had to make sure that Harry went to a nice family. If I didn't, the Malfoys would have ended up adopting him, and that wouldn't have been good for anyone. I considered quite a few families before I realized that we could be his family. Of course, because he needed parental figures, I ensured that Harry met your mom and Padma's mom relatively early. Just where exactly he ends up is up to him, however. You mean Harry could end up becoming my? Daphne asked before stopping. She couldn't really say brother, it just sounded so wrong to her. If she had a brother, she definitely wouldn't be feeling the same way about him as she would Harry. If he wants to, Luna pointed out, I may be manipulating things a lot, but I still try to give you as much agency as I can. I don't want to force anyone to do anything that would truly make them unhappy. Would you say that anything I have done so far has made you or anyone else unhappy? Daphne thought for a moment before saying, well, no, quite the contrary, to be honest. I've actually had a lot of fun and I think everyone else has too, well except for maybe Ron or Malfoy. Well, I couldn't avoid making at least someone upset, Luna said, however in those cases I did so because I had to. Harry simply needed to get rid of Ron so he could get better friends in us. In Malfoy, well, let's just say that while I've made him look like a clumsy oaf, he could really be dangerous if I let him get to Harry. Luna smiled at hearing the words clumsy oaf, which was admittedly a bit funny, and so rather appropriate for stupid Draco. She also had to agree with her in her assessment of him. It caused her to wonder just what her assessment of other people, including her, were. However, Luna the mad genius decided to then say, I actually told you about my plan because I knew I needed to be held in check. No one should have too much power over people, not even me. If I ever get too diabolical, like growing a mustache or stealing everyone's left shoe, you have the power to stop me. You could tell Harry or one of the girls what I'm up to, or whatever you decide to do. I'd hardly say I'd be the best for something like that, Daphne pointed out. I'm not exactly the queen of morality. Exactly, Luna replied, you're in the perfect position being my friend and being part of the events that are taking place yourself. Like you said, you also aren't extremely morally high, enough that you won't immediately discount what I'm doing. You've got a journalist's mind, you'll try to learn all the facts you can from all sides first. Besides, it's not like you're the only one keeping me in check. I've got Gabrielle who knows and is outside of the harem, giving her an outsider's perspective, and her sister Fleur who is kind of on the fence as to whether she joins or not, making sure multiple sides are covered. It was starting to make sense, and she was grateful that Luna had made such considerations. So what would happen if one of us were to tell or try and stop you? Daphne questioned. I chose to tell you when I did for a reason, Luna explained. Like I said at the beginning of our conversation, it's always been more about having friends for me. If you were to say something, my plans for a harem would indeed be dashed, but all of our friendships would at least survive. However, that being said, I know that if I were to leave everything totally alone from this point on and let each of you decide for yourselves, at least the four of us would all want to become a harem eventually. So why mess with anything then after this? Daphne questioned. Luna sighed as she admitted, well, unfortunately there is a lot of inevitable bad stuff that's going to happen that I have to avoid. Partially due to the ripple of effect of my own actions, but also because of things that would happen no matter what. Like what? She demanded. Oh, a prophecy or two, Luna told her as if they were no big deal. Well, I'm done talking serious, let's go have dinner, my tummy is making funny noises. She then began skipping cheerily down the hallway and Daphne was once again struck by just how interesting Luna was, one moment talking about her super detailed plan and the next reverting back into her more normal, childlike state. It struck her as she watched her that this was really the way Luna wanted to be, the way she was right now, carefree and happy, yet couldn't as she was burdened with the many challenges and tough decisions she had in having such remarkable abilities and what she could do with them. Finally she hastened to catch up to her. Toomany. Dinner turned out not to be as bad as Harry thought it would be. He had thought things would be more awkward now after his confession and the girls would be treating him like a baby or something, but fortunately so far he was at least still allowed to eat solid foods and not wear a bib. However, he did catch a few looks of sympathy from them, but they seemed to have mutually decided to help cover that up so it wouldn't be so awkward. Daphne, for example, when she caught Hermione doing it, stated, "Hey Hermione, want to watch me eat?" Realizing what she was doing, Hermione turned to her and said, "Not when you're talking at the same time." "I would never do that," Daphne insisted, "that's not ladylike." "Yeah," Luna agreed, her mouth partially full of food, "it's not ladylike." "I can see that," Padma answered as she looked at Luna. "Oh, I'm not a lady, I may say." "Why?" "Beast," Luna claimed, not caring if she wasn't considered a lady. "Did I hear something about say, why beasts?" Harry heard Fred say as he came up behind them. "Must be talking about us," George added. "More like say, why brutes," Hermione told them. "Hey, you just called us say, why, thanks Hermione," Fred said. "She also called us brutes," George pointed out. "Oh, I'll take what I can get," Fred replied with a shrug. "You might want to be careful, Harry, before we steal your girl." "No worries there then," Harry said, totally unconcerned. If anyone owns anybody, Hermione owns me, not the other way around, and I know she'll never be into you. Yet you're saying if we manage to get control of Hermione somehow, George suggested, we could own you. Imagine the possibilities, Fred agreed, now rubbing his palms as if he was already concocting an evil plan involving him being their beep. Unfortunately it's a mutual ownership, Daphne insisted, we each own a part of him, and I doubt you'd want to go up against all four of us. Both boys backed away in mock fear as George said, never mind. In fact, we surrender. Just please don't hurt us. Padma smiled and said, apology accepted and the begging is appreciated. I'd still be careful around any of us, even if it's just me, Hermione cautioned, if you don't behave I might end up changing the company name to Granger's Gags. Hey, if you really want your name to be the company name I would have been perfectly fine with Herm's humor, George claimed. Might get the wrong crowd of customers, but I'm sure we could create some decent merchandise in order to satisfy them, Fred replied. It sounds like a pretty good idea to me, Hermione, Daphne told her with a smile. Tempting but no, Hermione argued, besides we've still got plenty of other things that we're working on, especially if we're to start actually selling items by the end of next month like we planned. So we can get rich, Fred responded. Well, if all goes according to plan and we still need to. Hermione tried to explain, even though the twins didn't seem to be listening. So we can get rich, George interrupted. Yep, so we can get rich, his brother agreed. Hermione sighed and said, yes, but here we are trying to solve the world's problems and all you can think about is getting rich. I don't see why we can't have both, Fred pointed out, just think you can even buy that big boat you wanted. With a sign on it that says my boat is bigger than your boat of course, George replied. Before their conversation could continue, Fleur decided to show up. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting, Fleur said, I just needed to borrow Harry for a moment. All right, but it's only if you intend to borrow him, Padma told her, we're going to want him back eventually. He got up and went to go talk with her over in a corner. I'll try to be brief so you can get back to your friends, Fleur stated, however I just felt I should probably tell you that while the key-dotting solution works, I can't say that it's going to work too well when we actually do it for the second task. He let that sink in for a moment before replying. While I certainly didn't have a problem with it, I have to agree, he answered, however I do want to help you find a solution. Thank you, Fleur said gratefully. They both seemed to think for a moment before he suggested, maybe we could get the girls to help. Maybe do what Daphne suggested at first and I offer an extra date with me as a reward for whoever figures it out. Or perhaps a few galleons or something, Fleur replied, making her own suggestion. He gave her a grin and said, trust me, extra dates are a lot more valuable to them. Besides they can get a little competitive. Sometimes. After talking a bit more they went back over and issued the challenge. An extra date huh? Padma said as she thought about it. I dibs being on Hermione's team. Luna insisted excitedly. There aren't any teams though Luna, Padma pointed out. There are now, Hermione replied surprisingly taking Luna's side. I'd be happy to have you as my partner Luna. If either of us finds a good solution we agree to share the date. In that case I'll partner up with you Daphne, Padma offered. Nah, I think I'll try and win on my own, Daphne replied. Padma didn't seem bothered by getting rejected as she then turned to Fleur and offered, Fleur, why don't you partner up with me then? Sure, Fleur agreed. Come on Hermione, Luna said excitedly, let's go look in the library for something so we can win that date. Music to my ears, Hermione answered as she got up to go with her. Not to be left behind, Padma and Fleur went off as well, leaving him and Daphne alone. Look at them, they must really want it, Daphne observed as she watched them go. Well I think both teams will be really strong, Harry pointed out, I mean Hermione's just about the best reader and researcher you can find and Luna's actually a lot smarter than she appears. Then there's Padma and Fleur. Padma is really smart and I'm sure she'd love to win that date and Fleur could probably help a ton since she's probably researched things a lot herself and could tell Padma where not to look. No offense, I'm just trying to figure out how you're going to win just by yourself against the competition. Oh simple, Daphne stated with a smile, by not trying. In case you haven't noticed all the girls are now occupied, leaving us to do whatever we want together and I do believe you owe me a date anyway. He smiled and said, Ooh, that's devious, positively Slytherin. Thanks, Daphne said, taking it as a compliment, and they say Ravenclaws are the smart ones. Only one problem, Harry pointed out, I still have homework to do and you know how much I love doing that. Daphne sighed and said, there's always something to burst my bubble. Come on, let's go get that done so we can have some real fun. Toomany. By the time they finished with their homework, which really didn't take too long, they were both ready for some fun. As they made their way down the hallway, however, they were accosted by Susan and Hannah. Oh, there you are, Harry, Susan said warmly. We made you some treats, Hannah admitted with a big smile as she held up a plate of cookies. Trying to fatten him up, I see, Daphne observed. Hannah frowned and Daphne decided to apologize in her own way. Not that there's anything wrong with that, Daphne said, he's just a bit too skinny anyway. By the way, hot dress, Hannah. Thanks, Hannah said as she twirled her yellow dress. She did look great, he had to admit. Well, thanks for the cookies, Harry said as he reached for some, but you didn't have to do. Then he bit into one. Okay, never mind, he said, these cookies are absolutely divine. What in Merlin have I been missing in life without these cookies? Daphne helped herself to one as she took a bite before saying, he's right. It's like eating heaven. Careful not to eat all of them then, Harry cautioned, we wouldn't want heaven to shrink too much. Susan and Hannah blushed at the compliment. It's an old family recipe, Hannah claimed proudly. I helped make them, Susan said, trying to make sure she got some credit. There aren't drugs in them or something, are there? Daphne asked suspiciously. Yes, my mom couldn't wait to share our old cocaine cookie recipe, Hannah said sarcastically. These are probably just as addictive though, Harry commented as he finished one off. You should try my deluxe extra chocolate cake, Hannah suggested, I'll have to make it sometime. Please do, he insisted. What's it worth to you? Hannah said teasingly. Oh no, I can't offer any rewards, he said, even as he took another bite of cookie which clearly made him want to reconsider. I just offered a date with me as a reward for something. He briefly explained about Fleurs and his problem. Maybe you two should try and compete, Daphne suggested. What do you think, Hannah? Susan asked her friend. Let's do it, Hannah agreed, as she raced off with her as Daphne watched their retreating forms smugly. Well, that got rid of them, Daphne said, sounding satisfied. Except they took the plate of cookies with them, he pointed out. Darn it, Daphne replied in dismay. He laughed and said, maybe you should try and be friends with Hannah if you like the cookies so much. Don't tempt me like that, she argued, I'd never be able to resist. No wonder Hannah's as big as she is. She still looks really good though, he pointed out. Yes, she does, Daphne agreed. Good thing too, because I think I might end up much bigger if I keep eating those heaven cookies. Don't worry, I'll roll you everywhere, he told her. Never mind, Daphne claimed with a frown. He took her hand again and they continued on to the room of requirement. When they got inside, however, they found Pansy waiting for them. Ha, she said delightedly, I knew it. Knew what? Daphne asked, pretending to play dumb. I overheard Hermione and Luna talking in the library, Pansy confessed. As soon as I realized you didn't seem to be participating, I put two and two together. Very smart of you. This is what I get for not being the only Slytherin in the school, Daphne claimed disappointedly. Pansy laughed and said, you got that right. Well then, since I don't have any cookies to bribe you with, Daphne admitted, I'm guessing I know what you want. Pansy nodded. Would you like to accompany us on our date? Daphne invited. I do believe I do, Pansy agreed with a smile as she went over and took his other hand. Now accompanied by the two Slytherins, which may or may not be hazardous to his health, at least according to some, he went further into the room, where there appeared to be a giant container of some sort. What did you make appear? He asked Pansy, who had been the one to decide what would be in the room. To answer his question, they went up to the edge of the container. It was, to his shock, absolutely full of plastic balls, in reds, blues, greens, and yellows. Somewhere a Muggle McDonald's is going to be missing the balls in its ball pen, he observed, poor kids. It looked like fun, Pansy admitted, I saw some Muggle kids playing in one once when I was kid. I just wasn't allowed to go in. Full of Muggle germs and all that according to my father. I was never allowed either, he told them. Both Pansy and now Daphne knew about how he was treated by his relatives, but making an admission like that still felt difficult to him. Pansy however looked at him not with sympathy but with understanding. "It'll get better," she insisted. "Sure, it'll be hard for a while, but I'm sure you have plenty of support. Millicent would be a good resource, as well as myself." "You were abused too?" he asked her in surprise. She sighed and would only say, "Some scars aren't physical." He chose not to press her further since this was after all a date and would only bring up bad memories. "I'm still grateful to you for doing that," Daphne said as she went and gave Pansy a hug. Pansy was still unused to receiving hugs, but allowed it nonetheless. "You're really turning into a softie, aren't you, Daph?" Pansy observed. "If I am, I'm going to turn you into one as well," she answered. "Never," Pansy exclaimed before laughing. Daphne laughed too before pointing out, "You chose to have us play in a kid's ball pen for a date, sounds like you're already well on your way." "A lapse in sanity," Pansy argued. "Well, come on, let's go play before I come back to my senses." They each got into the ball pen, having a good time throwing balls at each other or swimming through them. It was a bit childish, but still fun. Pretty soon they were all laughing and screaming. By the end of the date however he was exhausted as he lay on top of the balls as Daphne crawled over to him and lay her head on his. "Come on, Pansy," Daphne urged, "I'll make room." Reluctantly Pansy went over and lay her head on his stomach. "This is an awful lot of weight on my," he pointed out. "Are you saying we have big heads?" Pansy questioned him. "At least you don't have beeps to carry around everywhere on your," Daphne added. "First of all, if you do have a big head it's because you're smart," Harry commented, "and second of all, Daphne, I highly doubt you'd want to be without beeps." She giggled and told him, "You know me so well. You're going to know me a lot better soon too," Pansy confessed mysteriously. "Well, yeah, if you keep trying to mooch dates," Daphne responded. "No, I meant what's going to happen now that he's gotten away from his Muggle relatives," Pansy told them. "There is a few things you should probably know." That morning at breakfast, he and Daphne told Padma, Hermione, and Luna about what they had learned from Pansy. Essentially the Ministry is just a bunch of idiots, Daphne surmised. They clearly just didn't do a very good job with Harry's case even though he was under Muggle asylum and now they want to deny it ever happened. The other girls were surprised and angry but supportive. "How can the Minister be so stupid?" Padma railed. "I mean sure not keeping the case secret is one thing, but trying to deny it ever happened is another." "Well, there is nothing he can really do anyway," Daphne pointed out. "Harry can't go back with his relatives so that means that he has to go somewhere." "Well, if remaining in the Muggle world would help, you could always stay with me and my parents," Hermione offered. "They've always seemed to like you." "Until they find Yuki." Dotting their only daughter, Daphne pointed out, "Then it's, glare evilly at you every time you are around them." "Is that how your mom feels about me then?" Harry asked her. "No, my mom just thinks you're cute," Daphne replied. "It's my dad that you'll have to worry about." "Why is it always the dads?" Harry complained. "Or at least have your fathers all be super small, short, and nonviolent." "Well, look on the bright side," Hermione reminded him. "One day you'll get to be the mean scary dad who gets to intimidate the boy your daughter is going out on a date with." He grinned, now rubbing his hands and said, "I relish the opportunity." "Poor future boys," Luna answered, now shaking his head. "Harry is going to be so mean to them." "I'll try not to be that bad, unless they really deserve it," Harry told her. "Well, at any rate my mom really liked you when she met you at the Yule Ball," Padma supplied. "My dad, well, like as has already been pointed out, he's a dad, and one who hasn't met you yet." Good point, but he wouldn't hold that against Padma's dad. "Suddenly I can see why it might be better to be a nice dad who doesn't care if I make out with their daughter," Harry claimed. "You'll be fine, Harry," Padma said reassuringly. "He's not that bad, especially after having to put up with some of the boys that Parvati has had over. Like the time last summer when this Muggle guy tried to pick her up for a date. The guy figured that my dad would be polishing his shotgun the entire time to seem more intimidating to him, so he brought his own shotgun so he'd be just as intimidating. Needless to say, it did not go well. They all laughed at that." "Right, don't bring my shotgun, got it," Harry observed. "I'd better not show him my pack of beeps either." Each of the girls besides Hermione seemed perplexed what a beep was, so he had to explain it. "So wearing essentially a bag for your beep is what Muggles use to avoid getting the girl pregnant," Daphne surmised, sounds pretty dumb to me. Luna giggled at Daphne's use of the word beep. You can afford to be a bit more mature than laughing at words like that, Padma cautioned. Oh, I just think it's a funny word, Luna announced, besides I'd love to see you put a beep on your beep Harry. So would I, Daphne agreed. Let's try to be a bit more classy, even if I would too, Hermione recommended before she decided to try and change the subject. So how has it been going with trying to find a solution for Fleur? Nothing yet, Padma admitted, although me and Fleur did find a spell that will literally make you die of laughter. While that would be a good way to go, I think that's the exact opposite of what we're looking for, Harry observed. I do like Fleur though, Padma admitted, she even invited me to go bowling with her tonight, but I had to turn her down because of my date tonight with you. It was her night to go on a date with him, so he could understand why Padma would turn Fleur down. I could have our date later if you really want to go, Harry suggested. Padma thought about it for a moment before saying, all right, but why don't you take Luna out then while I'm gone? Why Luna? Hermione questioned. Since she's never actually had an individual date with him, Padma pointed out, she keeps trying to just have all of us go with her. He realized Padma did have a point, and it did sound like a good idea. How about it then Luna? He asked her, want to go? Let me check with my beepies, Luna told him as she grabbed each one and whispered to them, they say yes. Well at least they approve, Harry replied with a grin. Toomany. That night, or really afternoon since they had decided to have their date early to allow enough time for Padma, he stopped in front of the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room to wait for Luna to come out. As he did, Su Li popped out. Su was this small girl of Chinese origin who always had her hair wrapped up in a bun and usually didn't say much. Admittedly, all he really knew about her was what he'd heard from Padma. When she saw him, she asked, Padma. Nope Luna, Padma is later on tonight, he admitted. Su appeared to be amused by that. 2 dates a night huh? You must really be moving, Su observed. Yeah, I'm not sure how it's going to work out. I've been trying to keep it trimmed down to just 3 a week, he answered. After a moment of silence between them he then said, we really haven't ever talked before have we? You never had the pleasure no, Su said coyly, you would have remembered if you had. That certainly sounded intriguing, he thought. Well I've heard a lot about you, Padma keeps saying you'd be too much for me, Harry confessed. Su laughed a bit before saying, she would say that, mainly because it's true. He grinned and said, is that a challenge to me? She grinned back and said without fear, maybe. Are you free Sunday night? He questioned a bit boldly, now really intrigued. I may or may not be here at 6 then, Su replied, if you don't find me here at that time, then you obviously didn't leave a strong enough impression on me in asking me out. My, this girl was playing hard to get, he kind of liked it. What, you want a key, or something? He suggested. No, I'd slap you until you begged for mercy, she told him. Dominatrix? Harry questioned. You wish I was a dominatrix, Su insisted. Okay, maybe I get why Padma was always saying you'd be too much for me, he was forced to admit, pretending to back away. Don't worry, I don't bite much, Su said. As if to illustrate her point, before he even had a chance to realize it was happening, she had grabbed his hand and lightly bit down on it. You still sure you want to ask me out? She asked him. As if to prove he still had some balls, he insisted, I never back down from a challenge. She smiled in a rather scary way before then saying, well then you're in luck, because neither do I. Prepare yourself to see me here at 6 on Sunday. Just try to be flexible to what may or may not happen. To his surprise, Su was able to twist her upper body around so that she was now facing behind her as she then leaned her face down until she keyed at her own butt. It was an incredible show of dexterity, adding new meaning to the word buttkey, or causing him to wonder just who this girl was that had occupied many of his classes the last several years. Yet, oddly enough, he wanted to learn more, even if he couldn't really say for sure what would happen would be safe. I'll be ready for you, he promised. You'd better, she agreed as she did a quick flip before running down the hallway. Luna came out as she was leaving. I see you really met Su finally, she commented with a smile. Yep, I even have a date with her this Sunday, he admitted. She's too much for you Harry, Luna insisted. So I've been told, Harry replied, it doesn't mean I can't try. I could try to act like her tonight to help you prepare, she offered. No, he told her, just be yourself. Luna smiled and said, I can definitely do that. With that they started off on their date, skipping because that was Luna being herself, even though he was having a hard time keeping pace with her as they held hands at the same time. Nevertheless she seemed impressed as she said, You're a really good skipper, Harry. Well, I learned from the best, he claimed. Luna smiled brighter as they skipped for a bit longer. On the last hallway before they reached the room of requirement, however, as Luna often did, she got tired of doing the same thing for too long as she stopped. Can I ride you, Harry? She asked him. He gulped, a bit worried about what she was insinuating before he realized what she really meant. After bending down, Luna climbed on his back. Luna said as she put a hand momentarily into the air, go horsey. He managed to get back up again as he then headed down the hallway. Maybe you're a bit too big for this, he pointed out as he pretended to huff and puff. No, I'm not, I'm Luna-sized, Luna answered. Finally they got just outside the room and he let Luna off. Good horsey, she said with a pat on his back, I'll be sure to feed you lots of hay. I'd really appreciate it if you didn't, he calmly answered. How about some sugar then? She suggested. He smiled and then stuck out his lips, I'd appreciate some sugar. Luna, instead of dotting him, pulled a sugar cube out of her pocket. Oh, I guess you weren't joking about the sugar cubes, he observed. I never make jokes, I'm super serious all the time, Luna said, trying to keep a serious straight face. However, she couldn't resist for long as she then burst out laughing. We'll just share it then, Luna claimed as she pushed the cube halfway into his mouth. Before he could get the other half in, Luna leaned in and at him, putting her lips around the still protruding other half. Getting the idea, he partially beaked on the sugar cube while dotting Luna, until it was just dotting Luna. Now this is what I call sugar, he thought to himself, clearly enjoying the making out they were doing. Finally, after they broke apart, Luna asked, so how did you enjoy the sugar? They were both really good, he told her with a smile. She nodded and said, I thought you might like it. I have a few more in my pocket for when you want them. Oh, I'm definitely going to want them, Harry answered, the only question is what do we do when we run out? They entered the room as Luna gasped in surprise and delight. Right in front of them was a Lego model of a city, with many miniature houses, buildings, and even people. Ooh, do we get to play monster and destroy the city? Luna asked him hopefully. Or, he suggested as he reached over just to the left of him to pick a couple costumes off hooks hanging on the wall, we could play superheroes. Luna laughed and clapped as she saw her superhero uniform, a red and blue one with an L across the front. I love it, she exclaimed happily. After finding changing areas, he'd made sure the room included those. They both got dressed and came out. I'm super, she announced proudly. He grinned and said, let me guess. Beep powers. No, beeps only have powers over boys, silly, Luna reminded him. I have other powers like super smell, jumping really high, and laughing really loudly. How are those powers? He questioned. Like this, Luna claimed as she got into his face and yelled, ha. He pretended to fall down onto his rump as if her yelling ha had caused him to fall down. Luna giggled and said, see, I told you they were powers. Just try not to hurt your butt too much or I'll have to heal it with my butt key. Dotting powers and I'm not supposed to your butt yet. Sue can apparently her own butt, Harry admitted. I wish I could, Luna said jealously, that's a really great superpower to have. I'd say being a Luna is better, he argued. Luna appeared touched as she at him quickly before saying, thanks. Their superhero date turned out to be super awesome, saving the city, a princess, and a defenseless dragon. By the end, they were both exhausted as they snuggled up together on the floor. I loved playing superheroes with you and loved our date, Luna told him. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Harry answered. Then Luna surprised him with what she said next. I love you, Harry, Luna said without hesitation. Telling someone that they loved you was a huge thing, so to hear Luna just come right out and say it took him by surprise. You love me? He questioned. Of course, she answered. He really wasn't sure how to reply to that, so instead of some big long grandiose speech or something he only asked, why? She snuggled into his as she admitted, since you need to know that you're loved by someone, everyone needs to be loved. That certainly got him thinking. The good thing is I'm not the only one, Luna continued, even Padma, Daphne, and Hermione do to some extent even if they don't want to admit it. People can be funny about not wanting to admit to loving someone. Unfortunately, that only made him more confused. It's okay if you don't understand, Luna urged, I just want you to know that and that you're loved and not alone. I'll still be here when you tell me you love me too. As if to save him from whatever inadequate thing he might say to that, Luna then decided to try and tickle him as if nothing had happened beforehand. He just shook his head, recognizing this would just have to be another thing he would never fully understand about girls, or Luna. When their date finally ended, he dropped Luna off and picked up Padma at the same time. Someone might have thought he was extremely lucky to have 2 dates with 2 extremely attractive and fun girls in the same night, and he was, but he was also pretty sure he was going to be pretty tired too. Padma as usual looked about as hot could be, dressed in an orange dress that complemented her decent figure and shiny black hair. You know, you really could have told me to meet you at the room of requirement instead of having to drop Luna off and then pick me up just to go right back, Padma pointed out. Yes, but then that would have denied you your, aha, look how good I look after getting ready for our date. Look, Harry answered her. She grinned and said, oh, well then how did I do? The correct words for how you look would get me detention from Professor McGonagall if she heard them, he answered her. So really good then, Padma responded, seeming pleased. He took her arm as they headed down again, engaging in their usual playful banter. While Luna had wanted a fun and admittedly ridiculous date, he'd opted for something more mature for Padma. Padma loved having fun of course, but on dates with him, he'd figured out she preferred ones a bit more traditional and romantic. Candlelit dinners, dancing, etc. Evidently he'd guessed right because as they entered the room and found it to be much the same as it had been on their previous dates, she commented, I was worried you were going to have us do something kind of out there. No, that was Luna's date, he explained, I figured you liked to have fun but have something a bit more like this. Padma appeared touched as she said with warmth in her eyes, you know me so well, Harry. They sat down to dinner, with him calling for Dobby to take their orders. Once Dobby had done so however, he admitted proudly. Dobby has not made any statues or action figures of the great Harry Potter like the great Harry Potter asked. Remembering what he'd said to him on his date with Millicent, he said, that's great Dobby. Padma however laughed remembering him telling her about that incident and said, well just so you know I'd like a Harry Potter statue Dobby. No you don't, he insisted. Why not? She countered teasingly, you think I might use it inappropriately or something. He blushed before telling Dobby, don't listen to her. Dobby will do as the great Harry Potter wants, Dobby answered with a sigh, although clearly tempted to honor Padma's request. Instead the little elf popped out to get their dinners which he brought back a second later. He'd had Dobby make Indian food again. As they ate dinner, Padma asked him, so did anything interesting happen on your date with Luna? His mind immediately flashed to when she had said she loved him, but he really didn't want to tell her that. No, he said evasively, trying to stare down at his food. Come on tell me, I know you're hiding something, Padma urged. I don't have to tell you everything about my life, he snapped. He instantly felt guilty about saying it like that, but she seemed to take it well and said, well you're entitled to your privacy Harry. It's not that I don't trust you, he promised, you mean a lot to me. Thanks, Padma replied, you mean a lot to me too. His mind flashed yet again to what Luna had told him. He supposed, in a way, they were really saying I love you. Such a thought should have been startling, but instead it felt perfectly natural. He finally opted to just grab her hands and hold them and look into her eyes without saying another word. Harry was walking Padma back to her dorm after their wonderful date. It had been really nice, he reckoned. Padma was of course as beautiful as ever and he didn't even look too bad himself. At that moment however as they started down the final hallway to the Ravenclaw common room, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a spell speeding towards them. Almost as a reflex, he instantly dropped down to avoid it or any other spells. He managed to drag Padma down right next to him just as a spell whizzed past her where her head used to be. What's going on? She asked, seeming rather confused. He was still trying to figure that out himself. Having been attacked on more than one occasion his mind was already running quickly, trying to assess the situation as fast as possible as to what to do. The first was to find better cover. Quickly spotting a nearby large rubbish bin, he did his best to pull him and Padma behind it while still focused on their attackers. They were far enough away and it was dark enough in the hallway that he couldn't actually tell who they were just yet, although he already counted at least 4 figures. So not just Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle then who had been his first suspects, although it didn't mean it wasn't them and some other people. Nevertheless, whoever they were still firing spells, some bouncing harmlessly off the rubbish bin. He'd never been so grateful for a rubbish container than now. Still mostly protected by the rubbish bin, he began to lay down suppressive fire and see if he couldn't take some of them down. With the element of surprise now gone from their opponents, he now had reason to hope that he and Padma might actually make it, as long as there weren't too many and they kept them at a distance. He wouldn't consider himself all that bad of a duelist, and while he hadn't seen Padma in action, he still had confidence in her. As if to prove that confidence correct, Padma launched a spell of her own, immediately taking down one of the shadowy figures. Before he could congratulate her, however, he noted that they were starting to move in, and there were more of them than he had thought. "Stupefy!" he yelled, "Stupefy!" Immediately the 2 closest would-be attackers were knocked out instantly. The rest were forced to unhappily retreat. He however counted 7 more, but the 2 he had taken down he already recognized, along with some of the ones that had retreated. He recognized each of them. They were all from Ravenclaw. Unfortunately, Hogwarts wasn't exactly populated by totally either brave, smart, cunning, or loyal students. It was nice in theory or for students to think that, but in reality every year there were a bunch of posers who at least valued or liked to think that they had the attributes of a particular house, or simply wanted to be in it because some family member had been in it. He and the girls had had a conversation about it one day and quickly came up with some names for them in each house: Chickenders, Ravencretins, and Slytherins. Only Hufflepuff didn't really have any of them, since they were already viewed as the house for students that weren't good enough to be anywhere else. If the sorting hat had sorted students that truly exemplified the traits of their house every time, then he had a feeling Hufflepuff would be a lot bigger, which was a shame since generally the students in it were rather nice. Not to him exactly in many cases right now, he supposed, because of the whole Cedric himself tournament thing, but he tried not to hold it against them too much. However, this group he found himself now facing was of an entirely different mold. They could really all be classified as Ravencretins. They couldn't be considered smart, but wanted people to think they did and often tried to copy off of their actually smart housemates. "Come on out, Potter," Terry Boot insisted. "Actually, I think I'm fine right here. I like the smell of the rubbish better than you," Harry replied. A few curses followed that. "You're going to get it no matter what, Potter," Anthony Goldstein said confidently. "Padma, if you just leave right now, we promise you won't get hurt." "I'd be willing to offer you the same deal," Padma said right back. Ooh, Padma was trash talking. He rather liked it. Okay, sure, they were heavily outnumbered, and while he'd like to believe he and Padma could take them all, he also didn't see why he should take a risk if he didn't have to. At about that time he was reminded of a certain lapel pin that Millicent had given him for his date with her. Well, he could certainly use her help now, and hopefully she would bring back up with her. Pulling it out, he pressed it, causing it to light up. Now all he had to do was keep the Ravencretins distracted long enough for the help to arrive. Right now, the Ravencretins appeared to still be trying to work out a new plan of attack and weren't really fighting, but that could change any minute. "We need to stall them," he whispered to Padma. "I just called for help." She chose not to ask questions and nodded. "We'll be fine," he also added. It was a trick he had learned. No matter how bad the situation, always try to think positively when it comes to a fight. Of course, when Dudley and his gang are holding you down while you get beat to a bloody pulp, this was kind of hard to do, but it was still sound thinking. "If you really wanted to get a date with me, Terry, this is a rather poor way of showing it," Padma shouted out at Terry. "I'm a lot better than Potter." Terry shouted back angrily. "Can Potter do a backflip? Or spew milk out of his nose? Or do a perfect Professor Snape impersonation?" "You're right, that totally proves you're the better choice," Padma sarcastically answered. "Exactly, about time you agree with me," Terry told her proudly, missing the sarcasm. "My plan is already working." "What's your plan, Terry?" Harry inquired, still trying to stall him. "We're sick of you, Potter," Terry insisted. "You're always so busy dating all the hot girls in the school and essentially spoiling them all for us that it's about time that we also got you a date, a date where you get beat up. Terry explained. Several of his housemates laughed at Terry's joke, even if they might not have gotten it. So what is this then? Harry asked. Just because I'm dating a bunch of girls you think you should just beat me up and then you'll get more dates? Oh, Anthony already has a girlfriend, Stacy said as she put an arm around Anthony, her apparent boyfriend. Stacy he recognized as one of the girls that used to bully Luna. Needless to say he did not have any warm fuzzy feelings for her. Not to mention she really did stink from her perfume, which he supposed made her and Anthony a good couple then. You don't want to stink while trying to get a girl unless she stinks too. It's the principle of the matter, Terry explained. Take Padma for example. I think Padma's hot yet she would be lucky to have me as a boyfriend. Has she been interested though? Not at all. Not after you showed up. Ever since those descriptions of your dates showed up in the paper all the girls have been wanting dates just as good, and do you think we're made of romance? No, primarily water, but I'd be happy to help you come up with some date ideas if this is what this is all about, Harry offered. Really? Michael asked hopefully. Don't fall for his tricks, Terry warned before turning back to him. Anyway, we were kind of hoping that after you stopped appearing in the paper that things would return to normal and girls would be desperate enough. Matthew finished for him. Maybe for you, Terry corrected. Well, girls wouldn't expect so much, but of course after over a month has gone by it seems to have only gotten even worse. Girls gossip and it seems they just love hearing about what you're going to do next on your amazing dates. So once again beating me up is supposed to help fix that and make you all be mobbed by beautiful girls? Harry asked sarcastically. Sounds logical. Yep, Michael admitted. It's the law of the jungle, Terry answered. If the weaker animal, being you, is all beat up then nobody will want you and instead want us being the stronger animals. While he kind of figured Terry had been reading too many nature books, he did have a point. Dudley had actually done the same thing for years when he had been growing up. He and his gang would beat him up and nobody would want to be his friend because they were too afraid of Dudley doing the same thing to them. Dudley on the other hand had lots of friends because everyone wanted to be on his good side. The good thing in this case was that he was a wizard and he would at least consider himself a better duelist than any of these louts. Of course they were also badly outnumbered and they couldn't simply hide behind these rubbish bins forever. He glanced over at Padma, bravely looking towards their opponents. There was no way he was about to let them get their hands on her. What should we do? Padma whispered to him. Before he could respond however, he saw a spell whiz past them. It however came from behind them. He was momentarily worried that the Ravencretins had somehow managed to circle back around and surround them, but then he watched the spell hit an exposed Ravencretin. Turning around to see just who had come to their aid, he spotted to his surprise Millicent, Gabrielle, Parvati, Lavender, and Daphne. Sorry I'm late, I stopped to round up some help on my way here, Millicent informed him. He smiled and said, you arrived just on time. They'd already received more help than they would need, but he wasn't complaining as he and Padma came out from behind the rubbish bins to go on the offensive. The Ravencretins were surprised and confused and looked like they might even run away in fear, clearly not wanting to fight now that they were so outmatched. All right, Gabrielle announced brightly, let's have some fun. Anthony tried to get out of it by insisting, well we don't fight girls so I guess we'll just leave then. Not hot girls anyway, Michael corrected, practically drooling now as he stared at Gabrielle. Michael really was the stupidest Ravenclaw he'd ever met. Aunt Marge's dog Ripper was smarter than him, which was saying something. You didn't seem to have any problem with it when you were just facing Harry and my sister, Parvati pointed out. Seriously, you Ravencretins give actually decent boys a bad name, Gabrielle agreed. While the Ravencretins were still trying to figure out just what they had been called and if it was a compliment, a couple of the boys tried to flee. Unfortunately Parvati and Lavender, proving that they were not just gossiping fashionistas, nailed both of them with spells that trapped them in too tight pink fabric. Ooh, they look much prettier now, Lavender said with a giggle. There followed chaos as spells began to fly from both sides. Terry tried to hit him with one but he dodged it and tried to hit him with one of his own which Terry also dodged. The others were taking it out on the remaining Ravencretins, none of them particularly skilled at a fight. Hey Michael, he heard Daphne say to him, want to see me D? Michael grinned eagerly and nodded. Too bad, Daphne answered as she hit him with a spell that knocked him out. He noticed Gabrielle turn another Ravencretin into a chicken, which began to cluck. Now there were only 2 Ravencretins left, Terry and Stacy. Millicent approached, her fists bared, looking ferocious and just plain scary. He was so glad she was on their side. "You stink," Millicent commented as she took in her awful perfume. Stacy looked absolutely terrified enough that she wasn't even thinking to try and fight back with her wand. Millicent however proved she didn't need a wand, leveling a direct punch right into her face and causing her to be knocked a couple of feet backwards as she was knocked out with just that one punch. Millicent then smelled her fist and said, "I'll have to wash my hand now." "Ooh, that's going to mess up her face," Lavender observed gleefully. "In her case it might actually make her look better," Parvati pointed out, "it can't get any worse anyway." "Free blood makeup," Lavender agreed. "I'll still bill her for it," Millicent claimed. He however was forced to turn his attention back to Terry, who had been busy paying attention to the demise of his company conspirators, but only just now realized he was alone and currently now being surrounded by the other girls. "Want me to take him out for you, Harry?" Gabrielle offered while she busied herself making a cage for her new pet chicken. "No," he insisted, "you girls have already been enough help, thank you. I want to take Terry on my own now." "A fight to win the girl, how romantic," Lavender gushed. "Except I'm not some prize to be won," Padma pointed out. "Since Harry already won you," Parvati replied. Padma only blushed at that. "Beat him up, Harry," Daphne urged him. He stepped forward to take on Terry one-on-one while the girls stood nearby to watch. "Stupefy," Terry said, starting their duel. Harry however dodged it and countered with Rictusempra. "Stupefy." Terry dodged then countered with the same spell. After dodging it, Harry called out, "Energo." "Stupefy." Again with Stupefy, it was almost like it was the only spell Terry knew. Although he supposed it was still effective. "I'm getting bored," Gabrielle complained, "use something different, Terry." "Shut up," Terry roared back. Taking advantage of Terry being distracted, he tried to hit him with another Rictusempra. This one got him, causing him to go flying backwards and land awkwardly onto his hip on the ground. "Expelliarmus," Harry then said, causing Terry's wand to go right out of his hand. Padma was the one to catch it. "Now what I can do with this?" Padma teased. "Use it to masturbate with," Daphne suggested. "Ew," Lavender and Parvati both said at the same time. "It's probably disgusting with Terry all over it," Parvati pointed out. "At least it's rather long," Millicent observed. "Probably to compensate for something," Daphne agreed. "I'm a solid 12 inches, Terry insisted. "Your wand maybe," Daphne countered. "Can I shut him up, Harry?" Gabrielle asked of him, her wand pointed at Terry ready to finish him off. Admittedly he was tempted to be the one to do it, but then he noticed Padma who he felt even more deserving. "Care to do the honors?" he asked her. With pleasure, Padma agreed as she looked at him before telling him, "I warn you, if you or anyone else tries to mess with Harry, any of us, or anyone for that matter, I'll personally see to it that your life becomes a living nightmare." Terry only nodded fearfully. "Stupefy," Padma said, appropriately using Terry's own spell against him. He immediately fell unconscious, but then Millicent went over and punched him in the face for good measure. "Just making sure," Millicent explained. The fighting now over, he thanked each of the girls, Parvati, Lavender, and Gabrielle accepting a mere thanks and Padma, Daphne, and Millicent Key.S. "Just wait until we tell everyone about this," Lavender gushed. "We need to tell Dumbledore first," Parvati surprisingly suggested, "he'll figure out what to do with them. Hopefully it should also help deter any more would-be bullies. From what I hear there are more than a few people not exactly very happy with you, Harry." He was forced to concede that as well. As happy as he had been with the girls, it had made quite a few guys jealous, some evidently it seemed enough so to want to act violently because of it. While he couldn't totally understand it, then again he'd never really understand jealous guys or bullies for that matter. "If there are, we'll just have to ready again," Millicent insisted, pounding her fists for good measure. "Of course, this was fun, we should do it again." Gabrielle replied happily, having enjoyed the action. If Millicent and Gabrielle were going to be his bodyguards or security for him, he reasoned, he was in pretty good hands. Toomany. The next morning, Harry came down to where he and Padma usually worked out. However, he found Padma not to be in her workout clothes. I figured we needed to talk, Padma told him. Oh no, the dreaded we need to talk, Harry claimed. Padma, however, uncharacteristically did not seem in the mood for jokes. I'm worried about you, Harry, she confessed, after last night. I'm fine, he insisted, look, not a scratch on me. Having been beaten up by Dudley or someone or something multiple times a year at Hogwarts, so many times he was actually rather used to it by now. Forgive me if I like you better still in one piece, Padma claimed. Realizing that Padma really was just looking out for him, he asked, all right, well, what do you think I should do? I'll discuss it with the other girls over breakfast, Padma said. You were awesome by the way, he claimed. She smiled and said, thanks, so were you. He leaned in and gave her a key, for that. Padma, however, looked back at him and stated, I'm going to do everything I can to make sure you stay safe even if you get annoyed with me, you know that, right? Would it involve me dueling, working out, getting all buff and strong, sweaty, muscle-bound? He suggested. Are you trying to get me turned on? Padma questioned. Is it working? He inquired. Maybe, she answered as she leaned into him, this time more passionately. He let out a low moan. Yeah, it's working, Padma admitted as she slowly at him, savoring his lips with her own. When he and Padma finally went down to breakfast, a lot later, he noticed the girls all sitting at the Gryffindor table with Lavender and Parvati sitting with them, having evidently decided to be the ones to tell them all what had happened. However, when they spotted he and Padma coming, each of the girls suddenly looked rather concerned at them. Are you all right, Harry and Padma? Hermione asked concernedly. We're fine, Harry answered, trying to reassure them, no big deal. Other than a bunch of guys trying to beat you up, Daphne noted. They weren't big guys, he joked, trying to lighten the mood. I just wish I was there, Hermione complained. I have a few toys I invented I'd like to give them. Well, we can't let it happen again, Padma argued, we've got to protect him in case anyone tries anything. We could all form a circle around Harry whenever he goes anywhere, Daphne joked, it might make going to the bathroom difficult but. Any other ideas? Harry objected. I'll try to keep an ear out for anyone saying anything, Lavender promised, you can count on me to gossip. Yes, he certainly could, he thought, but at the moment he was actually rather glad for that fact. I have been working on a few things that might help, including some listening devices, Hermione commented. I could probably install them in various locations. Even in the showers? Daphne asked. I'm not that beeped, Hermione remarked, although she went and gave him a not-so-subtle smile, although that might not be such a bad idea. You'd only hear me singing anyway, and you definitely wouldn't want to listen to that, he argued. I just want to make sure that we do everything we can, Padma insisted. I'm not about to let Harry or any of us get hurt. A few other ideas were then suggested, some good such as having them all do a bit of dual training to the just plain ridiculous such as having him dress up in one of the suits of armor everywhere he went for added protection. Just as they were brainstorming ideas, Fleur came over to them. I just heard what happened, Fleur admitted worriedly, is everyone okay? Sure we are, he replied, the Ravenclaws who attacked me aren't, especially after the 2 months worth of detentions they'll be serving with Filch. You want to come sit with us and help come up with ways to keep Harry and the rest of us safe? Hermione suggested. Fleur grinned and asked, are you inviting me to sit with the fun group, Hermione? We're the fun group? Hermione questioned, looking pleased at now being considered fun. Actually you are, Parvati admitted, there's a lot of rumors, some of which I know to be true, about some of the fun stuff you've all been doing. There's actually been a few bets placed on some of the things people think you might end up doing at some point. I've even got a money on it. Told you I was fun, Hermione claimed to Harry. If anything, Hermione, you're becoming too much fun, Harry replied. I've known about that for ages, Daphne admitted, not that I can blame them. Who wouldn't want to be us? Anyone should get at least a chance to be fun like us, Luna pointed out, we shouldn't turn people away from fun. Padma seemed to realize something from that as she asked Fleur. Is that why you've been having Harry, Daphne, and me do fun stuff with you? If you wanted to join us to do stuff, all you had to do was ask. Fleur blushed before admitting, I suppose it was rather obvious. Ooh, good, Fleur's decided to join our group, Luna claimed happily. I didn't say that, Fleur reminded her. Yes you have, Luna insisted. Well at any rate, I see no reason why we shouldn't have other people do fun stuff with us, it's not like we each don't have friends outside of our group, Padma commented. You know what we should do? Luna suggested, we should have a big slumber party. Ooh we should, Lavender instantly agreed gleefully. Padma however had an odd expression on her face as she said, actually I think that's a great idea. It is? He questioned. It'll help with a few things, Padma observed, first of all by including more people in one of our activities and it'll also give me a chance to help recruit people to try and watch out for you Harry. We're going to form an anti-bullying defense league, Luna blurted out. Maybe a bit more low-key than that, Padma answered her. Not that I don't like the idea but how are we going to have a sleepover without getting in trouble? Parvati asked. Hermione. Daphne asked, don't you happen to have that blow-up doll thing you were talking about? Hermione blushed at that before deciding to explain. They're actually lifelike figures of a person. Outwardly they'll very closely resemble any person you want, but on the inside just be full of air. They'll even simulate a person's breathing patterns while sleeping and should be mistaken for the real thing as long as they are mostly covered up by a blanket and aren't looked at too hard. So basically they're still more lifelike say, blow-up dolls. Daphne surmised. Hermione blushed again at that, but answered, actually I removed that function just so that they couldn't be used in such a way. Yes, but how would you know they don't work unless you tested it to make sure? Daphne observed. Not me, Hermione corrected her, actually I tricked Fred into testing it out. Let's just say he wasn't able to perform for Alicia for a week. He wasn't too happy with me for that. Wait, they're still together? Harry asked. Yep, I even hear he and George are having threesomes with her, Lavender admitted. I want a threesome, Luna piped up. With another girl or with two guys, Daphne decided to clarify. With two Harrys, Luna replied. Before anyone could point anything wrong with that out, Padma said, well at any rate, how many do you think you could make for tonight? Plenty, Hermione answered, although it would probably be easier and risk less just to have a slumber party but not actually spend the night together. I want to sleep with Harry though, Luna complained. Yeah me too, Daphne agreed before putting on a pleading face in front of Hermione. Hermione, can we please have some blow-up dolls? Oh alright, Hermione relented, just don't misuse them. Well most of us don't have to spend the night, Padma surmised, but I still think we should each maybe invite one or two friends each and have a fun night. It might even be more fun in big groups. Can we invite animals? Luna asked. What about boys? Parvati asked. Whoever you'd like, Padma told them, maybe even bring that secret boyfriend of yours Parvati. What secret boyfriend? Parvati asked. I'm your twin sister, I know everything about you, Padma argued with a smile. You don't know who my secret boyfriend is, Parvati countered. I think you know perfectly well why I've respected your privacy, her sister replied. Parvati only nodded and gave a glance over at him, whatever that meant. After a bit more talking each of them decided to go off and invite people. He was about to as well when he realized, who was he supposed to invite? None of his dorm mates. They were bound to bring alcohol and, he'd rather it not be that kind of party. For a while he still considered inviting at least some guys, just to prove that there were actually some decent guys in the school even if he seemed to be dealing with the stupid variety more often than not. Yet you couldn't blame him for liking girls better. Many of the girls he thought of such as ones he'd already dated one or more of the girls had already expressed an interest in inviting. Just as he was figuring it out, Daphne put a hand on his shoulder as she suggested, hey invite Susan and Hannah. Is this just because you want more cookies? He interrogated her. Maybe partly, Daphne confessed, but I'm sure they'd also like to be invited. All right, he agreed. When he invited them both it was easily made worth it by the smiles on their faces. Yeah, of course we'd love to go, Hannah gushed. Great, he answered before adding, and as a side note, Daphne wants you to make cookies. Hannah laughed a bit at that before saying, I can do that. I'll help her, Susan volunteered, for a price of course. Naturally, he agreed with a smile, guessing what that price was. TOOMANY. The party started at 7 in the room of requirement. They'd already set things up so that the place was basically a slumber city. Various pillow and blanket forts were scattered all over with extra pillows and blankets as well. For those who didn't have any sleepwear, there was a big stack of them at the front for them to borrow. As people began to all arrive, he noted just how many of them he had already dated. You know, you've been around when you go to a party and find that you've already dated most of the girls there. It wasn't true that he'd dated anywhere near every girl at Hogwarts, but it sort of felt like it at the moment. Daphne had invited all of her roommates Millicent, Pansy, and Tracy. Hermione had invited Angelina and the Weasley twins, who'd decided it was then okay for them to bring Alicia along with Katie, who'd opted to come along. Luna brought her pet parrot Perry, as well as Gabrielle. Padma came with Sue and one of her other roommates Sally, and Fleur came with a couple of her Beauxbatons friends. The real surprise, however, was with who Parvati had invited. Parvati was last to show up, but he was rather shocked at the boy she had decided to bring. "This is my boyfriend Victor Crumb," she introduced. "Seriously?" Padma said in surprise. "You've been dating Victor Crumb and kept it a secret?" "Yep," Parvati said proudly. "So how did you two get together anyway?" Harry asked Parvati and Crumb. "It's a long story," Parvati replied. "A very good story," Crumb corrected, placing an arm around Parvati as if he'd done it many times. It was certainly an interesting pairing, but not unwelcome either. If he had thought that seeing someone that looked just like Padma with another guy would bother him, it really didn't. He just wasn't interested in Parvati that way. It was rather strange. Before he could think on it some more, Crumb however seemed to be looking around at the many pillows and blankets as well as the few blow-up dolls that Hermione had brought, just in case. All he said to that was, "You British wizards are weird." Once the party had, officially, gotten started, however, Padma decided to address everyone. "First of all, welcome to the party everyone," Padma shouted. There came a roar of approval to that. "Before we begin with the various festivities, I thought I'd take this time to talk about what happened to me and Harry last night. I'm sure all of you have already heard about it, but what I'd really like is to ensure that it doesn't ever happen again, either to Harry or really any of us," Padma announced. "I'll be his bodyguard," Millicent suggested, standing well above the general height of the crowd. "I'm thinking a little bit more than that," Padma answered. "Of course we'll try to watch out for one another, but perhaps some other things." A few suggestions were thrown out, even some that hadn't already been thought up, such as Hermione suddenly coming up with the idea on teaching an anti-bullying seminar once she had studied up on the topic. Hannah even offered to make cookies laced with sleeping potion to offer to anyone wanting to mess with any of them, but he had a feeling Daphne would just end up eating them all and then just take a lot of naps afterwards. "I can teach people in defensive magical training," Gabrielle volunteered, throwing out one last suggestion. "Thanks, Gabby," Padma thanked her warmly. "I'll try to talk to you later on the details, and anyone can come if they would like, even if they aren't even here tonight." "Is everyone agreed then?" Everyone nodded. "All right," Padma replied. "Well, that's all I had for the evening, other than that, have fun." After that, they started their various activities they had planned for the evening. First was a good old-fashioned pillow fight, with them picking teams by having each person put their name into a hat and then have them randomly drawn out of it. He ended up on the pillow team with Padma and a bunch of other people, including both Weasley twins who he suspected would be twin menaces in a game like this, having plenty of experience firsthand of them trying to hit him with bludgers during Quidditch practices. "You did a good job," he congratulated Padma, as he lined up next to her. "The anti-bullying thing or getting this party together?" she asked. "Both," he admitted before giving her a quick key. "I figured if I was going to make sure that we created some anti-bullying measures, I should try to make some fun out of it," she explained. "Besides, I think a lot of activities that we do would be a lot more fun with even more people." "I agree," he answered. "We might just have to make this a regular thing, having lots of people here. Or let people join us in various activities throughout the week if they'd like." Padma commented. "Besides, each of us had friends before we all got together. This way should be able to help keep us in touch." They then had to end their conversation as their side suddenly rushed forward and charged the other team, who were just finishing up building their fluffy fortifications. It soon became an absolute mess as they attacked each other with reckless and enjoyable abandon. In one case, a pillow exploded, cotton spraying all over. He soon realized that Padma had been right. Some activities really were more fun with more people. As the night progressed, he began to grow more and more tired, not only from pillow fighting but also dotting more than one girl. He couldn't help but think why some guys might be jealous of him, he thought. As for himself, he considered himself just incredibly lucky. Likely many of the girls would get boyfriends or move on from him, but he couldn't seem to shake the feeling many of them wouldn't. Yet before he'd had a chance to really think on it, he was hit in the head with a pillow. Harry awoke to find himself in quite possibly the best position he had ever been in waking up. He was surrounded by girls. Following their slumber party sleepover, at least some of the girls had stayed behind to actually sleep. Luna had evidently decided that it was okay for her to snuggle into his body because she was right up against him. Evidently Daphne was thinking the same thing because she was spooning him on his other side. Their lack of care for personal space did not bother him in the slightest. In fact, it felt very, very good to be waking up like this, almost totally natural in fact. He noted however that Hermione and Padma were also currently sleeping nearby, opting for a bit more propriety by using smaller singular beds for each of them. He would have been perfectly content to lie there for a while and just enjoy it when the smell of bacon and waffles wafted over to him. It looked like someone had found his other weakness. Let's see, food or girls? Girls was the obvious no-brainer answer, unless you were really hungry and the girl in question wasn't very tasty. Yet after a few minutes his taste buds continued to torture him until he finally gave in under the assumption that at least there was bound to be a girl making the food. Hopefully. Truth be told, while he could see another couple of beds also laid out, he'd fallen asleep before most, so he couldn't be sure. If it was the Weasley twins for example, he was definitely going back to bed. Getting up, he followed his nose over to where Susan and Hannah were currently making breakfast. "Good morning, Harry," Hannah said sweetly, "would you care for some food?" He glanced down at the large plate of food she'd already made and tried to only take a bit of it, but then Hannah announced, "Oh no, that entire plate is for you." "I don't really need all that much," Harry pointed out. "I'm trying to fatten you up," Hannah announced with a smile. "Or you're just trying to play win the boy's heart through his stomach," Susan pointed out. "In which case, it's working," he commented before putting a piece of bacon into his mouth. Hannah seemed to have a pleased look on her face as she announced, "Well, this is what would happen every morning if I was your wife." Not so subtle intentions, but he let it slide. Girls were allowed their fantasies, he figured, just as long as he was allowed his. "If I was your wife, I'd make you be the one to make me breakfast," Susan joked. He continued to eat, realizing that it was indeed really good before Susan decided to say, "Harry, could I talk to you alone for a minute?" "Alone, huh?" He joked with a grin. "If you wanted some alone time with me, you wouldn't need to ask." Susan winked at him for that. Nevertheless, he followed Susan out of the room, so they were just outside of it. Yet if he figured that she did not actually want to talk with him, that idea was quickly dashed. "Can I ask you what you think of Hannah?" Susan just came out and said. Trick question, he guessed. "I've fallen into this trap before," Harry replied. "When a girl asks what you think of another girl, no matter what answer you give, either they end up upset or unable to believe you." Susan sighed and remarked, "Evidently you know your girls. Through trial and more error than I care to admit," he added. She seemed to take that in before confessing, "Hannah really likes you." "I mean, I really like you too, but I think it'll be okay if you decide to date someone else. Hannah, on the other hand, she's pretty dead set on you. Enough so I'm rather worried for her. You obviously already have a lot of interest from plenty of girls, and well, I don't want to see her get hurt." So that was what she was worried about. He really couldn't blame her either. No doubt it was a concern for many a girl in such a situation. It had indeed been in the back of his mind pretty much ever since this whole thing started. Eventually he would have to make a choice, and the more time passed the harder it would probably get. "You want me to be totally honest?" Harry admitted, "I have no idea." Susan took that in before giving a slight smile as she remarked, "So I guess you aren't perfect after all." "Oh, I'm definitely not perfect," Harry answered, "just ask Malfoy or the many other people who don't like me. I prefer to get to know you than what a person says about you," Susan pointed out. "Let's just say there are still plenty of Hufflepuffs still not too happy with you about the whole tournament thing and saying some rather unfavorable things. If I listen to them, well, I get your point," he interjected. Despite his recent popularity with many in the female population of the school, the attack a couple of nights ago had certainly reminded him that there were still plenty who didn't care much for him, the stupid tournament still being one of them. Well, what do you think I should do? He asked her. Susan seemed surprised but asked, why ask me? Since I'm desperate, he replied, only half jokingly. She seemed to mull this over before admitting, I'm afraid I'd be too biased for that. If I didn't choose myself, I'd choose Hannah, and I can't say for certain whether either of us would be exactly what you'd want. I'm not sure I'd be exactly what you or Hannah would want either, Harry pointed out. Good point, she agreed, but fortunately I believe I can still solve both problems. Auntie always said if you need a problem solved and you can't do it yourself, find someone who can. That certainly got his attention. Just who did you have in mind? He questioned, now rather interested. I'm afraid I'd have to ask them first, Susan replied. He supposed that was true, even if he did want to know. In the meantime, Susan continued, I'd rather like to try and find out the old-fashioned way. To his surprise, Susan then pulled a folded piece of paper out of her pocket and handed it to him. What's this? He asked. The way to solve Fleur's underwater problem. Susan reminded him of the challenge he had sent out a few days ago. You just earned yourself a date with me and Hannah next weekend. At that she leaned forward and keyed at him briefly before walking back into the room without another word. He opened the paper up to look at it, and when he did, he laughed at the irony. It was a cooking recipe. He had one guess as to who had thought this book might contain a possible solution. Never underestimate a Hufflepuff, Harry said. Susan seemed rather pleased by that response. No indeed, she agreed, Hannah will be pleased when you tell her. She doesn't know, he asked in surprise. I wanted to have this conversation with you first, Susan explained her reasoning. He supposed he could understand that. I'm still going to have Fleur test it out first, Harry was forced to admit. I know, but when it works, Susan answered, showing confidence, I look forward to seeing her face. At that, Susan decided to lean in and quickly key, in which he eagerly returned. Afterwards Susan confessed, I really did want some alone time with you. He laughed at that before deciding to lean in and key her again. When they finally did finish up and head back into the room, it was Find Luna now awake. Luna, when she saw him, said loudly and happily, I just slept with Harry. Quiet, Luna, Daphne said a bit grumpily and half asleep next to her, unless of course you really did sleep, meaning not just sleep, with Harry, in which case you need to be louder. He only shook his head at that in amusement. There's waffles and bacon, Hannah sing-songed. That got Daphne up as she and Luna beelined for the breakfast food. As they ate they tried to be quiet so that Padma and Hermione could still sleep. Padma usually got up early, he knew, but she'd probably stayed up late last night. Nevertheless, Daphne commented as she took a bit of perfect bacon, I think I'm falling in love with you, Hannah. Will you marry me? Hannah blushed but then replied, sorry, you're just not my type. Her own Slytherin love interest that was fortunately not Malfoy was however undeterred. What type do I need to be so I can be it? Daphne asked. Well, you need male reproductive parts for one so we can have babies, Hannah pointed out, and as she glanced over in his direction, I also like black hair. I suppose I could handle the first one, Daphne replied, but dyeing my hair black would be a deal breaker for me. Susan laughed but then questioned, really? That would be your deal breaker? Hannah, and Daphne needed to hang out more, he decided. Owned get more attention, Daphne informed her with a shrug, or do you mean me not having a problem with? You know that's what I meant, Susan stated. It however only got Daphne more riled up. Well, in that case I should probably point out that boys rather seem to like theirs, so I figure it couldn't be all bad to have one, Daphne remarked. Except I'd never sleep with you if you did have one, Harry insisted. That ought to stop her from such crazy thoughts. I knew there was a good reason against it there somewhere, Daphne agreed with a grin, although that would imply you do want to sleep with me. Shaking his head again, he turned back to watching Hannah cook. Would you like some help, Hannah? He offered. She seemed surprised but answered, sure. Having cooked for the Dursleys like 1,000,000,001 times due in part to both Dudley and his Uncle Vernon's ridiculous appetites, making meals every day for breakfast, second breakfast, luncheon, afternoon tea, afternoon snack, supper, dinner, dessert, and for their late-night snack, he would consider himself to have plenty of cooking experience. He couldn't actually say for certain that what he made was actually good tasting, and definitely not healthy for that matter, due mainly for the fact that he wasn't sure just how either Dudley or Uncle Vernon actually managed to taste their food as fast as they were eating it, but his aunt at least was a lot more picky in the quality of the food. "Nothing but the best for my diddydums," she would say usually while holding a gallon of ice cream or some other treat. It was a wonder that none of his relatives hadn't had a heart attack yet, or that Dudley hadn't yet become immobile. In comparison to his immensely obese cousin, Hannah looked positively anorexic, he noted. She really wasn't all that fat, he noted, but of course kids can still be cruel in making a big deal out of nothing. However, after the Dursleys it really didn't bother him at all if she weighed a few extra pounds. Even if it didn't, her cooking more than made up for it. Hannah, however, seemed impressed by his cooking skills as he helped her. As soon as he got done with a fresh batch of waffles which the currently awake eagerly girls took, Daphne commented, "You're good, Harry, but I'm sorry to say Hannah is still better." "I think Hannah just wants to be friends, Daph," he pointed out. Hannah laughed before suggesting, "Harry is right, I do want to be your friend." "Works for me," Daphne answered, "so which should we talk about? Boys, clothes, or food?" Her apparent new friend only smiled and pointed out, "All three, of course." Shaking his head at the girl's ridiculousness, he turned back to his cooking. This was turning out to be an odd morning, but at the same time felt just so natural he would swear he did this every morning, waking up surrounded by girls, helping make them all breakfast. They should have sleepovers more often, he concluded. By the time Padma and Hermione woke up he was momentarily worried the food was already gone. Fortunately, Susan had figured out Daphne and Luna well enough to be smart enough to hide some so they wouldn't eat it all. Gratefully, Padma and Hermione began to eat. "So what's on the agenda for the day?" Hermione questioned, deciding to get their usual brief morning meeting out of the way to decide what they would be doing. "I want to go pogo stick jumping," Luna suggested. "Knitting," Daphne gave her idea. "I really hope you're joking," Padma questioned. "Frankly, I hope so too," Daphne replied. "I've got some joke items we could test out," Hermione volunteered. He was tempted to groan at that. Some of Hermione's inventions were really cool, and others, not so much. "All right, just as long as it isn't those candies that make you sick," Padma told her. "Yeah, those candies don't make my tummy feel very good," Luna agreed, now rubbing her belly. "No, it's spy gear," Hermione informed them. "I helped the twins create them but didn't see a big enough market for them. But after last night's meeting I was thinking maybe they might come in handy." "That does sound like fun," Padma agreed. "Is this how you always figure out what fun thing you are going to do for the day?" Susan decided to interrupt. "Pretty much," Daphne admitted with a shrug. "You are both free to join us if you'd like." Both Susan and Hannah glanced at each other and after a second in which they had a quick but silent conversation said at the same time, "Sure." Hermione got out her little box full of tricks as she handed them various objects to try out. Daphne, and Susan got extendable ears, things that you could attach to your ears that would allow you to greatly improve your hearing and potentially listen in on people's conversations. Probably best not to give this to either Lavender or Parvati, he thought, in case they didn't have enough to gossip about. At any rate, they also had the side effect of making your ears appear to be majorly drooping. He decided that it might not be a good idea to call either Daphne or Susan Dumbo, even if they hadn't likely seen that movie. Luna, Padma, and Hannah, however, were testing out the Notice Me Not, a small knotted rope that allowed the holder to go more unnoticed. You could still see them, you just had to actually focus on them more. It even had its own built-in silencing charm, so if you put two in your shoes or even used them as shoelaces nobody could actually hear your footsteps. He even tried it with the extendable ears on and he still couldn't hear Padma's footsteps even though she was walking right next to him. Deciding, however, to go try out the invention he was testing out in the school at large, he walked out, putting a cap over his head in an attempt to hide the ears. The fact that it was actually Hermione's and likely a gift from her parents and read, "Don't forget to floss," he ignored. Well, maybe Hermione could make some super strong floss that could be used as a bungee cord or something, just as long as he wasn't the one trying that one out. Making his way down a few hallways he managed to overhear a bit of a conversation about how awful Professor Snape was, then another conversation about how awful Professor Snape was. Evidently Snape was quite popular among the student body, he observed. Snape should really start making signed pictures of himself, he thought. They might even actually sell if he sold a dartboard that came with each one. At any rate, they were conversations that he at least didn't feel bad at all about listening in on. "Hello Harry," Gabrielle greeted him loudly from right next to him. He grabbed at his ear in pain at the loud sound. "Trying to eavesdrop on someone with something?" she questioned. "Maybe," he was forced to admit. "How did you manage to sneak up on me without me hearing anyway?" "I use a silencing charm on my shoes," Gabrielle told him. "Hermione was having me test this out hoping to help us with defending against bullies," Harry explained. "I see," Gabrielle observed. "Well, you don't need to worry about that, we'll just have to beat them up again." "I'd guess Hermione would like to avoid it altogether," he pointed out. "Well, just so you know, you did well. You and Padma might not have even needed our help," Gabrielle congratulated him. "Of course you might want to work on your form, and if you had known the right spells you could have countered the single spell method some duelists try to use." "What's wrong with my form?" he questioned. "For an amateur duelist, nothing, but if you'd like I could teach you some more advanced stuff and help you practice," Gabrielle offered. "I promise I won't at least permanently harm you. Perhaps just a few broken ribs, maybe a missing toe. Nothing major at least. I suppose I don't need all 10 of my toes," he joked. "Well, I suppose if you're offering, I'll accept." Actually, that did sound like a good idea. Despite her being even younger than him, frankly, Gabrielle was the best duelist around his age he knew of. Evidently she even competed in world-class tournaments, according to Fleur, who also had competed in duel competitions herself. She wasn't a Triwizard champion simply for being pretty. Just as he headed out the hallway with her, however, to find somewhere to practice, they ran into Fleur. She stopped them when she saw Gabrielle's face. "Who are you planning to go fight?" Fleur demanded of her. "I know that look of yours too well. What makes you think I was planning to go fight anyone?" Gabrielle argued, trying to look innocent. "I was just going to go play a game with Harry." "Would this game involve dueling of any kind?" Fleur pressed. Gabrielle sighed, annoyed that her sister had figured her out, but insisted. "I was just going to help teach Harry how to duel." "You weren't planning to turn him into anything or mess with him so badly he ends up in the hospital wing for a month?" Fleur interrogated her. "That was just one time," Gabrielle complained. "Besides, he lived, didn't he? He has another extra set of arms," Fleur pointed out. "Yeah, but on the bright side, he's making a decent living as a juggler now," Gabrielle argued. "Are you two joking?" he couldn't resist asking. Gabrielle smiled at him and said, "Actually, it was just one extra arm." Fleur exaggerated. Fleur, however, took pity on him as she said, "Yes, Harry, we're joking." Gabrielle has a bit of wicked sense of humor when it comes to her dueling exploits, which I unfortunately occasionally encourage. "You've actually done some pretty bad stuff yourself that you don't even need to exaggerate about, need I point out?" Gabrielle countered. "I had no idea you were a bad girl, Fleur," he teased. "Do you want me to be bad?" she teased right back. Gabrielle, however, rolled her eyes at their flirting as she stated, "Just tell Harry you want to marry him and have his babies already." Fleur, however, either because she was used to her sister or because she was just plain unflappable and awesome, told him, "All right, I want to marry you and have your children." He shrugged, smiling at her, and said, "Works for me. Do I get a key out of it?" "That can be part of the deal," she agreed as she leaned in and key-ed him. Then key-ed, then key-ed, then key-ed some more. By the time they were done key-ing, Gabrielle was growing impatient, clearly wanting to have already started dueling practice. "Oh, I'm sorry," Fleur replied with a smile at her sister, "I forgot to let you have a turn." "You should just be satisfied I'm okay with you too," Gabrielle argued, now rolling her eyes. Fleur smiled at her as she answered, "I very much am, Gabby. I love you." Yeah, I love you too," Gabrielle answered. "Now can we please go duel?" He laughed at her obvious impatience and love of dueling. They proceeded on down the hallway until they found an empty classroom where they decided to practice. Gabrielle was wanting to duel him right then and there, but Fleur managed to convince her to make it more low-key and have him practice some spells first. Nevertheless, it was a lot of work, with him realizing just how much he had to do. The two sisters, however, turned out to be excellent teachers, Gabrielle overeager and Fleur much more toned down, which served to balance them out quite well. I think I'm getting the hang of this, he confessed as after he had managed to master a particular spell. We'll see after we do this 7 days a week, 3 hours a day, Gabrielle said, then you can become a master duelist and become dueling champion of the world. Isn't that a bit much to expect or even want? Fleur pointed out. I was going to give him major holidays off, Gabrielle replied. You don't need to do that much, Harry, Fleur told him, just be yourself. That's just lame, Fleur, Gabrielle said. Why shouldn't Harry be able to kick everybody's butt? I can already tell he's at least got serious potential. Gabrielle, Fleur then stated, please leave us alone for a minute. Gabrielle wasn't too happy about it, but she left nonetheless. Harry, Fleur then began, you really don't need to listen to Gabby. Unfortunately he kind of did. I agree that was a bit much, Harry told her, but I still think I need to improve. Improve but not at the risk of losing what makes you so special, Fleur warned. Gabrielle loves dueling, but that's her thing. I'm not so sure it's yours. He found it rather curious that she would say something like that. What is my thing then? He questioned her. Simply being able to just enjoy life and have fun, she answered, which is exactly what you want, but from what I can tell you haven't had the opportunity to have a lot of it in your difficult life. He had to agree about that. It seemed he was always needing to do things that he really shouldn't have to do at his age, or any age for that matter. So what I'm getting at, Fleur told him, is that I think you should practice dueling and try to improve, but try not to take it too seriously. Try to have some fun with it, maybe have some of the girls join you and invent ways to make it enjoyable. That's actually a really good idea, he admitted, a few ideas already springing to mind. Fleur smiled and said, I can understand why you wouldn't want anyone simply fighting all your battles for you, but you should know that you definitely have support whenever you need it, including from me. If anything, I'd say what makes you the most special is your ability to make people love and care about you. That was certainly an interesting thought. It was one he'd have to reflect on later. Thanks, Fleur, he told her, going and giving her a hug. I really don't know what I would do without you. Surprisingly, she answered, I don't know what I would do without you. What have I done for you? He asked, a bit confused. Sure, he'd tried to help her with her underwater problem, but really the solution had actually been found by Susan and Hannah. More than you know, Fleur would only say. At that, they opened up the classroom door to let Gabrielle back in to continue training. Toomany. Several hours later found him sweaty, tired, and sore. Gabrielle and Fleur had put him through a serious workout. All he really wanted to do was go take a nap in a warm bath. Yet before he could get back to his dorm, he was suddenly accosted yet again by a few girls, namely Daphne, Padma, and Hermione. Daphne seemed to be taking a closer look at his appearance as she asked him, why are you so sweaty, Harry? Is there something that you were up to you weren't going to tell us about? No, Harry informed them, Fleur and Gabrielle were just teaching me how to duel, that's all. The girls seemed surprised but pleased. Oh well, that's nice, Hermione commented, that might be a good thing for all of us to do. Agreed, Padma answered, it would likely be more fun with all of us participating. I can make anything fun, Luna claimed. He started walking down the hallway again while the girls followed him. Where are you going now, Harry? Padma asked. To take a bath. I'd imagine none of you likes me stinky or dirty, he answered. Stinky no, dirty yes, Daphne replied, mind if I join you? Just go take your bath, Harry, Padma stated, realizing that Daphne was only joking. Of course you could never be 100% sure with Daphne. Reluctantly he decided to just take his bath. Harry awoke to find himself in quite possibly the best position he had ever been in waking up. He was surrounded by girls. Following their slumber party sleepover, at least some of the girls had stayed behind to actually sleep. Luna had evidently decided that it was okay for her to snuggle into his body because she was right up against him. Evidently Daphne was thinking the same thing because she was spooning him on his other side. Their lack of care for personal space did not bother him in the slightest. In fact, it felt very, very good to be waking up like this, almost totally natural in fact. He noted, however, that Hermione and Padma were also currently sleeping nearby, opting for a bit more propriety by using smaller singular beds for each of them. He would have been perfectly content to lie there for a while and just enjoy it when the smell of bacon and waffles wafted over to him. It looked like someone had found his other weakness. Let's see, food or girls? Girls was the obvious no-brainer answer, unless you were really hungry and the girl in question wasn't very tasty. Yet after a few minutes his taste buds continued to torture him until he finally gave in under the assumption that at least there was bound to be a girl making the food. Hopefully. Truth be told, while he could see another couple of beds also laid out, he'd fallen asleep before most, so he couldn't be sure. If it was the Weasley twins, for example, he was definitely going back to bed. Getting up, he followed his nose over to where Susan and Hannah were currently making breakfast. "Good morning, Harry," Hannah said sweetly, "would you care for some food?" He glanced down at the large plate of food she'd already made and tried to only take a bit of it, but then Hannah announced, "Oh no, that entire plate is for you." "I don't really need all that much," Harry pointed out. "I'm trying to fatten you up," Hannah announced with a smile. "Or you're just trying to win the boy's heart through his stomach," Susan pointed out. "In which case, it's working," he commented before putting a piece of bacon into his mouth. Hannah seemed to have a pleased look on her face as she announced, "Well, this is what would happen every morning if I was your wife." Not so subtle intentions, but he let it slide. Girls were allowed their fantasies, he figured, just as long as he was allowed his. "If I was your wife, I'd make you be the one to make me breakfast," Susan joked. He continued to eat, realizing that it was indeed really good before Susan decided to say, "Harry, could I talk to you alone for a minute?" "Alone, huh?" He joked with a grin. "If you wanted some alone time with me, you wouldn't need to ask." Susan winked at him for that. Nevertheless, he followed Susan out of the room, so they were just outside of it. Yet if he figured that she did not actually want to talk with him, that idea was quickly dashed. "Can I ask you what you think of Hannah?" Susan just came out and said. Trick question, he guessed. "I've fallen into this trap before," Harry replied. "When a girl asks what you think of another girl, no matter what answer you give, either they end up upset or unable to believe you." Susan sighed and remarked, "Evidently you know your girls." "Through trial and more error than I care to admit," he added. She seemed to take that in before confessing, "Hannah really likes you." "I mean, I really like you too, but I think it'll be okay if you decide to date someone else. Hannah, on the other hand, she's pretty dead set on you. Enough so I'm rather worried for her. You obviously already have a lot of interest from plenty of girls, and well, I don't want to see her get hurt." So that was what she was worried about. He really couldn't blame her either. No doubt it was a concern for many a girl in such a situation. It had indeed been in the back of his mind pretty much ever since this whole thing started. Eventually he would have to make a choice, and the more time passed the harder it would probably get. "You want me to be totally honest?" Harry admitted, "I have no idea." Susan took that in before giving a slight smile as she remarked, "So I guess you aren't perfect after all." "Oh, I'm definitely not perfect," Harry answered. "Just ask Malfoy or the many other people who don't like me. I prefer to get to know you than what a person says about you," Susan pointed out. "Let's just say there are still plenty of Hufflepuffs still not too happy with you about the whole tournament thing and saying some rather unfavorable things. If I listen to them, well, I get your point," he interjected. Despite his recent popularity with many in the female population of the school, the attack a couple of nights ago had certainly reminded him that there were still plenty who didn't care much for him, the stupid tournament still being one of them. "Well, what do you think I should do?" he asked her. Susan seemed surprised but asked, "Why ask me?" "Since I'm desperate," he replied, only half jokingly. She seemed to mull this over before admitting, "I'm afraid I'd be too biased for that. If I didn't choose myself, I'd choose Hannah, and I can't say for certain whether either of us would be exactly what you'd want." "I'm not sure I'd be exactly what you or Hannah would want either," Harry pointed out. "Good point," she agreed, "but fortunately I believe I can still solve both problems. Auntie always said if you need a problem solved and you can't do it yourself, find someone who can." That certainly got his attention. "Just who did you have in mind?" he questioned, now rather interested. "I'm afraid I'd have to ask them first," Susan replied. He supposed that was true, even if he did want to know. "In the meantime," Susan continued, "I'd rather like to try and find out the old-fashioned way." To his surprise, Susan then pulled a folded piece of paper out of her pocket and handed it to him. "What's this?" he asked. "The way to solve Fleur's underwater problem," Susan reminded him of the challenge he had sent out a few days ago. You just earned yourself a date with me and Hannah next weekend. At that she leaned forward and keyed at him briefly before walking back into the room without another word. He opened the paper up to look at it, and when he did, he laughed at the irony. It was a cooking recipe. He had one guess as to who had thought this book might contain a possible solution. Never underestimate a Hufflepuff, Harry said. Susan seemed rather pleased by that response. No indeed, she agreed, Hannah will be pleased when you tell her. She doesn't know, he asked in surprise. I wanted to have this conversation with you first, Susan explained her reasoning. He supposed he could understand that. I'm still going to have Fleur test it out first, Harry was forced to admit. I know, but when it works, Susan answered, showing confidence, I look forward to seeing her face. At that, Susan decided to lean in and quickly key, in which he eagerly returned. Afterwards Susan confessed, I really did want some alone time with you. He laughed at that before deciding to lean in and key her again. When they finally did finish up and head back into the room, it was find Luna now awake. Luna, when she saw him, said loudly and happily, I just slept with Harry. Quiet, Luna, Daphne said a bit grumpily and half asleep next to her, unless of course you really did sleep, meaning not just sleep, with Harry, in which case you need to be louder. He only shook his head at that in amusement. There's waffles and bacon, Hannah sing-songed. That got Daphne up as she and Luna beelined for the breakfast food. As they ate they tried to be quiet so that Padma and Hermione could still sleep. Padma usually got up early, he knew, but she'd probably stayed up late last night. Nevertheless, Daphne commented as she took a bit of perfect bacon, I think I'm falling in love with you, Hannah. Will you marry me? Hannah blushed but then replied, sorry, you're just not my type. Her own Slytherin love interest that was fortunately not Malfoy was however undeterred. What type do I need to be so I can be it? Daphne asked. Well, you need male reproductive parts for once a week. Can have babies, Hannah pointed out, and as she glanced over in his direction, I also like black hair. I suppose I could handle the first one, Daphne replied, but dyeing my hair black would be a deal breaker for me. Susan laughed but then questioned, really? That would be your deal breaker? Hannah, and Daphne needed to hang out more, he decided. Owned get more attention, Daphne informed her with a shrug, or do you mean me not having a problem with? You know that's what I meant, Susan stated. It however only got Daphne more riled up. Well, in that case I should probably point out that boys rather seem to like theirs, so I figure it couldn't be all bad to have one, Daphne remarked. Except I'd never sleep with you if you did have one, Harry insisted. That ought to stop her from such crazy thoughts. I knew there was a good reason against it there somewhere, Daphne agreed with a grin, although that would imply you do want to sleep with me. Shaking his head again, he turned back to watching Hannah cook. Would you like some help, Hannah? He offered. She seemed surprised but answered, sure. Having cooked for the Dursleys like 1,000,000,001 times due in part to both Dudley and his Uncle Vernon's ridiculous appetites, making meals every day for breakfast, second breakfast, luncheon, afternoon tea, afternoon snack, supper, dinner, dessert, and for their late-night snack, he would consider himself to have plenty of cooking experience. He couldn't actually say for certain that what he made was actually good tasting, and definitely not healthy for that matter, due mainly for the fact that he wasn't sure just how either Dudley or Uncle Vernon actually managed to taste their food as fast as they were eating it, but his aunt at least was a lot more picky in the quality of the food. Nothing but the best for my diddydums, she would say usually while holding a gallon of ice cream or some other treat. It was a wonder that none of his relatives hadn't had a heart attack yet, or that Dudley hadn't yet become immobile. In comparison to his immensely obese cousin, Hannah looked positively anorexic, he noted. She really wasn't all that fat, he noted, but of course kids can still be cruel in making a big deal out of nothing. However, after the Dursleys it really didn't bother him at all if she weighed a few extra pounds. Even if it didn't, her cooking more than made up for it. Hannah however seemed impressed by his cooking skills as he helped her. As soon as he got done with a fresh batch of waffles which the currently awake eagerly girls took, Daphne commented, "You're good, Harry, but I'm sorry to say Hannah is still better." "I think Hannah just wants to be friends, Daph," he pointed out. Hannah laughed before suggesting, "Harry is right, I do want to be your friend." Works for me, Daphne answered, so which should we talk about? Boys, clothes, or food? Her apparent new friend only smiled and pointed out, all three of course. Shaking his head at the girl's ridiculousness, he turned back to his cooking. This was turning out to be an odd morning, but at the same time felt just so natural he would swear he did this every morning, waking up surrounded by girls, helping make them all breakfast. They should have sleepovers more often, he concluded. By the time Padma and Hermione woke up he was momentarily worried the food was already gone. Fortunately Susan had figured out Daphne and Luna well enough to be smart enough to hide some so they wouldn't eat it all. Gratefully Padma and Hermione began to eat. So what's on the agenda for the day? Hermione questioned, deciding to get their usual brief morning meeting out of the way to decide what they would be doing. I want to go pogo stick jumping, Luna suggested. Knitting, Daphne gave her idea. I really hope you're joking, Padma questioned. Frankly I hope so too, Daphne replied. I've got some joke items we could test out, Hermione volunteered. He was tempted to groan at that. Some of Hermione's inventions were really cool, and others, not so much. All right, just as long as it isn't those candies that make you sick, Padma told her. Yeah, those candies don't make my tummy feel very good, Luna agreed, now rubbing her belly. No, it's spy gear, Hermione informed them. I helped the twins create them but didn't see a big enough market for them, but after last night's meeting I was thinking maybe they might come in handy. That does sound like fun, Padma agreed. Is this how you always figure out what fun thing you are going to do for the day? Susan decided to interrupt. Pretty much, Daphne admitted with a shrug. You are both free to join us if you'd like. Both Susan and Hannah glanced at each other and after a second in which they had a quick but silent conversation said at the same time, sure. Hermione got out her little box full of tricks as she handed them various objects to try out. Daphne, and Susan got extendable ears, things that you could attach to your ears that would allow you to greatly improve your hearing and potentially listen in on people's conversations. Probably best not to give this to either Lavender or Parvati, he thought, in case they didn't have enough to gossip about. At any rate, they also had the side effect of making your ears appear to be majorly drooping. He decided that it might not be a good idea to call either Daphne or Susan Dumbo, even if they hadn't likely seen that movie. Luna, Padma, and Hannah however were testing out the Notice Me Not, a small knotted rope that allowed the holder to go more unnoticed. You could still see them, you just had to actually focus on them more. It even had its own built-in silencing charm, so if you put two in your shoes or even used them as shoelaces nobody could actually hear your footsteps. He even tried it with the extendable ears on and he still couldn't hear Padma's footsteps even though she was walking right next to him. Deciding however to go try out the invention he was testing out in the school at large, he walked out, putting a cap over his head in an attempt to hide the ears. The fact that it was actually Hermione's and likely a gift from her parents and read, "Don't forget to floss," he ignored. Well, maybe Hermione could make some super strong floss that could be used as a bungee cord or something, just as long as he wasn't the one trying that one out. Making his way down a few hallways he managed to overhear a bit of a conversation about how awful Professor Snape was, then another conversation about how awful Professor Snape was. Evidently Snape was quite popular among the student body, he observed. Snape should really start making signed pictures of himself, he thought. They might even actually sell if he sold a dartboard that came with each one. At any rate, they were conversations that he at least didn't feel bad at all about listening in on. "Hello Harry," Gabrielle greeted him loudly from right next to him. He grabbed at his ear in pain at the loud sound. Trying to eavesdrop on someone with something? She questioned. Maybe, he was forced to admit. How did you manage to sneak up on me without me hearing anyway? I use a silencing charm on my shoes, Gabrielle told him. Hermione was having me test this out hoping to help us with defending against bullies, Harry explained. I see, Gabrielle observed. Well, you don't need to worry about that, we'll just have to beat them up again. I'd guess Hermione would like to avoid it altogether, he pointed out. Well, just so you know, you did well. You and Padma might not have even needed our help. Gabrielle congratulated him. Of course you might want to work on your form, and if you had known the right spells you could have countered the single spell method some duelists try to use. What's wrong with my form? He questioned. For an amateur duelist nothing, but if you'd like I could teach you some more advanced stuff and help you practice, Gabrielle offered. I promise I won't at least permanently harm you. Perhaps just a few broken ribs, maybe a missing toe. Nothing major at least. I suppose I don't need all 10 of my toes, he joked. Well, I suppose if you're offering, I'll accept. Actually, that did sound like a good idea. Despite her being even younger than him, frankly Gabrielle was the best duelist around his age he knew of. Evidently she even competed in world-class tournaments according to Fleur, who also had competed in duel competitions herself. She wasn't a Triwizard champion simply for being pretty. Just as he headed out the hallway with her however to find somewhere to practice, they ran into Fleur. She stopped them when she saw Gabrielle's face. Who are you planning to go fight? Fleur demanded of her. I know that look of yours too well. What makes you think I was planning to go fight anyone? Gabrielle argued, trying to look innocent. I was just going to go play a game with Harry. Would this game involve dueling of any kind? Fleur pressed. Gabrielle sighed, annoyed that her sister had figured her out but insisted. I was just going to help teach Harry how to duel. You weren't planning to turn him into anything or mess with him so badly he ends up in the hospital wing for a month? Fleur interrogated her. That was just one time. Gabrielle complained. Besides, he lived, didn't he? He has another extra set of arms. Fleur pointed out. Yeah, but on the bright side, he's making a decent living as a juggler now, Gabrielle argued. Are you two joking? He couldn't resist asking. Gabrielle smiled at him and said, actually it was just one extra arm. Fleur exaggerated. Fleur however took pity on him as she said, yes Harry, we're joking. Gabrielle has a bit of wicked sense of humor when it comes to her dueling exploits, which I unfortunately occasionally encourage. You've actually done some pretty bad stuff yourself that you don't even need to exaggerate about, need I point out? Gabrielle countered. I had no idea you were a bad girl, Fleur, he teased. Do you want me to be bad? She teased right back. Gabrielle however rolled her eyes at their flirting as she stated, just tell Harry you want to marry him and have his babies already. Fleur however, either because she was used to her sister or because she was just plain unflappable and awesome, told him, alright, I want to marry you and have your children. He shrugged, smiling at her and said, works for me. Do I get a key out of it? That can be part of the deal, she agreed as she leaned in and key-ed him. Then key-ed, then key-ed, then key-ed some more. By the time they were done key-ing, Gabrielle was growing impatient, clearly wanting to have already started dueling practice. Oh, I'm sorry, Fleur replied with a smile at her sister, I forgot to let you have a turn. You should just be satisfied I'm okay with you too, Gabrielle argued, now rolling her eyes. Fleur smiled at her as she answered, I very much am Gabby. I love you. Yeah, I love you too, Gabrielle answered, now can we please go duel? He laughed at her obvious impatience and love of dueling. They proceeded on down the hallway until they found an empty classroom where they decided to practice. Gabrielle was wanting to duel him right then and there, but Fleur managed to convince her to make it more low-key and have him practice some spells first. Nevertheless, it was a lot of work, with him realizing just how much he had to do. The two sisters however turned out to be excellent teachers, Gabrielle overeager and Fleur much more toned down, which served to balance them out quite well. I think I'm getting the hang of this, he confessed as after he had managed to master a particular spell. We'll see after we do this 7 days a week, 3 hours a day, Gabrielle said, then you can become a master duelist and become dueling champion of the world. Isn't that a bit much to expect or even want? Fleur pointed out. I was going to give him major holidays off, Gabrielle replied. You don't need to do that much, Harry, Fleur told him, just be yourself. That's just lame, Fleur, Gabrielle said, why shouldn't Harry be able to kick everybody's butt? I can already tell he's at least got serious potential. Gabrielle, Fleur then stated, please leave us alone for a minute. Gabrielle wasn't too happy about it, but she left nonetheless. Harry, Fleur then began, you really don't need to listen to Gabby. Unfortunately he kind of did. I agree that was a bit much, Harry told her, but I still think I need to improve. Improve but not at the risk of losing what makes you so special, Fleur warned. Gabrielle loves dueling, but that's her thing. I'm not so sure it's yours. He found it rather curious that she would say something like that. What is my thing then? He questioned her. Simply being able to just enjoy life and have fun, she answered, which is exactly what you want, but from what I can tell you haven't had the opportunity to have a lot of it in your difficult life. He had to agree about that. It seemed he was always needing to do things that he really shouldn't have to do at his age, or any age for that matter. So what I'm getting at, Fleur told him, is that I think you should practice dueling and try to improve, but try not to take it too seriously. Try to have some fun with it, maybe have some of the girls join you and invent ways to make it enjoyable. That's actually a really good idea, he admitted, a few ideas already springing to mind. Fleur smiled and said, I can understand why you wouldn't want anyone simply fighting all your battles for you, but you should know that you definitely have support whenever you need it, including from me. If anything, I'd say what makes you the most special is your ability to make people love and care about you. That was certainly an interesting thought. It was one he'd have to reflect on later. Thanks, Fleur, he told her, going and giving her a hug. I really don't know what I would do without you. Surprisingly, she answered, I don't know what I would do without you. What have I done for you? He asked, a bit confused. Sure, he'd tried to help her with her underwater problem, but really the solution had actually been found by Susan and Hannah. More than you know, Fleur would only say. At that, they opened up the classroom door to let Gabrielle back in to continue training. Toomany. Several hours later found him sweaty, tired, and sore. Gabrielle and Fleur had put him through a serious workout. All he really wanted to do was go take a nap in a warm bath. Yet before he could get back to his dorm, he was suddenly accosted yet again by a few girls, namely Daphne, Padma, and Hermione. Daphne seemed to be taking a closer look at his appearance as she asked him, Why are you so sweaty, Harry? Is there something that you were up to you weren't going to tell us about? No, Harry informed them, Fleur and Gabrielle were just teaching me how to duel, that's all. The girls seemed surprised but pleased. Oh well, that's nice, Hermione commented, that might be a good thing for all of us to do. Agreed, Padma answered, it would likely be more fun with all of us participating. I can make anything fun, Luna claimed. He started walking down the hallway again while the girls followed him. Where are you going now, Harry? Padma asked. To take a bath. I'd imagine none of you likes me stinky or dirty, he answered. Stinky no, dirty yes, Daphne replied, mind if I join you? Just go take your bath, Harry, Padma stated, realizing that Daphne was only joking. Of course you could never be 100% sure with Daphne. Reluctantly he decided to just take his bath. By the time he was done with his shower, he was squeaky clean and more well rested, but he had to hurry and get ready for his date with Sue. When he got there to pick her up in front of the Ravenclaw dorm, he noted that she was wearing what appeared to be a Chinese red silk dress that came down to her knees, her hair as it always was, still wrapped up in its bun. Hello, Harry, she said in a seductive voice as she came up to him, wrapped a shapely leg around his. Her face was now mere inches away from his as she pressed the tip of her long red fingernail lightly into his chin. Are you ready? He gulped loudly, aware that she had probably noticed, but managed to say back boldly, Are you? I don't think it's me you should worry about, Sue answered, I can be very flexible. At that, she used her foot to come up and somehow press into his back. Wow, he thought. Just wow. She had his attention now. So am I, he countered back, and if I'm not, that's what Madame Pomfrey is for. Sue smiled, a wide, evil-looking grin as she said, I think I'm going to enjoy this date very much. So long as you don't disappoint me. I'll try my best, he promised. Bring your A game, she told him, we're going to have some fun. Somehow he actually liked the sound of that. As he accompanied Sue over to the room of requirement, she did several flips and cartwheels, causing him to wonder if he could see his underwear when she was doing them. He just couldn't help trying to at least catch a glimpse. She seemed to realize what he was doing, a knowing look on her face as she admitted, I'm actually not wearing any underwear in case that's what you were looking for. He didn't skip a beat as he answered, even better then. Good luck then, Sue coyly told him, of course when you do accidents, such as me accidentally kicking you in the face while doing a flip tends to happen. That's fair, he agreed, although I think it just might be worth it. She laughed at that as they finished getting to the room. When they entered it, he looked at Sue for a reaction to what she thought of the events he had planned for the evening. Her expression was unreadable before she looked over at him and said, bold but familiar. "You've got my attention at least." The entire room had become a circus. Literally. In addition to a huge sign in red with gold lettering saying circus on it, there was an arena with a trapeze, a tightrope, and many other things besides. He had heard from Padma that Sue had grown up in a circus, and so he figured he'd try to give her a little taste of home. Yet after she had got done looking around, Sue's eyes alighted on a black whip. "Did you somehow get some animals, or were you thinking I might decide to use it on you?" she asked him with a smile. Truthfully, he hadn't even noticed a whip when he'd first been in the room making sure it was date-worthy. He did not like the look of that smile, however, he concluded. Or did he? Roar. The sound of a lion's roar hit his ears. His first reaction was fear, thinking that the room had managed to bring an actual lion here. In that split second he was trying to go protect Sue as best as he could when the lion pounced. The next thing he knew, he was on the ground. He could feel lion's fur totally covering his body while his eyesight was mostly obscured by what appeared to be the lion's mane. He expected to feel claws gash into his side any minute, and then, "Hello, Harry," the lion said brightly. "Did I scare you?" The lion readjusted herself on top of him so that he could now see her face, a human face just below the lion's. "Luna?" he questioned in surprise. Now he could actually see that Luna was actually wearing a full-body lion costume. Taken by surprise like that, and with the realistic roar beforehand, he hadn't been able to tell the difference while she had been on top of him, and he was momentarily worried he was about to be eaten. Now, however, it was obvious that it was just a costume. Sue, however, clapped her hands and laughed. "You totally scared him, Luna," she observed with mirth, "and I totally love the costume." "Thanks," Luna answered. "Want to be friends now?" Sue shook her head as she replied, "You're too cool, and say, why for me, Luna? I'd probably become a lesbian for you if we ever got any closer." "That's because I may say, why beast," Luna claimed, "it happens all the time. Unfortunately you aren't a lesbian, just really turned on by hypersexual activity like me." "Well, this was awkward," he observed. "So what are you doing here, Luna?" he questioned. Luna shrugged before admitting, "I told you that Sue was too much for you, so I figured I'd help you out a bit." She then pressed a button on her costume, causing another lion's roar to come out of it. "You're so lucky to have Luna as a girlfriend," Sue replied. "She's always been my hero." She said it sincerely, causing him to once again accept that Luna was actually a lot more popular than he had thought, always pulling people out of the woodwork. Sue was considered by many to be a very difficult girl to handle, but he could tell that in being around Luna she tamed down a bit. However, with Luna's next statement, that did not mean to tame down. "You want to whip me, Sue?" Luna asked. Sue smiled as she replied, "Oh, I'll totally whip you, Luna." He was momentarily confused before Sue picked up the whip she had found again. Before he could stop it, she let the whip go crashing down on Luna. Luna let out a loud cry of pain. "Luna!" he yelled in worry for her, trying to get between her and Sue to prevent her from getting hurt again. "It's okay, Harry," Luna replied, "the costume makes it so it doesn't hurt. Sue just likes to hear me scream when she whips me." He glanced over at Sue, who was clearly enjoying his surprise and fear again. Perhaps everyone was right. Sue was too much for him. Not for Luna though, apparently. "Whip me some more," Luna whined. Since Luna clearly wasn't bothered by it, he backed away and allowed the display to continue as Sue proceeded to whip Luna again and again and again while Luna pretended to cry out in pain and plead for mercy. As he watched, personally, while he was aware some people rather enjoyed stuff like this even if it was fake, he decided he just wasn't one of them. He could never allow a girl to be hurt like this, no matter who they were. That realization struck him. He cared little for himself after being so used to physical and mental abuse. He was actually used to it. When it came to the girls, however, suddenly he had a reason to need to physically and mentally train. He'd dedicate himself to that, he decided. As much as he could. Nobody was going to get hurt on his watch. Just as he was reevaluating and making plans for his life, Luna commented to Sue, "You're really turned on by this, aren't you?" "Oh yeah," Sue admitted as she already had a hand on her nether regions, although at least it was over top her clothes. "You should make out with Harry," Luna suggested, "it's lots of fun." Sue then got a smoldering look in her eyes as she claimed to him, "You hear that, Harry? I'm going to make out with you and there is nothing you can do about it. He somehow got what Sue was getting at as he pretended to protest. No, I won't let you, he answered as he tried to back away. Sue proceeded to follow him slowly, hungrily like a tiger, clearly enjoying this game that they were playing. Then, she pounced, much like Luna must have done to him as she leapt on top of him. This time however he was more ready for an attack as he managed to stay on his feet even while she was on him. Sue did not weigh all that much, easily less than 100 pounds, but she was still doing a remarkable job trying to pull him down. You're not getting my lips, he insisted, playing their game still, my able, succulent lips that you want so badly. Clearly still enjoying this, Sue was trying to get him to fall before gutting him. Finally she succeeded, partially due to the fact that he was still tired from earlier, but also because of her sheer tenacity and willpower. He fell backward onto the ground with Sue still on top of him as she tried to lean her face in and him with him still resisting, putting his hands into her face. She however then cried out, causing him to worry that perhaps he had poked her in the eye. That hesitation however had been what she had been waiting for as she finally managed to succeed as she leaned in and at him. As enjoyable as the action was, he still pretended to resist, causing her to go at it all the more, her dexterous limbs now succeeding in pinning his down while they continued to make out. When they finally did break apart, she had a big grin on her face, looking extremely satisfied as she then turned to Luna and confided, "You're right Luna, making out with Harry is fun." Luna only giggled at that. After a brief moment where Sue pretended to half-heartedly still hold him down, he was able to get back up again. "Your turn now Luna," Sue offered. "Don't mind if I do," Luna instantly agreed as she came towards him. He half expected her to do the same thing as Sue, but by now he didn't think he'd have the energy to do so. Fortunately she decided that totally unresistant gutting was fine with her, her lips pressing into his as they began making out in earnest. Sue, who was watching the display, told him, "Touch her butt." He broke off from gutting to tell her, "I didn't know we were in a private beepo for you Sue." "Well not yet you aren't," Sue pointed out, "what kind of cheap beepo is this?" Luna looked at him, her face only half a foot away from his as she informed him, "You really shouldn't touch my butt yet Harry. You're not supposed to even if I want to be a bad girl like Sue and let you touch it. You shouldn't feel like you need to be a bad girl just for me," he pointed out. She giggled before replying, "Okay, but it's going to happen anyway." He really wasn't sure what she was talking about, but then she leaned in and started gutting him again, causing him to forget all about it. Or really anything else for that matter. He was really into this tonight, he realized. Luna was just incredible. However the next thing he knew his hand was now on her bum. No matter the reason, if only because he'd gotten caught up in the moment or because they had already just been talking about him doing this very thing, he couldn't help keeping it there to see her reaction. She made no protest so he opted to keep it there. He'd touched her butt before of course, although on accident and only for a millisecond. Now he had had it for much longer as he opted to risk cupping and squeezing it. Luna let out a small moan of pleasure, but this was the only reaction he got out of her. It wasn't his fault she had a great butt. She talked about her beeps way more, but she did have a rather nice cute bubble butt that had gotten his attention as well as some fantasies. By the time they finally broke apart, let's just say he got to know that bum a lot more than he did before. "That was hot," Sue admitted. "I think I'm going to have to stick around both of you more from now on." "It'll cost you," he answered. Sue, with that same devious look in her eye that she seemed to often have replied, "I'm sure. We can work something out." After all that had already happened on his date, he was already exhausted, but Sue pointed out that there was plenty more still to do. Sue, who evidently knew every aspect of a circus rather well, decided to show off her various talents that evidently went even beyond being a contortionist. She breathed fire for him, and when he asked if that made her mouth hot, she'd had him her again just to find out. After that, she walked effortlessly and easily across the tightrope, but when Luna decided to try it she just fell straight into the net below her that caught her fall. Of course being Luna, she considered that so fun, she decided to climb back up and try it again. She even wanted Sue to get on the other side of the trapeze to catch her as she swung across, but even Sue nixed the idea. She did however opt to take Luna with her on one swing with her. "Swing me higher, Sue, swing me higher," Luna asked of her. With the way that they were able to move however, he was pretty sure that Sue was using some sort of magic to keep them continually in motion. Still, it gladdened his heart to see both girls having fun. He was really glad now that Luna had decided to hijack their date. It was a lot more fun, as it always was with Luna, to have her around. Toomany. Hermione, Daphne, Pansy, Millicent, Fleur, Gabrielle, Susan, and Hannah were currently having a girls' night, having just made a chocolate cake which they were currently eating. "How cliché is this?" Susan commented, baking and then doing each other's makeup. "It works for me," Daphne replied happily as she took another bite of brownie. "We need to do this all the time." "Thank you, metabolism," she thought. She'd definitely be taking advantage of it before she hit what her mother called a woman's second growth spurt, only in the wrong direction. Hannah needed to join the harem, she thought. No way she could live without these treats. Hannah in her life. If there was a harem, she corrected herself. More and more she was starting to think of the harem as an eventuality, something that was going to happen no matter what, and something that she was more and more accepting of. She hadn't made her decision yet. Nor should she be wanting other girls to join, especially for the vain reason that they made good treats. Shaking her head yet again, she then decided to focus on the task at hand as she asked Gabrielle, "So how did Harry do today?" "Better than I expected actually, but he's still got a long ways to go," Gabrielle admitted. "I'm going to enjoy torturing him for the rest of the school year." It was at that point however when Fleur grabbed her arm and whispered, "Come with me." She followed her out immediately, deciding to question her when they were alone just where they were going. Once they were, she then asked her. "It's time we had another little talk," Fleur would only say. Daphne went with Fleur into a broom closet, wondering just what she wanted to talk to her about that was so important and pressing. "Is this your way of coming out of the closet?" Daphne teased. "Perhaps I should point out that we both went into this closet," Fleur used her wit to counter back. "I just can't deny my feelings any longer." "For me?" Daphne questioned. "Yes, I love you and I want to have your babies," Fleur answered sarcastically, continuing to play their little game. "That would be rather impossible unless you were," Daphne observed before looking down at her crotch. "I knew you were too why to be real." At that, Fleur began pulling down her skirt and clothes, revealing her definitely entirely female lady bits. "Okay. How far are we planning on taking this?" Daphne questioned. "Farther than you," Fleur insisted. Daphne smiled and said, "Is that a challenge? You seriously think you can beat me in a promiscuity contest?" "You could all just be talk," Fleur pointed out. "I haven't actually seen you do anything yet." "Well, if that's how you're going to play it," Daphne answered as she pulled down her own skirt and clothes. No way was she letting Fleur win. Fleur responded by taking her top off, before slowly removing her light blue cloth and then tossing it right to her, now totally naked. Having shared a room with 4 other girls at Hogwarts and with her sister at home, seeing another naked girl hardly bothered her, although she did have to admit Fleur had it going on. Daphne checked the tag for her clothes size before commenting, "We're the exact same size." "Really?" Fleur asked. "Uh-huh," Daphne replied. "Let me prove it." Daphne responded by removing her own top and then her black cloth before handing it to Fleur. Fleur checked hers as well. 34E, I guess you're right, Fleur commented, so I guess B, East size is a tie. Yeah, but I'm younger than you so I might not be done growing, Daphne argued. Maybe, but there's no way you can compete with this A.S. ever, Fleur countered as she turned around and shook her incredible booty. Daphne looked over Fleur's incredible perfect huge bum and had to admit she had a point. Still she wasn't willing to admit defeat. "I'm wearing your clothes out of here, I think I might even show it off to Harry," Daphne remarked cheekily as she was still holding Fleur's bra. "Then I'm wearing yours bosom buddy," the older, but evidently equally stacked girl answered. "You don't find one of those every day," she agreed, which was totally true, especially for girls like them. Fleur looked her over as well as herself as she suggested, "Perhaps we ought to consider this a draw. I'm pretty sure either of us would be willing to take this a lot farther than just this." "It would be really wild and hot though," Daphne responded. "That it would," Fleur answered, "although we're now both naked in a broom closet, I mean what could possibly go wrong?" Well, we could end up having lesbians say, and realize we really like it, or worse realize we really don't like it, or someone could discover us inside here, Daphne observed. If someone found us we'd just smile and wave at them, Fleur countered, besides it would totally make their day if it was a guy. It would make the straightest girl on Earth's day, Daphne agreed. Fleur pretended to check her out a bit before then saying, I think I'd better tell you just what I had us both come in here for before I get too carried away. I'll just come right out and say it, I can no longer deny my feelings any longer, I want to marry Harry and become part of his harem. That certainly got her attention. Are you sure you've thought enough about this? Daphne questioned. Believe me I have, Fleur insisted, Avila just knows. How do you know? Daphne inquired. Fleur only shook her head and said, I'm afraid it would be too difficult to explain. It's like this need that you have deep within your soul. Like your soul has found its mate, the one person who will truly make you feel happy and complete. Soulmates, Daphne stated in order to simplify what Fleur was referring to. Essentially yes, Fleur replied, although in this case it's a bit more complicated than that for Avila. Once Avila has found a suitable mate, we are able to view that love on a more in-depth level than you could imagine. I suppose you'd have to be Avila to understand. Same thing, I'm a hot, that makes every guy drool, Daphne pointed out teasingly. Fleur laughed and said, I'm glad we're going to be co-wives as well as friends. Daphne put her hands on her hips as she commented, well we already don't have a problem with looking at the other naked, so that's a start. I'd offer you a hug or something but I'm not sure you'd want one under the circumstances, Fleur told her. That's okay, I'm good, Daphne insisted. To their surprise at that moment, the closet door was suddenly opened. On impulse she tried to cover herself up as best she could with her hands with a lot still left exposed. To her relief however she saw that it was only Luna. Luna took in the scene of the two of them totally naked in a broom closet which would have been really surprising and awesome for any sane person before casually saying, nobody told me we were playing naked Sunday. Well I want to play. At that, Luna quickly stripped and took off all of her clothes as well, revealing her smaller and thinner frame. So what are we three busties talking about? Luna questioned, did I miss the part where Fleur said she had decided she wanted to join the harem and marry Harry? You just did, Fleur admitted, not at all surprised that Luna somehow already knew that. Yay, Luna said as she jumped up and down, you get to be my big sister wife. Naked, Luna's beeps bouncing up and down were even a distraction for Daphne. She was so going to be telling Harry about this whole experience to make him jealous. Luna then reached forward and gave Fleur a rather awkward hug, awkward for Fleur not for Luna who couldn't be happier or care less. She'd say Luna just might be able to beat them both in their competition they had been having earlier. Oh, Luna then confessed, now looking guilty, I let Harry feel up my bum. Oh no, that's terrible, Fleur replied sarcastically. Actually it sort of is, Daphne admitted, we have a pact against going any further with Harry. I just couldn't resist, Luna confessed, my butt wanted him so bad. I hate it when that happens, Fleur told her. Luna nodded and looked at Daphne as she said, see, I'm not the only one. She wasn't sure if she should laugh at that or not. Actually I get people asking me if my butt is real or not, Fleur added. Is it? Daphne joked. Not skipping a beat, Fleur suggested as she turned around to expose her totally naked perfect bum to them both, you want to feel it to find out. Ooh, I do. Luna agreed as she went over and grasped Fleur's bum, running her hands over it with a more than a few good squeezes. I think that's enough Luna, Daphne cautioned. It's okay, Fleur said, I know what she's up to, does it meet your approval Luna? Luna finally pulled away as she told Fleur, yeah, it's real, and it's good enough for Harry. What a relief, Fleur replied. Not like there was any doubt, Daphne told her, I know a good lady bum when I see one. For added measure, she gave Fleur's bum a good squeeze of her own. When it came to her bum, Fleur had everyone on the planet beat. Once Fleur had turned to face them, she then added, we'll have to talk with Padma and Hermione though about this even if it'll involve talking more about bums than a director of a homeless shelter. Can I be there for that? Fleur asked. Of course, Luna said easily as she put an arm around Fleur, you're one of us now. TOOMANY. 1 month later. The second task was now rapidly approaching, with it being tomorrow morning, and there had once again been a few changes for Harry and the girls over time. First of all, their social circle had certainly expanded, as plenty of other girls were known to frequently join in activities. One thing he'd learned was that each girl had something that they liked to do or was good at and liked teaching others about. Gabrielle and Fleur, for example, still often dueled with him, and often the other girls would include themselves as well, which in his opinion made it a lot more fun, especially as they came up with various ways to spice it up a bit. Hannah would teach anyone to cook who asked, including Daphne, who'd been convinced by Hannah she should learn how to make stuff herself and not just have her make it for her all the time. Luna could always be counted on for some zany fun. Hermione he'd turn to if he ever wanted some invention made, although the world apparently wasn't quite ready for Excaliblaster. Daphne if he wanted some crude banter. And Padma he still exercised with, although they were pretty much always joined by some of the other girls, including Sue, who had been Padma's original workout partner. Millicent had even managed to convince him that he needed to be taught how to wrestle, although that one he tried to do sparingly, as he always ended up in pain by the end of it. Susan and Pansy were more than happy to go over politics, which admittedly he didn't actually like, but he considered important enough for him to learn. Why? Since the ministry was still trying to figure out just who should adopt him, or at least where he should stay over the summers. According to Dumbledore, who was keeping him apprised of the situation, it was proving to be a rather long and overly complicated process, as the ministry was essentially stonewalling the issue. However, several of the girls' parents had already submitted their names for consideration, including Padma's, Daphne's, Susan's aunt, Hannah's, and even Hermione's. Malfoy's dad had submitted his name as well, but Dumbledore continually reassured him he'd never allow him to end up with the Malfoys, with him even offering to hide him in his secret lair where he kept all of his Dumbledore special weapons if needed. He still wasn't sure if Dumbledore was joking about that part or not. So until things actually seemed to progress on that front, he was just biding his time, which wasn't to say he wasn't extremely busy, which he was with all the various activities he had going on with various girls. In order to handle all this, Hermione had decided to start coordinating all the various activities that they all had going on and make a schedule for it, so people who wanted to go to a various activity would know about it beforehand and could go. In order to do that, Hermione would continually create new schedules for the upcoming week. While some girls went to only certain activities, he tended to try and keep himself well-rounded by going to as many different ones as he could, making him quite busy. But then again, he was in high demand with the ladies, which of course didn't bother him. When it came to his dating life, he was still continually dating, although with already a solid dating pool for him to choose from, he hadn't seen any need to be dating anyone new for quite a while. Instead, he went on 3 dates a week, still with 1 night a month set aside for Padma, Daphne, Luna, Hermione, Fleur, Hannah, Susan, Millicent, Pansy, and Sue, with his other available weekend nights set aside for his choice. Angelina, while they still continued to remain friends, had sort of petered off somewhat, as she was currently very busy Quidditch training for when spring tryouts were for the professional teams, which was the career path she was aspiring for. He understood, of course, and he'd agreed to keep her in mind for any time he was bored and wanted a quick Quidditch game and some making out afterwards, but he'd still miss her. Now currently just arriving for his morning workout, he found plenty of the girls already there. Padma, Daphne, Hermione, Fleur, Gabrielle, Millicent, Pansy, and Sue. Not a bad turnout for this morning, with some of the girls only working out every other day, such as Daphne, Susan, Parvati, or Lavender. Coming up behind Padma, who was currently bending down doing a stretch, he gave her bum a quick squeeze. "Morning, Padma," he announced. "Are you saying good morning to me or good morning to my bum?" Padma questioned him. "Both," he grinned back. The girls had apparently come to a mutual decision to let him start touching their bums, and he had been taking plenty of opportunities to take advantage of that, having spent plenty of time feeling up Padma's, Luna's, Daphne's, and even Hermione's and Fleur's. He had to admit there were some really nice bums in their group. While he didn't dare admit it, Fleur's was the best. Not only was it the biggest, but it also had the most projection as a nice, firm bubble butt, which after touching Padma's, he went over to give Fleur's a nice squeeze. "Don't forget about me, Harry," Hermione reminded him, turning around and presenting her own incredible bum to him. Fleur might take first place in that department, but Hermione was definitely second. He was more than happy to oblige her. As if to show that it worked the other way when it came to touching bums, Daphne came up behind him and gave his bum a squeeze of her own. It's why he usually stretches in back, Daphne pointed out, so he can watch all of our bums bending down. Beep, Gabrielle commented. Oh, I never look at you, Gabby, Harry replied, that would get me in trouble with the other girls. You can look at other girls if you want to, Harry, Pansy told him, as long as it isn't other guys, particularly Malfoy. Right, because he's yours, Daphne quipped. Pansy stuck out her tongue at that, even though she wasn't really too mad. They were actually pretty good friends, and Pansy could certainly dish it out as well as she could take it. Well, most of us do have a scheduled dating night with you, Hermione observed, so under that definition we would in fact be considered to be dating you. Yeah, but it's not exclusive, Fleur reminded her, which means he and us are free to date other people. Which was true, even if none of the girls seemed to, but that wasn't his fault, not like he was forcing them to do anything. Well, I like the way things have gone, Padma answered, we've actually made a lot more friends this way. Ah, some of the girls all said at once at that lovey-dovey quote. Let's get back to exercises, Sue urged, who could be a bit impatient whenever they ended up chatting too much. Sorry, Sue, Padma apologized as she gave her a Chinese bow, we'll get back to exercises. Another thing he'd noted that while it wasn't as evident when it had just been the five of them, Padma was proving to be sort of the leader of their group. She didn't actually have to say it, and decisions were still made more democratically, but it seemed to him that many of the girls looked to her to preside over things, something he found himself doing as well, her ability to lead and be fair getting her plenty of respect. After stretches, with Sue of course going the extra mile in adopting totally insane poses, they went to go start their run. Who wants to go on a 10-mile run? Sue asked expectantly. I do. Gabrielle immediately announced, the only person yet to actually take Sue up on such a long-distance offer. How about just 2 miles? Fleur recommended, even if that was still more than the other girls wanted to run. It would usually end up varying with each girl how much they decided to run, and normally he tried to push himself more than most of them just so none of the girls would think he was a wimp, but not kill himself before the day even began when he had other things to do later on that were also usually pretty tiring. All right, but after I go over the new schedules, Hermione recommended. It's already almost 8:30, the other girls should be getting here soon for that anyway. He noted that the girls quickly all sat down and Padma opted to sit in his lap. Invariably for these meetings someone was always sitting on his lap. The only problem was when Luna came in, she was rather disappointed, having wanted to be the one to sit in his lap. You can sit in my lap if you want, Fleur offered as she patted her leg. Okay, Luna agreed happily, going to sit down on her. I love you, Fleur. Fleur, however, was unfazed by this as she questioned, Now, Luna, we wouldn't be wanting to make anyone jealous. It's okay, I just think of you as my big sister I've always wanted, Luna admitted. Hey, what does that make me? Gabrielle complained, even though he could tell she wasn't really mad. I can have more than one little sister, Fleur pointed out. Nevertheless, Gabrielle went to go sit next to Luna on the other side of Fleur's lap. I want us to be a family, Luna replied. One that is going to need more than one bathroom if we're going to get along, Gabrielle joked, but I love you too, Luna. She gave Luna a key, on each cheek in French fashion. The scene might have seemed ridiculous, but to him at that moment it really didn't. It felt almost like Luna was right, they were becoming a family. Exactly who was part of that family and just what kind of a family it was he wasn't sure, but it did feel rather nice. Growing up as an orphan and being raised by people he definitely wouldn't consider family beyond the most basic sense of the word, he couldn't really say for certain just what a family really entailed. However, Hermione began to go over their new schedules. Today after breakfast, Luna is having some sort of game being played, Hermione started. World domination, Sue said as she laughed maniacally. Ooh, I love that game, Gabrielle agreed instantly. So do I, Luna replied. He rolled his eyes. The three girls already seemed to be good friends, quickly adding Sue to make it 3 of them as the insane trio. Should I be worried you might actually try to take over the world? Padma joked. In which case can I have Iceland? Pansy asked. Sorry, we don't really want to take over the world, Luna answered, it's too much work and not enough fun. Whipping our beaks would be fun, Sue argued, giving a malicious look at him. Anyway, Hermione said, well used to such interruptions, but also having learned to try and keep them on track, Luna will be playing some games, not world domination. At 11 o'clock Harry and Fleur will be practicing for the second task. After that we have lunch, and then at 2 o'clock Hannah will be doing a baking class. We're making a chocolate cake, Hannah said, hoping to drum up people wanting to go. Of course she hardly needed to, her cooking classes were always well attended, especially towards the very end, which was of course a total coincidence that it was usually right around the time that whatever they were making got done. Several of the girls licked their lips at that. In order to work off some of those calories, Hermione continued, Fleur and Gabrielle will be having their usual daily duel training at 3:30. That was a class he always made sure to attend. He felt he was definitely improving a great deal and he could hold his own against anybody including Fleur and Gabrielle, but he wouldn't classify himself as the best duelist in the world either, with him feeling like there was still plenty left to learn. Then right after dinner is my usual study session, Hermione announced, grinning as she tried to make it at least appear to be an enjoyable activity to look forward to. However, several of the girls groaned at that. By the way, homework help and snacks will be provided, Hermione added. Suddenly they were more eager, he noted with a laugh as several of them clapped in response. By the way, to those involved as a reminder, Hermione then stated, at 6 o'clock Harry has that meeting with Dumbledore. Ooh, are you in trouble, Harry? Daphne teased, do you need a spanking? Not from you, he countered. Padma, who was still sitting on his lap, pulled her arm back to give the side of his bum a gentle slap. They're already done, Padma announced. Daphne looked disappointed at that as she complained, I wanted to do it. Hermione, could you maybe slot in a time for us on that schedule of yours to feel Harry's bum up? Maybe a makeout session or two with any girl interested, Pansy added. Hermione however only grinned as she said, look down at the fine print at the bottom. Susan, who had an eye for contracts and had already noticed it, laughed at that as she reminded them all, always read the fine print, girls. Sue was the one to actually read it aloud as she read in the very small print that he couldn't even read himself, any and all activities can and probably will be superseded by making out, bum groping, east fondling, eating off of certain body parts, massages, the giving of certain favors or gifts whether partially or paid in full, the use of polyjuice potion too. Even Sue blushed at that as she refused to read anymore. Oh, why did you stop? Daphne complained. Hermione, I had no idea you were so dirty-minded, Susan told her. Hermione only blushed at that as she said, I only wanted to cover all the bases, just in case. I haven't even done anything besides the first two on that list, Harry pointed out, or even thought of half of them. Don't worry Harry, I'll help you complete everything on that list, Daphne offered as she pretended to start unbuttoning the top of her shirt. Want to try licking cream off my beeps? We don't have any cream or I would, Harry answered. I've got some peanut butter, Luna offered. That'll work, he replied. So Susan and Pansy, are you still planning on accompanying Harry to his meeting? Hermione then asked, again trying to get back on subject. We are, Susan agreed. Excellent, Hermione stated approvingly. Evidently Dumbledore wanted to talk to him about how his custody battle was going and he would be grateful to have the two rather politically knowledgeable girls there with him to help with that. Who is in charge of date duty tonight? Susan then asked. Millicent, who had been previously totally quiet throughout the meeting, not being one to say very much, admitted, I am. He raised an eyebrow at that. After finding out just how long it took him to prepare for each of his dates, the girls had taken it upon themselves to help him out with that, which invariably led to some pretty interesting dates depending on who was in charge, although he couldn't deny each of them were fun, including last time when Luna had been in charge and had him and Hannah spend their date in the room of requirement that had been set up to resemble Santa's workshop at the North Pole, complete with penguins which Luna insisted still lived there. Getting the chance to be in charge of date prep had however become a highly sought-after job among the girls, and he wondered just what Millicent had done to manage to get it. Still, his date tonight was with Pansy and she was usually pretty easygoing and up for anything. Hermione finished going over the other activities for the evening that he of course wouldn't be available for, although he wished he was. Daphne was apparently doing something and her activities were always fun. He'd also be missing Susan and Pansy's seminar on wizard law loopholes that you could exploit. The rumor was one of them was a loophole in the school bylaws allowing you to wear a Halloween costume to class if you so chose. Toomanytoomanytoomany. Later that day, he met up with Fleur for their second task preparing down by the lake, having long since moved beyond the swimming pool. Today they would be heading all the way to the Mervillage and back. Having already decided to work together for the actual task as well, he was feeling rather confident of managing to accomplish it. Fleur was currently already clad in her bikini, causing him to momentarily forget to greet her. She however only laughed slightly and said, "You'd think you'd get used to seeing me dressed like this by now, Harry." "I don't think I'll ever truly get used to you dressed like that," Harry insisted, "although I am going to be rather sad when the second task is over and I won't have an excuse to anymore. Maybe I'll just have to go naked then after it," Fleur teased. "Well, you did let Daphne and Luna see you naked," he pointed out. Fleur laughed before asking, "Is Daphne still trying to make you jealous about that?" "Yes," he admitted. Fleur then seemed to tense a bit as she admitted, "I really would let you see me naked, Harry, it's just I kind of made a pact." "What kind of pact?" he questioned. "You didn't think you just magically decided to let you feel up our bums, did you?" Fleur pointed out, "We talked about it then decided." "I see," Harry observed, "and what would I have to do to be part of such a meeting?" "Be a girl," Fleur told him. He then put on his best girl voice as he asked, "Like this?" Fleur laughed and then said, "I think you make a much better boy." Harry sighed and commented, "Well, I suppose I can't ask you to go naked for me then, despite the fact that I would earn the jealousy of every boy on the planet in seeing the famous Fleur Delacour in all her glory." "Like I said, I really would, as well as a lot more," Fleur admitted. His eyes widened at that as he pressed, "You mean, I'd be willing to have say with you," Fleur bluntly clarified, "just don't be too shocked. I mean, I am older and more experienced than the other girls, and I'd say I have a better understanding of what it is I truly want and just how far I'd be willing to go. I am however willing to wait, as I'm sure that not everyone feels that way, including yourself." He thought about that for a moment, mulling it over before replying, "I suppose if I was to answer seriously and honestly, I really would be ready for it, but I think for something such as say, I'd want to be in a real relationship that I knew was going somewhere, where I knew I loved them and they loved me before then." Fleur nodded as if expecting and approving of this answer. "Still, if the time were to come, I'd still have no idea what to do anyway," he then added. "I'm sure Daphne would be more than happy to give a seminar class on the subject," she only half joked. "She probably would," he agreed, "and I'd probably still get to see a naked girl once. She figured the only way to properly learn was through experience." "That would be awful," Fleur sarcastically answered. "Perhaps I'd better be the one to teach such a class. Better than in your 7th year when Professor McGonagall will teach all of the 7th years on it. Even as Beauxbatons got it this year." He laughed before commenting, "That must have been tough." "Oh, it was. I don't think I'll ever get that image of McGonagall explaining birth control out of my mind," she responded. "It seems a bit late for that," Harry pointed out. "Case in point, Laura Jameson, currently 5 months pregnant in just a 5th year. "Yeah, well, McGonagall told us she expected us not to have say until we were married, so I can see why she might be a bit behind the times," Fleur explained. "Still, I think I'd better at least teach you the contraception charm or something. I wouldn't want anyone getting pregnant after a particularly good date with you or something." "Oh, I'm sure it would be a fantastic date," Harry agreed with a grin. "However, I can see your point. I don't think, say, Hermione for example would be too happy if I knocked her up." "Oh, it isn't Hermione I'd have cause to be worried about. That girl probably already knows a whole lot more than the contraception charm when it comes to say, from all those books she reads. Of course, if you were to actually ask her about it, you'd probably learn more than you ever wanted to know," Fleur countered. "Probably," he replied, "so I suppose you'd better be the one to teach me, and perhaps if I'm lucky I might get something of a demonstration." Fleur only smiled, calling his bluff before saying, "It would have to be an awfully good lesson." Toomanytoomany. Unfortunately, Fleur only took the time to explain the basics, although she still had him blushing long before it was over. He learned how to cast the contraception charm as well as a few other things that Fleur suggested. It felt awkward, but he was certainly glad to have learned them, as he had a feeling that he'd be needing them sooner rather than later the way things were going. Also, in order to diffuse any awkwardness, he and Fleur also spent some time making out and feeling up each other's bums, much to both their amusement. At any rate, when they afterwards went underwater and headed to the Mervillage and back again, they managed to cut their time down to 45 minutes, which was a new personal best for them. They should have no trouble getting it within the 1 hour time limit, he thought. The only downside was the solution Susan and Hannah found for them evidently tasted awful, according to Fleur, making her not want to laugh but not make her too happy either. By the time he got back and quickly showered off all the lake water and then dressed, he'd already missed most of Hannah's cooking class. Instead, he then opted to go over to where Gabrielle usually had her dueling class. Unsurprisingly, when he arrived half an hour early, Gabrielle was already there, beating up training dummies. She grinned when she saw him and said, "You're early. Didn't get enough of me last time I trounced you, did you?" Trounced is a strong word, Harry decided to clarify. "I nearly had you." Nearly would be the word we should focus on, Gabrielle reminded him. "Sure, you can beat a bunch of girls, just not me." "Aren't you a girl?" he pointed out. "I may say." "Why, beast," Gabrielle told him. "Luna usually says that when she wants me to key her," he observed. Gabrielle blinked, taken by surprise by his noting that before insisting. "I'm sorry, I'm just not into you, Harry. Not every girl is going to think you're the hottest, say, whyest thing on the planet." "Right, I'm sure," he teased right back. Gabrielle could try to hide it, but he could tell she still liked him after spending enough time with her. She just wasn't willing to act on it, causing him to tease her a bit. "Oh, you're going to get it now," Gabrielle warned at his teasing. "Draw your wand." He drew it, with Gabrielle giving him only enough time to do that before she began trying to start a duel with him. Having done this nearly every day with Gabrielle, who insisted on trying to make him into a good duelist, he'd come to expect she went all out on him. It was very good practice, however. When Malfoy had tried to pull the same thing the Ravencretins had and gang up on him with Crabbe, Goyle, and Knott, he'd taken all 4 of them out by himself. Nobody had messed with him after that. Gabrielle, however, was better than all of them combined, and she still won way more times in their matches than he did with her, usually overwhelming him with the sheer amount of spells she threw at him until he got hit with one of them. Their duel began much the same way, with her constantly throwing spells at him, giving him little time to cast spells of his own. Yet then Gabrielle let up for an instant, just an instant, but it gave him enough time to start launching a counterattack. Taking a page out of her playbook, he started casting as many spells as he could. Expelliarmus, Rictusempra, Malleus, Cantara, Stupefy, he said in quick succession, pleased to see that Gabrielle was now forced primarily on the defensive. When one of his spells hit, he was almost surprised that it had managed to hit, but when a Stupefy finally got her, knocking her out, he grinned wide as he went over to her to revive her. Once she awoke, she smiled, pleased to see him win, as she then asked, "Can you help me up?" He leaned down to offer his hand when suddenly, without warning, she pulled him down on top of her. "Always be on guard when it comes to your opponent," Gabrielle told him as she tried to grab his arm and pin him. Taking advantage of his size, he was however able to prevent her from doing so, following what Millicent had taught him concerning wrestling. They wrestled for a bit more before both of them stopped, as they then lay clasped in each other's arms, their faces facing each other, both a bit tired. He could feel Gabrielle's breath on his face, and as he looked into her eyes, bright and alive, it was almost as if suddenly, without warning, she then leaned in and keyed him. She did not pull away immediately, putting her lips forcefully into his. He'd keyed various girls so many times it was almost a reflex as he began to key back. Yet only a moment later and Gabrielle was pushing him away and trying to get up to stand. "Idiot," she scolded herself aloud, "you know you shouldn't have been spending all that time dueling with him, and now you go key-dotting him. If you don't watch yourself you'll end up exactly like Fleur." "It's totally alright, Gabby," Harry tried to tell her. "No, it's not, Harry," Gabrielle insisted, "I'm not supposed to like you. That key was stupid of me and it'll never happen again. I just got caught up in the moment, that's all. Besides, our personalities don't match well and you've got plenty of other girls that have your attention. I can share," he pointed out. "Yeah, well, I can't," Gabrielle argued. "I suppose I can understand that," Harry agreed, accepting such an answer. "You don't really understand though," Gabrielle stated, pausing for a long moment as she seemed to think over something before adding, and maybe it's time you did. Gabrielle seemed to pause for a long moment after saying that, as if extremely nervous, before asking him finally, have you ever considered being with more than one girl? You mean like a threesome? He asked, unable to hide his grin. Well, I'd be lying if I said I hadn't at least considered it. What? Gabrielle exclaimed, now looking surprised as she struggled with how to respond to that. I didn't mean, well, I suppose it's sort of like that. Like a foursome? He asked, not being able to resist asking that. I wasn't trying to talk about, well, say, specifically, Gabrielle replied, especially not threesomes. He was about to ask what she was really trying to say when suddenly he heard someone's voice behind them. Did I hear someone mention threesomes? Daphne teased. In which case me and you should team up, Fleur agreed, her hair still slightly damp from swimming in the lake and showering afterwards. No, Gabby is the one who wants a threesome, you sillies, Luna announced, and she wants it with Harry and me. He smiled at the three girls who seemed to so often be together and asked, did the cooking class already get out? Hannah kicked us out early after we ate too much of the cake batter, Daphne explained. More like they ate all the cake batter, displaying no self-control or patience, then tried to blame it on me, Fleur clarified. Luna then strode over to Gabby and said, you love Harry now too and you can't deny your feelings any longer, right? Gabrielle looked rather annoyed but was blushing nonetheless as she tried to say, no I don't, just leave it alone, Luna. Yes you do, Luna replied, smiling happily, you want to have his babies and Key in a tree and have threesomes with me and... Her young Vila friend opened her mouth to protest again to continue the argument when Fleur suddenly interceded. Wait a minute, Fleur said as she stepped forward to look at Gabrielle and then him closely before declaring, you two just Key Ed right now, didn't you? Then Gabrielle really blushed. Couldn't keep that a secret for long, could she? How did you know that? He asked Fleur. I'm a Vila, I know these things, Fleur explained. Gabby is just scared right now of her feelings that she can no longer deny. I kind of know the feeling actually. I don't want to be just another girl in a collection of girls, Gabrielle pointed out. You may be okay with it, just not me. You'd be surprised how good it's been, Fleur replied, nor can I even imagine just how good it'll get in the future if things work out. It's really not so bad, Gabby, quite the contrary actually, Daphne argued, lots of friends, lots of free beep to watch, and hey, maybe another lover or two to occupy any spare time with. She put an arm around Fleur and gave her best seductive smile at that. Fleur, not skipping a beat, immediately put her own arm around Daphne and reminded her, if you're going to keep trying to unnerve me, you're going to have to try a lot harder than that. Like this? Daphne asked as she leaned in and Key Ed Fleur full on the mouth, causing the older Vila girl to match the stakes in their competition and Key her back. Admittedly his mind went blank while watching it. There was absolutely no way he was ever going to forget this moment. Daphne and Fleur making out. No complaints here. Seriously. Daphne then complained as she finally shoved Fleur off her. No hesitation whatsoever and Key dotting me back. Either you're secretly a lesbian or you're taking some sort of potion. Or I'm just stronger than you, Fleur taunted with a smile. Want to give up? Daphne grinned back and insisted, never. Fleur then turned to Gabrielle and said, you see Gabby. Not so bad at all. Gabrielle, who looked a bit unnerved herself even if Fleur and Daphne weren't, admitted, I'm just going to ignore the fact that my sister apparently enjoys pretending to be a lesbian for a moment and focus more on what I think really needs to be discussed, even if you three might not agree with me. Harry? Luna asked before saying something else that he didn't quite hear. He had to shake his head at that and admitted, sorry, I really wasn't paying attention. I was too busy thinking about Fleur and Daphne Key. Ing. All four girls couldn't help but laugh at such a confession as Daphne remarked, see. I told you there was free beep. Not very good beep but better than those romance novels that Hermione and Pansy read, which is saying something since one of the participants was my own sister and there was no nudity involved, which I will confess to being grateful for, Gabrielle answered. No wonder those two have been extra close lately, he commented, unable to avoid the image of Hermione and Pansy masturbating in a bathroom stall somewhere huddled over a romance novel. Surely they wouldn't, maybe, hopefully. Actually we came to help you little sis, Fleur announced. You're right, it's time Harry knew the truth. What truth? He asked. I'm pregnant. Luna announced. We haven't even had say. He pointed out to her. We drugged you, Daphne claimed. Sorry, Luna apologized, I've just always wanted to do that. Anyway, Fleur declared, once again the one to steer the conversation, we just thought you should know that we've decided we want to all be your girlfriends and maybe marry you. He mulled that over, not really sure how to reply before he answered as if it was no big deal and said, oh, is that all? That about sums it up, Daphne agreed. Aren't you missing a few important details? Gabrielle pointed out. We'll get to those later, Luna insisted, we just want to talk about how we love you Harry and want to marry you and have your babies. Doesn't that sound like fun? That actually does sound like fun, at least the part of trying for the babies, Daphne replied. She received a couple annoyed looks from Fleur and Gabrielle as if to say, not helping. Look, Fleur then explained, it's obvious you've got a close connection with plenty more girls than just me and I realized I needed to accept that, however I also can't deny how much I care about you or the other girls. Right now you're already technically dating quite a few girls even if you don't use the term girlfriend. It's obvious to me they care about or even love you as well, so I'd say what we're suggesting really isn't too much of a stretch or something you wouldn't have realized eventually yourself anyway. Yes, because marrying a bunch of girls really isn't that big of a deal, he said sarcastically. Each of the girls gave him a grim smile at that before Daphne said, truthfully we really haven't made any final decisions, especially me. I like the way things are going and I'd like to see how it plays out, but I can also accept it if you choose against it in favor of just one girl. He mulled this over before asking, so it's my decision then? Well, of course silly. Luna pointed out, you're kind of the most important part of the harem. We can't do it without you. Until that moment when Luna said the word harem he hadn't fully grasped what they were getting at. A harem. They wanted to be part of a harem with him as their husband. His mind flashed to his conception of a harem, basically a room full of Arab women scantily clad in blue and pink silks while some fat old Arab leader was surrounded by them. At first the idea didn't seem to appeal to him, and then he inserted himself into the imaginary scene in place of the Arab leader and the Arab women for Fleur, Daphne, and Luna. Now that was a lot better, he couldn't help but feel, in particular since they were still scantily clad in see-through silks. Daphne went over and put an arm on his shoulder as she asked gently, "Are you okay, Harry?" Just to confirm that he wasn't being majorly pranked, he asked them, "Are you girls for real?" All four girls nodded gravely. He was currently still trying to wrap his head around this. So the three of them loved him. Check. They wanted to at the very least be his girlfriends. Check. They were okay with having more girls get involved. Check. Did they have marriage at the very least in mind? Check. Were they however allowing him to make the final decision and willing to accept it? Check. Would it likely just about break their hearts if he was to reject them all? Check. In any case, wasn't he aware even before now that he'd be breaking some hearts in any case? Check. Was this not a possible solution, especially since they were already okay with it? Check. Honestly, he felt like he was part of a messed up Muggle commercial. But, wait, there's more. Why have just one beautiful, amazing wife or girlfriend when you can have three? But I'm not done yet. If you call right now you'll get X amount of wives or girlfriends at no extra charge. Shaking his head again out of his ridiculous thoughts, he realized that Daphne had now started speaking. I mean, I wasn't expecting, to feel this way, Daphne admitted. I mean, you dream of having one guy all to yourself, who loves you and cares about you and who you feel the same way about. But then when this whole thing got started and then as things progressed, well, it was just so enjoyable having the opportunity to share that not only with you, Harry, but with other girls as well. I soon learned that I didn't feel jealous or angry that I had to share you, in fact that I was having more fun and enjoying myself more than I ever had in life. All jokes aside, I love watching you spend time with the other girls and seeing how happy it makes all of us, including watching you key them. Yeah, the key dotting is my favorite part too, Luna interrupted happily. What I'm trying to say is, Daphne announced, as difficult as it is to believe, we really do want to see if this is really what we want if you do. Each of the girls looked expectantly at him as if wondering what his reaction would be before he finally declared, I'll have to think about this first. Fleur nodded and said, take all the time you need. Toomanytoomanytoomany. Walking away, he knew he needed to talk to someone, Someone he trusted and yet had no idea just what had been going on. He first thought of Padma or Hermione, but he wasn't sure that would be the best idea since they were involved themselves. Another guy would be best, but the only guys he trusted enough were the Weasley twins and Sirius, and they would probably just encourage him to go for it, that it was every guy's dream to have a bunch of hot girls all to himself. It actually was, he thought. A part of him he knew would even be okay with simply telling them, "Sounds like a plan, let's do it." The more aware side of him however knew it wasn't that simple. So that left a girl, one that clearly wasn't into him like that, which was seriously hard apparently. Did he even know a girl that he trusted enough that didn't like him or that he didn't like? Curse his good looks and charisma at this moment. A teacher. No, he wasn't that desperate to actually ask advice of a teacher. He could just imagine walking into Professor McGonagall's office as she asked him, "What seems to be the trouble, Mr. Potter?" "Oh, I just wondering if you thought it was a good idea for me to practice polygamy," he saw himself telling her. Yeah, that would go over real well. At least it would be better than if he went to Professor Snape for help. Snape's solution would likely be a simple castration. Having at least concluded that he did not want to have to live as a eunuch if he could help it, he went over other people. There was Dumbledore of course, but he was rather old and probably hadn't even dated anyone in like. Gah, that was just disgusting to think about, he thought. At the very least such a thought managed to jar him a little as he realized that there was really no one he could discuss his problem with. Just as he was thinking that, he heard Padma call to him from down the hallway, now walking towards him as she announced, "There you are. Would you happen to know why they cancelled dueling today?" There was a note posted on the door saying it was. He couldn't answer, still too overcome with his thoughts to be able to tell her the truth just yet. She however seemed to realize that there was a problem as she asked gently, "Are you okay?" Somehow he managed to shake his head no, and she then drew him into a hug. Even that seemed to be really comforting to him, that even if she didn't know herself she was still telling him it was okay. He wasn't sure what he'd do without Padma in his life. It struck him that his decision affected not only Fleur, Daphne, and Luna, but also the other girls that he loved. Wait a minute. Loved. As he looked into Padma's face, her beautiful wonderful face, concern written all over it for him, he realized that was correct. He did in fact love her, and she wasn't the only one he loved either. Yet would Padma really be willing to go along with something so crazy? I mean, sure, he knew she loved him, but was it enough? "Does it bother you that you have to share me with other girls or that we aren't dating exclusively?" he finally asked her. Padma seemed surprised but then questioned, "Is that what's bothering you?" "Not exactly," he admitted, "it's a bit more complicated than that." She thought for a moment before answering, "You know, I've had more than one chance to have you all to myself. Do I regret such a decision though?" "No." "Why?" He desperately wanted to know. Padma smiled, the way only she could as she told him, "Since I knew you'd miss out on so much with girls that care about you just as much as I do. Truthfully though, looking back, I'd say it's also me that would have missed out on a lot, nor do I want to miss what is to come. That's actually my problem." "What is to come?" he said. "I mean the way things are going." She put a finger to his lips before saying slowly, "I know." "You know?" he asked in total surprise once she'd removed her finger from his lips. "I think deep down I always knew," Padma admitted, "knew what would happen if I allowed it. It's been however comforting to know that I could have stopped it but continually chose not to. You've always been slightly closer to me than to anyone else. When I finally grew confident enough that I could probably be the one to win you if I were to actually try for that, I realized that wasn't what I wanted. I love you, Harry, and over time that love has only grown, but because I love you I also recognize that you'll never love just me, nor am I the only one who needs you. You give strength and stability and confidence to girls that I care about as well. They in turn love you, and who am I to deny them that love? So in truth, no matter how things end up, I'll always love you and I'll always support whatever decision you might make and stand by you, even if it means having to give you up to someone else if you so choose." Wow. That was, really, really deep and personal. He had to reply to that, he knew he needed to, as he finally managed to say, "I love you too, Padma." Words now failing him, he pulled her in for a key, a deep passionate key, that he hoped convey the other thoughts and emotions that he was unable to say. Yet when they finally broke apart, he found the key, had then given him strength as he claimed vehemently, "I'm not leaving you, Padma. Ever. No matter what happens, I always want you in my life. Yet you're right. You aren't the only girl that I love, and I need to accept that. I am however grateful that you're willing to share wherever things end up." Padma let out a slow smile as she asked him, "What would you have done if I said I wanted you all to myself?" "Probably just explode," he admitted. She laughed at that before telling him, "Good thing I made the right choice then. I would have hated cleaning up the pieces of you, well, maybe not all of you." He felt her hand lightly grasp his beak before pulling away. "What about your pact not go any further?" he questioned. Laughing again, she explained, "I'm your girlfriend now, I can do whatever I want." His lips curling up into a smile, he asked, "Is that so? What about you just agreeing to share?" "Well, I'm not your only girlfriend now, am I?" Padma pointed out. "Remind me again who exactly my girlfriends are now according to you, because I'm not sure, nor do I think my other apparent girlfriends know either," he asked. "Good point, maybe I ought to help you figure that out then," she suggested, half serious, half jokingly. He however leaned in and keyed at her before saying, "I think I'd like to celebrate with my one new girlfriend first before we get to that." "I rather do like the sound of that," Padma agreed with a smile. "Toomany, toomany, toomany. By the time he got done celebrating with Padma, he was feeling much better about the state of things, and while tempting to stay longer, it was then time for his meeting with Dumbledore. True, he did have a lot still to figure out, but so far he was happy with the decision he had made. He could simply not show up on Dumbledore and discuss it with the girls, but he knew he needed to wait until he'd worked things out well enough yet, such as exactly what to say and who to say it to, as there were indeed other girls involved who still had no idea just what was going on. In any case, he wasn't going to just not show up for the meeting, and so he met Susan and Pansy in front of his office, who had agreed to accompany him for the meeting being on his custody battle. Amazing how he had girls saying they wanted to potentially marry him and have his babies, but he didn't even have a roof over his head at the moment. It would get awfully rainy without a roof for them all, he couldn't help joking. That was the least of his problems, he thought with a shake of his head. Both Susan and Pansy seemed to notice the expression on his face, but likely just explained it away on his worry over who he would end up living with. If Fleur, Luna, and Daphne had their way, it would need to be the person with the biggest house. All jokes aside, he spoke the password that opened up the stairs to Dumbledore's office and walked up behind the two girls. When he entered, he first of all noticed Fawkes, currently perched on his pedestal, as well as some of Dumbledore's various knickknacks, but he also spotted something he hadn't seen in a long time, bringing back old memories. It was the mirror of Arised. "Is that what I think it is?" Pansy asked aloud, obviously recognizing the mirror somehow as well. "Yes, that is indeed a full chocolate frog card collection," Dumbledore admitted proudly, seemingly unaware that that was not what Pansy was referring to as he pointed at a large stack of cards sitting on a shelf just to the left of the mirror. "It only took me a century to collect them all, but I will admit that I never bought that many anyway, on account of the fact that I don't like chocolate that tries to hop away on you." "Yeah, I hate that," Susan agreed. "When I was into collecting those, my auntie convinced me to just buy the cards alone." "You can do that?" Dumbledore asked, looking flabbergasted. "It appears I learn something every day from the youth, although I wish I'd known that decades ago. I could have saved so much money and magical dental care on chocolate." Susan smiled and shamelessly replied, "Well, teenagers at least like to think they know everything." Dumbledore smiled as well, with a twinkle in his eye as he pointed out, "And just why do you think I became a teacher? A teacher can learn just as much from his students. It is however a shame that the school board still annually rejects my idea of having napping, bowling, and history of sweets classes." "I will admit that's a real shame," Harry agreed. "They would probably be more instructive than some of his actual classes." "No matter," Dumbledore answered, although sounding disappointed. "Unfortunately, I have significantly less control over which classes are taught or who teaches them than people realize. I am, for example, quite aware that Professor Binns might very well have literally bored himself to death with his lectures, but when he no longer needs payment or even living accommodations, it's a bit difficult to convince the school board to shell out the extra money for an actually alive teacher." While Harry was aware that Dumbledore was an influential and powerful wizard for the wizarding world at large, He'd since learned that he had little control over a great deal of things tightly controlled by the school board, who were in Lucius Malfoy's pocket and otherwise inclined to just take the cheapest options they could find, resulting in some rather dreadful teachers willing to work for next to nothing. Maybe he should have Daphne's mother do an exposé on the whole thing. That ought to be a really good story. Perhaps he should even ask his son Draco for a signed picture autograph to be used as the photo. Malfoy might actually be stupid enough to even give him one. I was actually referring to the mirror of Arised standing right there, Pansy clarified, ignoring all the talk in between about cards and classes. Ah, I see, Dumbledore observed. I thought it might help us tonight. How so? Susan asked curiously. Dumbledore then focused his eyes on him, his half-moon spectacles glinting in the light as he asked him pointedly, "While this custody battle has raged on, I dare say that essentially it will ultimately end up being decided upon your personal decision, Harry. Have you then been able to figure out with who you'd like to get custody of you?" Both Susan and Pansy looked at him hopefully, but he had to confess, "I'm still not sure, Professor, but it appears you've already thought of me potentially saying that." Dumbledore chuckled before confessing, "Indeed you are correct. Having guessed that you still hadn't been able to decide, I realized that there was actually a very simple solution. You came upon this mirror back in your first year with Mr. Weasley and found that the deepest desire of your heart, reflected in the mirror, was to have a family that loved you. It is then my theory that this mirror might very well show the family or individual that you most desire in your heart to accept as your own family." Clever, Harry thought. If it worked, of course. For all he knew, his greatest desire of his heart had now changed to wanting to have plenty of say, which with his teenage hormones constantly raging was a real possibility. He'd be grateful then that no one else could see what he saw in the mirror, especially in front of Dumbledore, who just might give him detention for such a desire. Dumbledore, however, went over the mirror and pulled it out so it would be more easily accessible to them all, letting out a sigh as he looked at what he saw in the mirror. Echoing a question that he had asked himself years ago, Susan asked, "What is it that you see, Professor?" The old headmaster paused as if trying to decide what to say, but finally he admitted, "I see the exact same thing that Mr. Potter saw, surrounded by my loving family, happy, healthy, and whole." Susan seemed to be impressed by such an answer, no doubt wondering if she could say the same. Like him, she had lost a great deal of family members as well. "You want to try it out first?" he invited her. She nodded, likely grateful at such an invitation, before stepping forward to look inside the mirror. Once she had, she immediately blushed at what she saw. "What do you see?" Pansy asked curiously. Susan, however, only shook her head, refusing to answer before stepping away from the mirror and looking directly at him before blushing again and looking back down at the ground. Pansy decided that she should be next, as she also stepped forward to look inside the mirror before also blushing and moving aside to stand next to Susan. "I think I have a pretty good idea now what it is you saw," Pansy told Susan. Both girls now refusing to tell him what it is they'd seen, he finally stepped forward to take his turn. In a day absolutely full of surprises, he didn't think he could be any more surprised, but he was now. Reflected back at him in the mirror, he saw himself, only he appeared to be at least several years older, and he wasn't alone. Surrounding him were many of the girls. Padma, Daphne, Luna, Hermione, Fleur, all looking a bit older, and behind them were other figures, although appearing more blurry enough that he couldn't tell exactly who they were, but he could tell that they were also others of the girls, even if their identities had yet to be identified. They were all standing there happily, but what got his attention was that each of the girls wore beautiful wedding rings and were all gazing lovingly at him. Fleur, in fact, was already holding his child, an infant that appeared to be a combination of both him and her, looking so adorably perfect it brought tears to his eyes. In addition, as he studied further, he noted that both Luna and Padma were already noticeably pregnant, probably with 2 more of his future children. So this was the greatest desire of his heart, he was forced to recognize. He really did want to have a harem. Yet the word harem was almost inadequate, failing to express what he truly wanted. He loved each of them, he was forced to admit at that moment. He actually wanted to spend the rest of his life with them, and they wanted the same with him, or some of them did anyway. Not realizing what was really going on, Pansy asked impatiently, "What do you see, Harry?" "Nothing I didn't already know," he answered finally. Harry Potter was currently inside a bubble, literally and figuratively, and he'd rather not have either of them burst on him. It was a shame Susan and Hannah had only solved Fleur's problem. He could really use solutions to his problems as well. At the moment, however, he currently had a more pressing matter to attend to. He and Fleur were currently in the middle of the second task, swimming underwater in a mutually shared bubble to rescue their hostages. They'd found out last night that Gabrielle, Padma, and Parvati were all missing, causing them to assume that they were in fact the hostages they had to rescue. Fleur had reassured him that Dumbledore would never allow any harm to come to them, but he was still swimming as fast as he could to get to them as soon as possible just in case. Even if he were to get a score of a 0, he'd rather have them all safe. The good thing was they were already almost there and making good time, with the only thing that had slowed them down was a bit of a run-in with some Grindylows, which they handled together easily. They made a pretty good team, he thought, and she was even matching him stride for stride in their swimming. He decided that talking to each other while they swam wouldn't impede or slow down their progress before speaking. "You know," he commented to Fleur inside their bubble, "I do believe I just saved your life back there from those Grindylows. Aren't Velas supposed to thank their rescuer in some way?" Fleur smiled before pointing out, "What are you talking about? I'm the one who saved you. If anything, I should be the one to be thanked with a gift." "We could always simply exchange gifts," Harry suggested. "Would you be implying I let you see mine and I see yours sort of thing?" Fleur asked. "I would never imply that," he claimed unconvincingly. She laughed a bit before telling him, "I don't do that for guys I'm not dating." That caused him to think seriously again. What she did not know but he did was that he'd already made that decision, he just hadn't been able to figure out exactly how he was going to do it. He wasn't stupid enough to have multiple girlfriends and not figure out how he was going to do it first. True, the girls were already rather used to sharing him, but it didn't mean they'd all be okay with taking it even a step further. He needed to figure out how he was going to tell them, and before he even did that he needed to figure out just who he even wanted to start officially dating. However, since Fleur had already had such great advice for him before, he decided it might be best to not make her sweat it out any longer and also see if she had any ideas. "I've already made my decision," he admitted before pausing a long moment. "And?" Fleur asked impatiently, "what did you decide?" He pretended to think for another minute before she slapped him lightly in the arm, realizing he was deliberately being difficult with her. He probably deserved that one though. "Ow," he complained, "is that any way to treat your new boyfriend?" Fleur grinned at hearing that before telling him, "If I'm your girlfriend now, then I'm still going to do whatever I want to you." "That sounds naughty," he observed. "You wish," she replied. "I'm assuming Padma knows already, but am I the second to find out?" "How did you know that I'd talked to Padma about it?" he asked in surprise. "And no, I hadn't told anyone else besides her, so did she tell you?" "Padma didn't need to. Logically, if you don't have me to go to for advice, you'll go to Padma, and if you don't have Padma to go to for advice, you'll go to me," Fleur pointed out. "Fortunately, it appears Padma was okay with it." "She encouraged it actually," Harry answered. Fleur smiled before commenting, "You know, I think you might have competition, Harry, because I just might love that girl now." He laughed before saying, "I'd say I'm safe with Padma. Daphne you might end up stealing away from me though. Would you like me to try and steal Daphne away from you?" She teased right back. "Is that a challenge?" he asked. "What can I say? I do love a good say-ul competition, and so does Daphne," Fleur admitted. "As for you, I know it turns you on too. I think it'll keep things interesting for everyone even if you manage to win us." "I haven't managed to win you already?" he inquired. "What was that about wanting to marry me yesterday?" "Don't get cocky, Harry," Fleur warned. "I can still change my mind." "I figured you'd like me more cocky," Harry answered. Suddenly, without warning, Fleur reached over and pulled down his swim trunks. Due to being taken by surprise, there was an instant where she could see him naked. He, however, quickly pulled up his shorts. "I'd ask what that was for, but I think I already know the answer," Harry observed. "I figure if I'm going to help convince multiple girls to date you, first of all I should receive at least some compensation for that, and secondly, knowing what you've really got under there will surely help them decide." "Too bad I could barely see anything. This water is too murky for you to really see much," he reminded her. "If that makes you feel better about yourself," Fleur teased right back. A thought occurred to him. "You're just trying to get an excuse to see me naked," he argued. Well, according to you I am your girlfriend now. Girlfriends, I should warn you, do tend to want to see their boyfriends naked, Fleur replied. You do realize that I have plenty of other girls to consider and not just you, Harry reminded her. From now on all of my decisions have to involve them. Fleur stated, I know. However, you do realize we're still going to have to figure out a lot of things before we can even get more girls, such as your limits, right? Financially, even girlfriends are expensive. Physically, you can only be in one place at one time and only have so much energy. Mentally, just one girl can drive you crazy. Emotionally, dating can be nerve-wracking even under the best of conditions. Say, you ally, well, let's just say you can only perform so much in a day, and trust me, I'm not the only girl who already wants to have say with you. All of those things will be multiplied based on how many girls you decide to have as your girlfriend. He was stunned by that, even though she was totally right and he'd already had a basic understanding of just what he'd need to do, just not put so simply as Fleur had. Well, how many girlfriends do you think I should have? He asked her. If we were to take things into account, say, you ally, I suppose I could do what Daphne suggested and help you masturbate into a measuring cup and see how much cum you produce, Fleur suggested. Tempting, he sarcastically said. Of course, I expect Daphne probably was thinking she could drink it afterwards. I don't know, is it tasty? Fleur asked bravely. I've never tasted it, he admitted honestly. Don't worry about it, I'll just have to find out for myself later, Fleur told him with a smile. For now, let's go rescue some girls. Fair enough, Harry agreed as they ended their conversation. 5 minutes later and they reached the Mervillage. Directly in the middle of it were tied 4 people: Gabrielle, Parvati, Padma, and a man he recognized as Mr. Diggory, Cedric's father. Leaving Gabrielle for Fleur and Parvati for who he assumed was for Crumb, he split the bubble he'd been sharing with Fleur and headed out on his own to untie Padma. Underwater, Padma and Parvati might have appeared totally identical, but he could still somehow tell which was which. Upon freeing Padma from her bonds, he grabbed her and then began swimming upwards with her, and as he did so, he noticed that Fleur was now doing the same with Gabrielle, with an intense look on her face as she tried swimming quickly upward. He grinned. Clearly Fleur still wanted this to be a competition, as she was trying to get to the surface with Gabrielle first and beat him. Fleur had the advantage of having a less heavy person to carry, but he wasn't about to ever tell Padma that in case she thought he was calling her fat. He'd rather not be down a girlfriend already. In order to make up for it, he used his longer legs and arms to propel himself upward. Finally they both burst to the surface, their bubbles bursting as soon as they did. "Ha, I beat you," Fleur said triumphantly. "More like I beat you," he argued. It was a tie, Padma insisted, having evidently awoken from the sleeping spell she'd been under. Looking over at Gabrielle, she had also woken up. "Aren't you going to thank me for saving you?" he asked Padma, trying out the saving thing again. Unfortunately, Padma was also rather uncooperative as she questioned teasingly, "What took you so long if you were trying to save me?" "How ungrateful of you," Harry observed. "Maybe I should have just left you down there, or maybe grabbed Parvati instead." "Parvati wouldn't thank you as well as I will," Padma replied with a grin as she leaned in and key at him. He accepted the key, but then informed Padma, "I would have been here sooner if Fleur didn't pants me so she could find out just how huge I was." Padma looked surprised, but also couldn't avoid looking jealous. In fact, as he looked over, Gabrielle looked jealous too. Fleur just looked annoyed that he had told on her. Well, somebody had to find out just what he had under there, Fleur argued, you know. As incentive for other girls to join him. "I wasn't trying to make you jealous, Padma." Padma however laughed and answered, "I already know what he's got under there actually, but thanks for thinking of others." Now Fleur looked surprised as he was now the one in trouble, as she accused him, "You never mentioned that little detail, Harry." "She just grabbed it last night," he explained. He could sense that perhaps an argument might arise, so he suggested, "How about we all just get naked in front of each other after this, and you can both go brag to other girls about how good I look naked." "How generous of an idea of yours," Gabrielle sarcastically said. Of course, the fact that he got to see both Fleur and Padma naked was certainly added incentive. Both girls looked at each other before mutually saying at the same time, "All right." Gabrielle however just shook her head and commented, "You have interesting problems." "Sometimes I really like our problems," Padma joked. Then sometimes I really like problems, including big ones, Fleur agreed. By the time they made it to shore, loud cheers were already being made for them, particularly from the Hogwarts and Beauxbatons students. Now exhausted, he allowed the many people who wanted to congratulate him to pat him on the back or whatever they wanted to say or do without saying much back, as tired as he was. 50 minutes 32 seconds, Susan declared, who was wearing a watch and been watching his time. I can live with that, Harry responded as he continued to rest while Fleur and Gabrielle went over to the Beauxbatons contingent to be congratulated as well. About 15 minutes later Krum arrived holding Parvati, who was pretending she needed Krum to help her to shore and Krum pretending he had absolutely no clue what she was up to as he wrapped his powerful arms around her, much to Parvati's enjoyment. At any rate, their time was measured on when they first got to the surface anyway, so this wasn't really hurting their score. As they both got to land and were surrounded by well-wishers, he noticed not for the first time that Krum and Parvati were surprisingly well suited for each other. In this instance, Parvati seemed to have no problem with the challenges that arose with having a famous boyfriend who was currently surrounded by fans and classmates, and took it all in stride while also somehow still managing to draw plenty of attention away from him and towards herself, something he suspected that Krum was secretly grateful for. Taking into account just how famous and popular he was, it was a rare girl that could do that for him. Parvati waved and thanked everyone in the crowd, drawing in the attention with enthusiasm, the exact opposite of Krum, who said nothing, but happy to let his girlfriend take over, as she related the experience of being a hostage with great relish, having the added effect of causing everyone around Krum to instead congregate around her. With Krum now suddenly free of well-wishers, he stepped towards him and Padma and commented to Padma, "At times like these I really like your sister." "Well, she is pretty hot," Harry replied, causing Padma to punch him lightly in the arm. "Come on, you're twins," he argued, "you do realize by saying that I'm saying you're hot as well." Padma only grinned and said, "I know, I just felt like doing that." Shaking his head, he then asked Krum, "So where are you and Parvati at in your relationship?" "Ever since I proposed we have say, every day," Krum declared. Padma's eyes definitely widened at that as she stated, "I'm not even sure where to begin with that." "Don't worry, that is as you say, a joke," Krum answered. "She did let me see her naked once though." "How did she look?" Harry asked him, earning another punch from Padma. "What was that for?" he complained to Padma, now rubbing his arm. "You know what that was for," Padma informed him before whispering into his ear, "besides, if you really wanted to find out what I look like naked you could just ask." He wasn't sure how to reply to that, but certainly liking the idea. Krum looked back at his girlfriend, who was still entertaining the crowd, before commenting, "You know, Parvati may be a twin but she's still one of a kind." "I can see what you mean," Harry agreed as he put an arm around Padma. "She truly was amazing." Krum walked back over to Parvati then and gave her a great big key, in front of everyone, much to Parvati's delight. Yet while Parvati seemed to enjoy the spotlight, Padma he knew didn't nearly as much, and that was just perfect for him. He ended up having plenty of time to reflect on things. The last champion Cedric finally showed up 25 minutes late and without his hostage father, and then the judges deliberated a bit before giving them their scores. Both he and Fleur ended up with perfect scores of 50 while Krum ended up with 45, and with Cedric being given a 20 due to the fact that he'd failed to find and bring back his hostage and come back well past the time limit. The dynamic now shifted. With Cedric now so seemingly too far behind to really catch up, it meant that Hogwarts would be looking to him now to be the one to win the tournament, as he was currently in the lead. Or at least that was how Susan now saw it. Personally though, he really didn't care. Both Krum and Fleur certainly deserved to win just as much as him, and simply getting a win for Hogwarts wasn't enough for him. He'd managed to finish the second task and rescue Padma and help Fleur rescue Gabrielle, and that was all he needed to worry about with the tournament right now. He had more important and more urgent things to do. Toomany. That night, Harry nervously paced inside the room of requirement, waiting for both Padma and Fleur. It wasn't every day you got to see a girl naked, unless you were married, or cohabitating with someone, or had a serious girlfriend. Or even happened to have some dirty magazines. Or a computer. Well, all of those guys who had those things he felt were unlucky compared to him. Both Fleur and Padma were gorgeous. He heard the door open and then shut a moment later, causing him to nearly jump out of his shoes as Padma then walked into view. Hello Harry, Padma said brightly, hot in here isn't it? He was about to reply not really when suddenly she unexpectedly pulled her pants down, revealing all of her gorgeous legs to him. Now smiling widely as she watched his reaction, she asked him, "What's the matter Harry? Does that bother you?" He managed to weakly say, "I don't think that could ever bother me." "Are you sure?" Padma asked him after she had taken her pants off her feet. "What about this?" With that, she removed her shirt and then let it drop to the ground. Now clad only in her underwear, he felt like he really was now getting a show. He'd seen Padma in a bikini, so he wasn't actually seeing anything more than he'd already seen, but there was definitely something about looking at a girl in her underwear. Her red underwear, he reminded himself. With her red clothes that didn't entirely cover her perfect tits. "No, still doesn't bother me," he informed her, "although I should probably tell you that my greatest wish now is to be your bra." Padma laughed before commenting, "You like my beasts that much?" "Frankly, I like all of you," he answered. "I'd take clothes as well." "Maybe I'll have to figure out a way for me to wear you," Padma coyly suggested. "I like the sound of that," he thought. When she then began unhooking her clothes, however, all intelligent thought immediately went out of him. Upon seeing Padma now topless for the first time, his first thought was Holy Merlin. His second thought was wow, naked beasts. His third thought was almost exactly the same as the first two. Holy Merlin, Padma's naked beasts. They were of beautiful brown color, flawless and neither big nor small, but up to then, they were likely the most beautiful things he'd ever seen. "What do you think?" Padma asked him with a huge smile, looking irresistible. "I'm sorry, all I can really think now is oh look, Padma's beeps," he admitted honestly as he continued to stare at them. Padma laughed, pleased with his reaction as she commented, "You like them that much, huh? No wonder you wanted to find out from Crumb what I might look like naked." "Crumb who?" he countered back, "and are you sure you really have a twin sister, because there is no way any other girl could possibly look like you as you are." She smiled even wider before telling him, "Good answer. For that I'd better finish taking my clothes off." At that she then pulled her clothes down, revealing her lower lady bits to him. She'd clearly shaved down there, he noted. So that was where. He gulped audibly. Padma couldn't help laughing a bit again as she commented, "If I knew I was going to get this much of a reaction out of you, I'd have done this ages ago." "If you'd done this ages ago, I'd have had a heart attack then instead of now," he replied back. She then obligingly turned around to let him look at her full, perfect bum, her long braid of hair swinging from side to side in front of it. "Did I ever tell you I love you?" he informed her. "You might have mentioned it before," Padma responded, looking ever more pleased, "however it's nice to hear you say it again." "Then I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you Padma Patil, you incredibly say. Why which, I'll treasure this moment forever," Harry told her honestly. "I love you too Harry," Padma replied, enjoying being able to say that. "Now what are you willing to do show that love to me?" "I rather think you're still entirely too overdressed." "You're right," he agreed. "Unfortunately this might have been a bad time to see just how many clothes I could have on all at the same time." Padma laughed before telling him, "Either way, I'm still taking off all of your clothes." "You want to?" he asked. "Ripping off your clothes is rather a common fantasy of mine," Padma admitted. "Mine too," Fleur answered as she made her presence known. Of course he'd still been so busy ogling Padma that he hadn't even noticed her sneak up. "Looks like I arrived just in time," Fleur observed. "I should probably warn you Harry that I hope you brought clothes you don't care about, because they're going to get ruined here shortly." "A small price to pay," he agreed. "Who gets to take off what?" Padma asked. This was entertaining. Padma and Fleur deciding who was going to take off his clothes. He should have brought popcorn. Following a brief game of rock, parchment, quill which Padma won, Padma got the honor of pulling down his underwear and pants, and Fleur got the consolation prize of his shirt. Fleur proved not to be lying about ruining his clothes, she literally ripped his shirt right off him. She smiled as she commented, "I am thinking I just might have to get you more shirts so I can do that more often." Unabashedly, she grabbed one of his nipples. "Oh, so it's okay for you to grab me there, just not the other way around," he observed. "So grab me back then," Fleur invited. She looked so sincere that he actually fell for it as he reached out his hand to grab her left beep. However she managed to pull away just in time, causing him to grab nothing but air. Too slow. She teased him as she walked a ways back. Padma however walked toward him then as she reminded him, just so you know we agreed to get naked in front of each other, but nothing further than that. She however winked at him causing him to realize he was getting just a bit more leeway than that. He reached up and grabbed her left beep real quick. It was only for a millisecond, but it caused him a great deal of joy. Oops, Padma observed with a smile, I guess I was just too slow. Congratulations Harry, Fleur applauded as she clapped for him, you just touched a beep. Best day ever. He agreed completely. He helped Padma then take off his pants, now only clad in his underwear. With a grin on her face, Padma then began partially pulling, partially ripping those down slowly. She however gasped and stopped before getting them fully off even though his beep was still fully exposed. I wasn't aware you were so large, Padma commented. I wasn't aware I was large, Harry admitted, I don't exactly make it a habit of checking out other guys' packages. I've never actually, seen one before but it sure looks big to me, Padma told him before looking over at Fleur. Fleur was looking at it as well as she commented, yeah that's big. I don't think we'll have any trouble convincing any of the girls to be his girlfriend now. I'd like to think they'd be a bit less superficial than that, but I agree, Padma answered, are you sure it will even fit? We'll stretch out, Fleur informed her. He allowed both girls to simply stare at him for a while before finally pointing out, I think somebody is wearing too many clothes right now, meaning any clothing. Fleur laughed before suggesting, you want to undress me Harry? I've been mentally undressing you since I first saw you, so obviously yes, Harry admitted as he went to go help her, since she was having so much trouble getting off her clothes otherwise. He decided not to simply rip off Fleur's clothes and slowly removed each article of clothing, starting with her pants and then her shirt. She was wearing light blue matching underwear. You want to be Fleur's clothes now Harry? Padma teased. I want to marry Fleur now, Harry admitted. You're going to have to unfortunately wait on that, Fleur informed him. She had to show him how to take off her bra, but he finally managed it and pulled it off, allowing him to see Fleur's now totally naked breasts. His jaw dropped. How could he ever be this lucky? Fleur's breasts were definitely bigger than Padma's, but no less beautiful. They were absolutely flawless. His mind was practically screaming big beeps. Then Fleur unexpectedly pulled down her clothes on her own and turned around before bending down. His mind then was suddenly screaming big ass. She was the total package he thought. Say, why, drop dead say, why and with attributes like that. Fleur laughed before commenting, I think I broke him. I think you broke me too, Padma agreed as she also was unable to avoid staring at Fleur, in fact I think I even want you right now. I can't compete with all that. I was thinking the same thing about you, Fleur agreed as she looked back at Padma's equally naked body. Well let's ask Harry then, Padma suggested as she turned to him, who do you think has the better body? He realized that this was a potential trap before saying, whichever one I'm currently looking at. Both girls smiled, pleased at such an answer as Padma then said, I think he's ready for multiple girlfriends now if he's coming up with answers like that on the fly. While ogling us I might add, Fleur replied, so I think he should be fine in that regard as far as avoiding any jealousy. Speaking of which, you want to make Harry a little jealous. Padma seemed surprised but then questioned, you mean Daphne style? Are you trying to turn me lesbian too? Fleur is probably going to turn all of you girls lesbian anyway and yet still somehow be straight herself, Harry claimed. Padma replied to Fleur with, you're just lucky I need to check out the competition. Why do you think I'm even making such a suggestion to you? Fleur countered back, for the exact same reason. He rather liked the fact that Fleur and Padma had such great respect for each other. Besides it was impressive that Fleur actually felt a bit intimidated by Padma, which she probably should be. Fleur probably did have the better body but he still somehow liked Padma just as much. Padma walked forward and put both hands on Fleur's big beeps. I'm already jealous, he informed them. Both girls only laughed and Fleur commented, you're always going to be jealous Harry. Hope you don't mind. I love your beeps, Padma told her as she squeezed each of Fleur's large breasts. How big are they by the way? 34E, Fleur admitted. Harry's eyes widened at that, having just learned the very special, guard with your life information of Fleur Delacour's clothes size. Fleur put both hands on Padma's much smaller but still very nice beeps in return and told her, "I love your beeps. I'm just a 34C, but I think Harry still seems to like them, don't you, Harry?" Padma asked with a sly smile. Padma then put a hand on Fleur's ass, causing Fleur to do the same. "I love your ass," Padma commented. "I love your ass," Fleur replied. Of course then both girls couldn't resist giggling. "We should really get a room if we're going to keep this up," Fleur observed jokingly. "And miss out on having the opportunity to have say, right in front of Harry?" Padma questioned teasingly. "Yeah, if you girls are going to do it, I'd really like to watch," he agreed. "Sorry, but I'm already in love with Harry and he's going to be my first," Fleur surprisingly announced. Padma nodded, pretending to be disappointed, or perhaps actually disappointed as she admitted, "I can understand that, seeing as how I feel the same way." "Just a key, then," Fleur suggested. "All right," Padma finally agreed. At that, both girls leaned in and shared a key. He already had a hand on his beak before the key could even land. "I'm in serious trouble," he thought. In order to handle another aspect of his future multiple girlfriend troubles, Harry had already talked with Dumbledore during their last meeting about being allowed to leave the school to go to Gringotts to find out about his finances. He'd actually been surprised that Dumbledore had agreed so easily, seeming to approve of him now taking an interest in that. He knew that Dumbledore was the one who'd been managing all of his finances. He had ever since his parents had gone into hiding shortly after he was born, so he naturally expected Dumbledore to be the one to go with them, which he agreed to. The meaning him, Susan, and Pansy, who'd been there when he'd asked Dumbledore and immediately volunteered to help him. He figured he could use the help anyway. As Dumbledore escorted them down Diagon Alley, Dumbledore continued to point out each shop and offer information on them. "You see that gargoyle," he pointed out, "believe it or not it used to be a shopping cart. You can actually still see the—" "Yep, that's exactly what I wanted today," Susan said sarcastically, "to spend my day off from school learning." "Everywhere you go is an opportunity to learn," Professor Dumbledore reminded her jovially. "Yeah, Susan," Pansy goaded, "you should always be trying to learn." Professor Dumbledore gave her a smile and said animatedly, "That's the spirit, Ms. Parkinson. Now perhaps you can tell me how many different flavors of ice cream Florine Fortix sells." After they all suffered through a Dumbledore lecture on various shops, once they reached the bank, instead of heading towards the front, Dumbledore instead walked towards a building just to the side of the bank and walked inside and down a short hallway with them following along until they reached a door with a huge banner over the top declaring, "The London Goblin Theatre Company is pleased to present the Goblin version of The Hobbit. Now with a live dragon." In much smaller letters at the bottom it read, "The show is not responsible for anything that might happen during the show, including accidents, maiming, dismemberment, death." It kept going on in increasingly small lettering and more detailed ways in which to die or get injured. Just to the side of the door, behind a desk, stood a goblin who looked back at them with beady eyes and sharp teeth. "Ticket please," the goblin asked him as he held out his hand. He looked confused before then admitting, "We don't have tickets." The goblin grumbled before saying, "Nobody ever seems to have an advance ticket. One of these days a show is going to be sold out, you know, and then you'll be sorry." "I've got a ticket, Captain Hook," Dumbledore announced as he handed him a small red ticket. The goblin studied it for a while before giving a toothy grin and pronouncing, "Very well, enjoy the show, Mr. Dumbledore." "Show?" Harry asked. "You mean you're actually going to that?" "Well, yes, I figured I'd see the show while I was here waiting for you," Dumbledore informed them as he rubbed his hands in excitement. "I'd imagine this should be quite entertaining." "Entertaining, yes. Safe, no. Aren't you going to come with us?" Susan asked him. "I rather think it best if I don't," Dumbledore stated. "Since I'm the one who has handled your account for all these years, I rather think it best if I don't try to influence you in your decision making, especially if you were to decide to, say, kick me to curb and find someone else to handle your money. I'd say you'll be more than capable of handling it on your own, especially with these two ladies to help you. If you have any questions afterwards, however, I'd be more than happy to answer them for you. See you later." Dumbledore walked through the doors behind the goblin, leaving the three of them alone to fend for themselves. "Well, that was unhelpful," Pansy commented. "Dumbledore has a tendency to want people to actually do things for themselves and not just do everything for them," Harry explained. "It's just like his style to do something like this." If you don't have a ticket you can still purchase them here, the goblin informed them hopefully. 20% of the proceeds go to a charity for goblin correctional dentistry. As he looked at the goblin's teeth, he could understand why they would be needed. Even with magic they might have difficulty. He should really introduce the goblins to Hermione's parents, they'd get rich real quick, he thought. Not today, but is your name really Captain Hook? Susan asked, unable to avoid asking that burning question of hers. The goblin groaned before admitting, it was my parents' idea of a joke. I wasn't aware goblins even made jokes, Pansy admitted. Unfortunately sometimes they do, Captain Hook replied mournfully. Why on earth my parents had to be actually funny goblins I shall never know. After thanking Captain Hook, they headed back over to the actual bank portion of the bank and quickly found another goblin to help them. This one went by the name of Bloody Hook, but Susan decided not to ask him about his name. At any rate, Bloody Hook, when he learned of the need to find out about his account and assets, took them into a small side room before getting a blood sample from him to verify it was in fact him. Everything seems to be in order then, Mr. Potter, Bloody Hook stated, I am now authorized to go over your current total monetary assets. As for your account history, at the time that your parents handed over financial control of their money to Mr. Dumbledore, they had in their account 5,653 galleons in actual money and then another 30,000 in assets. Which would make them only about middle class even if you take into account inflation, Susan surmised. So his parents hadn't been filthy rich. Well then why did he have all that much money in his vault? However, since your parents were forced to go into hiding and the account managed by Mr. Dumbledore, who continued to manage it even after their deaths for you, that amount due to some really good investments has increased to a total of 250,130 galleons. Pansy and Susan's jaws dropped. Wow, that's a lot of money, Pansy observed. I thought your parents were well off too, he reminded her, wondering why she would consider that such a large sum. Exactly my point, Harry, Pansy admitted. So Dumbledore is the reason I'm so rich? Harry asked. It would seem so, Bloody Hook answered. Dumbledore is, in our terms, a financial goblin. I believe humans call it wizard, when it comes to handling money. Even some goblins have asked Dumbledore to manage their accounts for him, which I must admit is quite an achievement. However, Dumbledore only currently manages a few accounts, including his own, yours, and a couple of others, which already keeps him rather busy. He does however exact a 15% annual charge for his services, but has directed us to deposit the money directly into various charities. He was certainly stunned by Dumbledore's magnanimity. No wonder Dumbledore hadn't wanted to be here for this, possibly to avoid praise and also to avoid having that influence his decisions. Of course, if you'd like, I could have Dumbledore be taken off as your financial advisor, the goblin suggested. No, Harry answered finally, keep him on. He's obviously doing a fantastic job already. Neither Susan or Pansy seemed surprised by this. Maybe I should have Dumbledore manage my finances, Susan commented. Only problem is my aunt is that now and she wouldn't be too happy about that. It might still be worth it if Dumbledore was willing, Pansy reminded her. What about property and other assets? Susan asked. Bloody Hook looked down again at the parchment he had still in his hands and informed them. You still own a property in Godric's Hollow, but due to its destruction, there is nothing but rubble there. The ministry however considered the property to be at risk of being targeted again if the home was rebuilt, and so elected to leave it as is. However, it also started a collection being taken for another home be rebuilt in another secret and safer location in its place. The contributions far exceeded the proposed plans for the home from grateful wizards worldwide, and so a retired home builder by the name of Arno Lovegood volunteered to build and oversee the construction of a much larger home. The home is however unfinished. So he had a house, he thought, or at least part of a house, and apparently Luna's grandfather was the one building it. He rather hoped Luna's grandfather wasn't as crazy as Luna. He'd hate to have a fun house or a house full of mirrors or something like that. Can we see the house? Susan asked of Bloody Hook. I do believe Dumbledore has the key for it, he informed them. You'll have to ask him. After learning of his current finances, the three of them left the bank as they then waited for Dumbledore to get out. According to Captain Hook, who they checked with at the door, the show would be going on for at least another couple of hours. Evidently Dumbledore figured either they would take much longer to review finances or more likely he just really wanted to see the show. At any rate, Harry supposed this gave them some time to themselves to look around Diagon Alley. He decided to take the girls out for ice cream with him ordering a chocolate Galower, Susan a mint chip, and Pansy a golden snitch. As they ate their ice cream, he felt like it was time to tell them about the dating situation. In order to avoid a quite dangerous situation where he told all of the girls at once in which they suddenly summoned pitchforks and tried to drive him out of the castle, he was trying to do it more on an individual basis. However, he wasn't the only one. Fleur and Padma would be helping with Fleur telling Daphne and Luna, and since they would be the easiest, also Sue and Padma would be telling Hannah and Millicent, leaving him with Hermione for later. Frankly, it was Hermione he was most worried about. He was a bit nervous about doing so, but he finally broached the subject. "Girls, how would you feel about me dating you and the other girls as well?" The two girls shared a look before Susan commented, "I thought we were already doing that, Harry." "You'd think you'd have figured that out by now," Pansy teased him. "No, I meant, like dating, he replied, as in boyfriend-girlfriends. "Oh, that," Susan said, seeming totally unbothered, "I figured that out ages ago." "Of course we'll be your girlfriends, Harry." "Wait a minute," he asked, "you both knew and you were okay with it?" "Well, we knew where it was going at least," Susan admitted. "Remember, I tried to get someone to find out which girl was best for you." "Which happened to be me," Pansy explained. "Of course I eventually figured out that it would never be just one girl for you, but by that point I realized we were already at that point anyway. It probably should be a big deal, but quite honestly it isn't. I'm a true Slytherin in that when I do something I evaluate its value and what's in it for me. The lone downside is I have to share you, but that's easily made up for by other things. First of all, I genuinely like you and you genuinely like me, which is generally what people look for in a relationship anyway. Then in that relationship they also desire compassion, love, and enjoyment, in a sense completing them. In that regard, this actually fulfills that even more so than if you were just dating me alone. I have more friends than I've ever had before, enjoyed myself more than I ever have before, and I even feel like a much better person now." "I've certainly noticed that," Susan commented. "There's been no more, 'Get out of my way, losers,' as you walk down hallways." "I've never yelled that out as I've walked down a hallway," Pansy insisted. "It's been more, 'Get out of my way, filthy scum.'" He was unable to avoid laughing at that, as it was hard to see the Pansy of today ever saying that, so he supposed she was certainly right about being a much better person. Of course she wasn't the only one who'd changed a great deal for the better. Hermione, Millicent, and Hannah certainly came to mind. "Just don't get too good, I kind of like the bad girl thing with you sometimes," Harry told her. Pansy gave an evil smile back at him, proving she could still be a bit feisty. He laughed again. "Yeah, unfortunately not everyone can pull that off," Susan replied. "As for me and my reasons, Harry, they are much the same as Pansy's, but I also have to add that it'll still be like any relationship. If things aren't going well, then we can still break up with you, and if things are going good." She grabbed his arm affectionately at that and said, "You get the picture?" "Not really, perhaps you could give me a demonstration of just what you mean," he answered. Susan laughed and pulled him in for a key. Once they broke apart, Pansy pouted and told him, "Well, now I want one now." "You can see why I both am excited and reluctant to have multiple girlfriends," he commented. "Just take a bunch of energy potions, work your butt off to keep us all happy, and get rewarded," Pansy insisted, "because you're ours now." At that, she pulled him in for a key of her own. "It's that simple, huh?" he asked her afterwards. "The way I see it, yes," Pansy answered, as she once again pulled him in for another key, this one for much longer. "You do realize you girls made this extremely easy on me," Harry commented. "We know," Susan agreed, "we could have caused you a lot of grief, but I couldn't see any value in that." "Of course it also means you now owe us," Pansy uttered. "Yeah, whatever it is you want," he agreed. Susan laughed before saying, "We're really going to make you regret that, Harry." He wasn't sure he liked the looks on their faces, he thought. Toomany. Padma watched in open fascination as Millicent continued to dig into the large casserole that Hannah had made. "How can you manage to eat that much?" she asked of Millicent in complete wonder. "Lots of practice," Millicent admitted. "I eat at least 3 times a day." "Huh," Ha, very funny, Padma answered. I thought it was funny, Hannah replied. The only other girl there is she watched her best customer continue to eat away. I do so love watching people eat and enjoy the things I make. You should start your own restaurant, Millicent suggested. Of course then I'd be even more broke than I am now. For you it would always be free, Millicent, Hannah argued. You'd make everyone else eating around you feel like wimps for how little they had ordered and decide they want more. So essentially you want to fatten people up, Padma observed. For me to eat, Millicent tried joking, you know, like in Hansel and Gretel. However, not even Hannah found that funny, already being big enough for Millicent to eat. Sorry, I'm not that good at jokes, Millicent apologized. To answer your question, Padma, no, Susan is trying to make me more health conscious. Apparently she isn't happy about gaining weight from all the goodies I've been making lately, Hannah explained before adding maliciously, of course I could try to fatten just her up. Then I'll threaten to eat her so she'll make sure to lose all the weight again, Millicent added. Now that's funny, Hannah commented, earning an appreciative smile from Millicent. Padma however just shook her head. Both Hannah and Millicent were known as the bigger girls in their group, and according to much of society, they should be desperate for anyone. However, she knew neither Millicent nor Hannah had any reason to be desperate. In fact, Millicent had turned down plenty of guys to be with Harry even though she couldn't say exactly why. The girl was difficult to figure out. Hannah was however easier. She clearly had a major crush on Harry, she'd even caught her occasionally doodling in the name Mrs. Hannah Potter in Little Hearts during classes she shared with her. Also she enjoyed cooking for others, not only Harry but for the rest of them as well. More and more she was noticing that each girl occupied a different role, a different niche. Hannah was the motherly cook, for example, Hermione was the inventor, Luna supplied the fun, Millicent was sort of the protector bodyguard, and as for herself, well, even she couldn't deny that she occupied a rather loose leadership position. All of the girls respected her, and it was that respect that she was hoping would be good enough to convince both Hannah and Millicent. She did however have to remind herself that she wasn't Harry, but hopefully she'd still manage to do a good job. Actually, I want to talk to you two girls about something, Padma told them, deciding to just come out with it. Harry has realized that he should probably start officially dating, and rather than date just one of us, he'd like to date all of us. I realize this might be a bit difficult to handle, and if you are angry and don't want to, I completely understand. Both girls let that sink in before Hannah exclaimed, "What? How terrible. How dare he want to date me and a bunch of other girls?" Apparently Hannah wasn't too keen on the idea, she observed. However, Hannah then continued, "You mean he'd want me to continue cooking and slaving for all you girls and only occasionally get key? And it's a really good thing I love him then." Finally Hannah allowed herself to grin and said, "Of course I'm okay with that decision. How could I not be? Frankly, I'm relieved. I was worried he was going to just choose you, Padma, and leave me to pine for him from afar." "Why me?" Padma asked. "Since he loves you already," Hannah announced, "it's not like he hides it." "I suppose not," Padma was forced to admit, "but I'm sure he'll love you eventually too, Hannah. I mean, what's not to love about you?" "Yeah, I love you," Millicent told her, "you're the nicest girl I know. Anyone else would be grossed out by how much I can eat, for example. Harry or any guy would be lucky to have you." "That's really sweet of you, Millicent," Hannah complimented her, blushing a bit at what she'd said about her. "You can indeed have a way with words sometimes." Padma threw out a compliment of her own. "I would however like to know how you feel about being Harry's girlfriend." Millicent shrugged and said, "I'm not really good with words, I assure you, but simply I love Harry and I love what he's done for me in making me part of the group. I don't think I'm good enough for him, but if he wants me to be his girlfriend, not matter how many other girlfriends he has, then I'll accept." She had to admit she was really impressed with Millicent. She'd already made great strides in where she'd been before. Perhaps at least to some regard, Millicent realized that by staying with Harry and the rest of them, she'd only get better from there. It caused her to evaluate a few things of her own. Finally, however, she told both girls, "Well, I'm certainly glad to have both of you. I'm sure Harry will as well." Toomany. Fleur went to Daphne and Luna feeling like she had the easy job. They would be the easiest since they were already convinced that's what they wanted. Merlin, they even wanted to marry him by now. It was also why she'd agreed to also tell Sue to make up for how easy her assignment was, and frankly she had no idea what Sue would decide. She was just impossible to read by anyone other than Luna. Harry has made his decision and he's decided to start officially dating all of us, Fleur announced. Both girls grinned, but then Daphne teased, well, on second thought I think I might not want to be with Harry anymore. Yeah, Luna agreed, also deciding to tease her. I just got you all together with Harry so I could then steal all of the now available guys for myself. So now we find out your true plan. Fleur joked right back. All three of them laughed before Daphne said, well, you know, all that time spent getting naked and you has caused me to realize that I actually love you instead, Fleur. Will you marry me? Ooh, marry me. Luna insisted, now jumping up and down. Daphne pretended to consider Luna's offer for a moment before saying, sorry Fleur, Luna's right, I actually love her. Yes, Luna said excitedly as she gave Daphne a quick key. On the lips, we just and so now we're married. I'm pretty sure it doesn't work like that, Luna, but while I'm sad to lose Daphne, I wish you both plenty of happiness, Fleur told her. Thank you Fleur, you can still come over sometimes to babysit our kids, Luna offered. Shaking her head, as other than adopting that definitely wasn't possible and she was sure Luna knew that, Fleur then said, in all seriousness I'm still trying to figure out just where we go from here. I mean even if none of the other girls go for it. They'll go for it, Luna insisted confidently, I've been working on getting them to this point since the beginning. It's been gradual enough that making this important step in the right direction will seem like an easy decision, as it won't seem like too much of a stretch, but also have them realize just how much they actually do care for Harry and each other. Daphne smiled, looking impressed as she told Luna, you're a mad genius Luna. Probably the smartest girl I know, but so few others know that. I know it, Fleur pointed out, I don't think anyone else could have gotten this far with your plan, as crazy as I think it is looking back at it. It's only going to be just as crazy as time goes on, Luna said ominously. Toomany. Currently Harry was now standing outside of a clothes dressing room while the girls tried on clothes. How long is this supposed to take? He complained, already bored as he held a huge pile of clothes the girls had yet to try on. As much as he had enjoyed at first watching the two very attractive girls model clothes for him, he was getting a bit tired of telling them how he felt about each outfit they tried on. As long as we want it to, Pansy called out from inside her dressing room, if we're going to be your girlfriends Harry, you have to treat us every once in a while. It's not like you can't afford it, Susan reminded him as she came over with more clothes in her hands to try on. How would you feel if we were to bleed you dry? He really hoped she was kidding. Susan then stacked a new cloth on top of the pile with him trying to avoid looking at it. Aren't you going to check the cloth for the size? Susan asked him, any other guy probably would. Only if you want me to, he explained, I'm sure another guy would, but I respect you enough to keep that private if you want, even if I do like your huge beeps and I want to find out how big they are. Susan smiled, looking impressed before telling him, I knew there was another reason why I decided to let you be my boyfriend. So does that mean you'll let me look then? He asked. She laughed before asking coyly, I don't know, are you going to give that information out to anyone else? I'd imagine some guy would pay good money for that. Your beeps, including the knowledge of their size, are priceless, he insisted. All right, well, if you value them that highly then go ahead, Susan urged him. He looked at the tag, his eyes widening when he read the size. 34H. While he didn't know a lot about clothes sizes, that seemed huge to him. A lot of guys would want to know that, he thought. Yes, they really are that big, Susan informed him in case there was any doubt in his mind, obligingly lifting up her huge beeps to show them off with pride. They just keep growing and growing, but I don't mind, I want them to be huge and I just love them, I mean, aren't they just incredible? Harry couldn't help but stare at her chest in awe. Yeah, they really are incredible, he agreed honestly, still staring. How were Padma's and Fleur's? Susan asked him. Evidently she'd found out that they had both gotten naked for him. Incredible, Harry replied honestly, but yours are even bigger, Susan answered with a sly smile. I bet you want to see these naked too, don't you, Harry? Yes, he replied immediately. She, however, just winked at him and said, well, maybe if you are a good enough boyfriend someday I might let you. How do I look? Pansy asked yet again as she came out of her dressing room to show off some clothes she was trying on. Surprisingly, it was rather casual in appearance, just a white t-shirt and jeans, which Pansy looked incredible in by the way, showing off her much less curvy than Susan but still very attractive body. "Why those?" he asked. Pansy sighed before saying, "My parents will buy me all sorts of expensive clothing, but what I really would like is something more casual that says I'm just an ordinary and approachable person and not something that says I'm too rich and snooty to even look at." He nodded. He could see why Pansy might feel that way. Frankly, even her most casual clothing were probably more expensive than someone's car. "The whole outfit is only a couple galleons, which is by far the cheapest clothing I've ever had," Pansy admitted. That seemed reasonable to him. "That's not bad, I don't mind buying that for you," he announced. "You won't be saying that when you see how much my clothes costs," Susan admitted. He then checked the price tag on it, and nearly dropped it in shock. 10 galleons, he questioned, "for just this?" "Bras get expensive when you're as big as me," Susan replied. "Why do you think I'm buying some now?" "Since I'm buying," he surmised. "Exactly," Susan said with a smile. "Don't worry, I'll make it up to you." "How so?" he asked, wanting to know just what he was getting out of this. "Well, for starters, you can keep my old clothes I'm currently wearing," Susan informed him, "and then since you are so nicely footing the bill, I think it's only fair that you get to see me in it." "Get whatever you want," he immediately responded. She laughed and said, "I thought you'd see things my way." "I know I'm not nearly as is Susan," Pansy said, "but if you'd like, I'd be happy to give you my clothes if you want." "Nothing would please me more," Harry told her, earning a smile from Pansy. "The only question is, what are you going to do with them?" Susan teased. "Start a clothes collection maybe," he suggested. "Some boys collect trading cards, me, I'll start collecting bras." Pansy rolled her eyes and said, "You do realize you're going to be labeled as having a lingerie fetish?" "Also what? Every guy the first know would still be jealous if they knew I happened to have Susan Bones and Pansy Parkinson's underwear," he pointed out. "I'd likely get plenty of offers for them, but I would consider them far too valuable to part with. I'll guard them with my life." "See that you do," Susan warned him. "I usually have to keep my underwear under lock and key." He imagined Seamus and Dean dressed as bank robbers trying to break into a Gringotts bank vault with nothing but Susan's underwear locked inside it. Now that would be something worth robbing at least. "Come on," Susan suggested to Padma, "let's start modeling some underwear for Harry. I'm sure you'd like that, wouldn't you, Harry?" His heart skipped a beat as he asked, "Are you just trying to get me to buy more clothes?" "Is it working?" Susan asked. "It depends on what I think of you in your underwear," Harry replied. Both girls went into the dressing room and Susan came out first a moment later, clad only in their underwear. He was reminded again just how Susan really was. Even inside the red clothes she was wearing, she still was showing a generous amount of cleavage. They were just so perfect and huge to him. "What do you think?" Susan asked him, clearly enjoying his reaction. "Buy as many clothes as you want," he told her. "Did I ever tell you you were seriously hot?" Susan laughed and said, "Oh, I think you might have mentioned it to me before." "What about me?" Pansy asked, still inside the changing room. "You want to come inside, Harry, and find out?" Gulping, he proceeded inside the changing room, but found much to his surprise, Pansy wasn't wearing any bra. Her breasts were actually quite small, especially in comparison to Susan's huge bust, but his mind was still going crazy over seeing Pansy's naked beeps. She smiled, enjoying his reaction although a bit nervously. "I know they aren't nearly as big as Susan's," Pansy admitted. "They're beautiful though," he told her, causing her smile to return. She held up her green cloth and said, "Don't forget your present. It's A34B in case you were wondering." He took it gratefully, vowing to her to treasure it always. After letting him look her over for a bit longer, she had him leave to go try on more clothes. The girls tried on quite a few more outfits before it was time to go and find Dumbledore, but he found it didn't mind. Both of them looked fantastic in just about everything they tried on, and he was quick to tell them so, much to their approval. In the end, when they finally finished shopping, the girls turned out to not buy that many clothes, even though he was quite worried by just how many clothes they tried on, which, while he was apparently quite rich, he considered a definite plus to have girlfriends that weren't frivolous with money just because they had a rich boyfriend to mooch off. They were keepers, he thought. A bit harder, Hermione urged. Like this? Lavender asked as she rubbed harder. Harder. Hermione commanded fiercely, really get your finger in there. Yes, Mistress Say. Why, Bookworm Goddess, Lavender agreed as she hurried to do as requested. Mistress Say. Why Bookworm Goddess? Hermione asked in confusion. Don't you like my nickname I came up for you? Her dorm mate asked. Obviously, Hermione told her with a smile, I'm just surprised you would. She stopped talking there to enjoy the feeling in her feet. Nobody gave foot massages like Lavender. She'd even managed to get right in between the toes. Oh, was she acting like Lavender was touching something else entirely? That would be a yes. Parvati however walked into the room and took in the scene of Lavender massaging her feet and dainty little toes. You lose another bet to Hermione again, Lavender. Parvati asked, you do realize she always wins. Actually she just really wanted to massage my feet, Hermione answered, I'm guessing she just has a foot fetish. More like I really want lots of help with homework, Lavender confided before admitting, although you do have great feet. Told you, Hermione stated with a smile. Parvati seemed surprised as she asked Lavender, since when have you cared about homework? Both girls only giggled in response. It wasn't that kind of homework and she was helping Lavender just as much. Parvati however just shook her head but made no more comment as she once again looked through her drawer and tried on necklaces to wear. Lavender however resumed her foot massage. She was really giving it some effort. Usually she only did it when she lost a bet to her. As for herself, she'd never had to massage Lavender's feet but now she was feeling like maybe she deserved a little reciprocation. Somebody had some really good hands. Well, you girls have fun, I'm going on a date with Victor, my incredibly strong, Say. Why hunk of a boyfriend, Parvati told them. Right, you're strong, Say. Why hunk of a boyfriend, Hermione teased, making note of the fact that Parvati had went out of her way to describe Crumb in such detail. Frankly, Parvati had fallen quite hard for him, but fortunately it appeared Crumb had fallen hard for her. She actually had had her chance with Crumb herself but she was more than happy to let Parvati have him. Harry was the only guy for her. Both she and Lavender waited impatiently for Parvati to finally leave, they didn't want her knowing exactly what they were up to. Eventually though Parvati considered herself presentable enough before departing for her date. As soon as she had left, Lavender stated impatiently, Merlin, I thought she would never leave. That girl seriously needs to get ready faster. She actually laughed whether or not Lavender was actually poking fun at herself as well, but then said excitedly, homework time. In response, Lavender already was half naked, forcing her to hurry and try to catch up. Finally however both of them were totally naked and she immediately slipped her hand down to her crotch to find her sweet spot. Lavender went to do so as well for herself. A younger version of Hermione would be appalled that she would engage in such behavior so blatantly in front of another person, but her current self was well aware that such activities were not only necessary but actually surprisingly enjoyable. She was well aware of the fact of where her, Harry, and the rest of the girls were going. Frankly, it seemed to be just an open secret that everyone knew and accepted, but didn't want to bring up. Of course, being herself, she was never one to get involved into anything without knowing as much information as she could on it, which led to many forays into the library. There weren't a ton of books on the subject but a good deal more than she had been expecting. The broad subject however could be categorized into subcategories of threesomes and moresomes, dating multiple girls or guys, polygamy or plural marriage, and harems. Was she crazy for even thinking that far ahead and actually being okay with it? Once again, a younger version of herself would never go anywhere near it, her parents would never approve for one, but she no longer cared. Frankly, the whole thing just turned her on as Say. You ally beaked as she now admitted she was. Her body seemed to only be making up for just how much she had repressed it all these years, and it was coming back with a vengeance now that she was letting it enjoy what it wanted. Even before she'd been able to decide it was what she really wanted, she found herself reading romance novel after romance novel filled with a boy and multiple girls in it. It just felt so hot to her, as well as inserting herself, Harry, and other girls such as Fleur, Padma, Luna, etc. into the story in place of the characters. Things had taken an interesting turn when Lavender had discovered some of the books she had been reading, but instead of being bothered by it, Lavender had actually agreed to help her prepare for such an eventual future. According to her research, mutual masturbation was an excellent way to prepare yourself for threesomes or moresomes that would inevitably be occurring. Lavender seemed to get a thrill out of watching her, who had always seemed so reserved, now doing such activities right in front of her. Interestingly enough, it was fun for her as well. Besides, it was clutch time. Lavender had learned through one of her gossip channels that Harry was starting to ask each of the girls to be his girlfriends. It was about time, but it still gave her plenty to think about. She watched Lavender now stimulating herself with one hand and the other hand now playing with her beeps. She had rather nice beeps, she thought, and a nice bum. Of course Harry also had a nice bum and she wanted to. Who are you thinking about? Lavender asked. Harry obviously, who else? Hermione inquired as she reached up to cup one of her own beeps. While smaller than Lavender's, they felt really good right now. Obviously, Lavender commented with a roll of her eyes, you're obsessed with him. Yeah, and who are you thinking about right now? Hermione then questioned. I don't need to answer that, Lavender argued, unsuccessfully trying to hide her secret from her. Unfortunately for Lavender, she was far too easy to figure out. Let me guess, the person's name begins with an H, Hermione stated. I can't deny Harry is hot, but I do have other people I like besides him, Lavender argued. I wasn't talking about Harry, Hermione teased, I was talking about myself. You're such a beep, Hermione, Lavender told her. True, but am I also right? Hermione asked. She was right, she knew she was right. Shut up so I can actually enjoy myself looking at you naked, Lavender responded. Hermione laughed at that. According to her books, polygamous relationships worked a good deal better if the girls involved were in fact bis, or at least open to experimentation. It appeared the strongest candidates, including Fleur, Daphne, Luna, and possibly Padma, were already proving they were okay with at least experimentation, even if they probably weren't actually attracted to one another. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you looked at it, her beaked body was telling her she was to some degree attracted to girls, but exactly how far that went she wasn't sure. Her parents would once again not approve, they were highly homophobic, but she had really stopped caring about how they might feel about their daughter's choices. They had always been too busy with work for her, usually just leaving her with a babysitter for most of the time, causing her to feel lonely as she had no friends to play with. Being with Harry now was the exact opposite from her life back then. She literally had over a dozen good friends, but was now lacking many of the morals she once had. Yet while that forced her to reevaluate her life a good deal and just exactly who she was and where she wanted to end up, there was one thing she knew: she would stay with Harry through anything as long as he would have her. For her, her love for him went deeper than a mere schoolgirl crush. She'd already decided he was the love of her life. It easily surpassed anything she found in the romance novels she read, now also filled with boys and multiple female lovers, which surprisingly was actually just as if not more so enjoyable for her to read. Her attention then turned to watching Lavender, who was still playing with herself. She was unable to avoid blatantly staring. Even if this was Lavender, watching her was so totally erotic. It caused her to stimulate herself a little harder. Lavender looked back at her and smiled and asked, now who are you thinking of? I'll admit it if you will, Hermione told her. That I find you a say. Why, bookworm goddess? Lavender inquired, or that you like my slutty self? I don't think you're a slut, Hermione told her honestly, I never did, even at your worst. No, it's all right, I am a slut, Lavender stated, however I am trying to be better. I've raised my standards considerably. Well, I've lowered mine, making us now about even, Hermione confided, which is why I'm okay with admitting I'm sort of attracted to you right now. I knew it, Lavender exclaimed in delight. Did not, Hermione insisted as she pulled her hand out of her crotch as she slapped her playfully on the arm. You just got your girl cum on my arm, Lavender complained. Hermione grinned and asked, really? I hadn't noticed. She may or may not have chosen to use the exact same hand she'd been using earlier for another activity. Careful to get some on Lavender. Lavender, however, surprisingly stuck out her tongue and licked it up. Now who is the beep lesbian? Hermione complained, you just licked that. Her roommate, however, shrugged and said, I just wanted to know if it tasted like mine, that's all. Well, I suppose I should be glad you're now conducting science experiments, Hermione joked. You taste really good, by the way, Lavender commented. Oh, I know I do, Hermione responded cheekily. Mistress say. Why bookworm goddess, Lavender stated. My servant, Hermione answered before laughing a bit at the ridiculousness of it. You want another foot massage? Lavender offered. Hermione gave her a curious look before observing, except I don't think you have any intention of just staying on my feet. That would depend on you, her potential personal masseuse informed her, suggesting it could go either way. She sighed before saying, you do realize I haven't even let Harry go that far. Exactly, and I know you want him to, but understand why he can't, and I'll bet I could give much better massages than him, Lavender pointed out, which you should know considering how many foot massages I've had to give over the years after losing bets to you. If you didn't like it to some extent, you wouldn't have bet me so much, Hermione reminded her. Of course, for a while she had thought Lavender was just stupid and a glutton for punishment, not so anymore. Lavender was actually a lot smarter than even she realized. Hermione then sighed. Was she really willing to do this? Well, she supposed people got massages all the time, her mother even got them. All right, she finally told her, but just a traditional massage. Maybe just my feet, legs, arms, and back. She lay down on her bed face first, allowing Lavender to then come over to the side of her. She actually did start on her feet, but soon moved up her legs from there. Any residual protests she might have had seemed to be getting worked right out of her, her legs feeling good and leaving her somewhat excited. Her legs weren't her best feature, she thought, but she could get some attention for them. They were long and toned, a result from morning exercises as well as carrying so many books around. Lavender really did give good massages, she thought, although she was sure this was new territory for Lavender just as much as it was for her. Lavender was getting higher and higher up her legs until she thought surely she wasn't going to stop at that point. The next thing she knew, she felt Lavender's hands now directly on her bum. She really should stop her, she thought, and yet, it felt really good as Lavender's hands kneaded into each cheek. Could she really blame her anyway? Not if she considered just how good she felt her bum looked. Definitely her best feature. Even when it came to herself, she liked to rub and admire it. You didn't stop me, Lavender observed. I didn't want you to stop, Hermione confessed, causing her masseuse to giggle. A moment of silence passed between them as they both enjoyed her bum. I think I love your ass, Hermione, it's so perfect, Lavender couldn't resist commenting. Well, why don't you marry it then? Hermione quipped, then you can say you're married to an ass. Lavender giggled again at that before saying, frankly I probably would have ended up marrying an ass if Harry hadn't come along. Of course the idiot caused me to raise my standards so much, he was the only available guy left. You could try sharing Crumb with Parvati, Hermione suggested. She'd never share even if any threesome with me would be awesome, Lavender pointed out. Of course I'd say I'd be sharing too much with Harry, but now it appears I've also got you to keep me company, which leaves me with two nice asses I can have. That sounds like a killer deal to me. Two asses are better than one, Hermione added as she wiggled her own. After a few minutes, Lavender moved on to her back before admitting, you know, I've got to say, I never imagined I'd be doing this and actually enjoying this. I never imagined I'd be letting you and enjoying it, Hermione said. My mother would totally kill me if she were here. I'd just give her a massage and then she'd be totally down with it, Lavender joked. I'd be down with it too if she has an ass like yours. All right, magic massage fingers, what are we going to do about the Harry situation? Be easy or play hard to get when he asks us to be his girlfriends? Hermione inquired. I'm not even sure he's even going to ask me. He'll definitely ask you. He'd be stupid to turn down a body or mind like yours, Lavender said, revealing a slight amount of insecurity. If he doesn't ask you, I'll make him, Hermione told her. Besides, we need a loose girl in the group. Or you just want me, Lavender observed. No, I'm too obsessed with just Harry for that, she quipped with a smile. At that, she got up to end the massage. Toomany. Fleur had just gotten done telling Sue what was going on, but the Chinese acrobat was being extremely hard to read, which was a serious accomplishment in front of Avila. She just stood there, waiting for Sue's reaction, while Sue merely pretended to look around as if bored. Well? Fleur asked finally. Well, what? Sue asked, deciding to apparently mess with her and claim ignorance. What are you thinking? Fleur asked. Oh, I was thinking about maybe going for a run after this, Sue admitted. You want to come? I meant about what I just told you, Fleur prodded, getting a bit annoyed. You know about the Harry dating you thing. Why didn't you say that's what you wanted to know? Sue teased. Well, I must say, if Harry wants me in his little harem, he's going to have to fight for me. On the bright side, at least he's now got all of you to help do the fighting, so this might actually be a challenge for me. You'll still probably fail, but at least it'll be fun. Fleur stared at the pretty Chinese girl in wonder. She should have almost expected an answer like this. You can be really difficult, you know that. Fleur couldn't resist saying. Oh, I know, Sue agreed with a smile. Of course, it's nothing you haven't already thought of. Somebody has to play hard to get her, it would just get boring. Besides, if Harry is going to have all those girlfriends, he'd better be able to prove he deserves it. I'll agree with that, Fleur answered. So what should I tell Harry? Sue seemed to think for a moment before telling her. If Harry isn't already distracted enough by all those other girls, he is free to try and go after me. All right, Fleur responded. I should probably warn you though that he's got plenty to distract him at the moment. You know, you could go after me for him, Sue suggested. Try to get the girl for your man. Fleur, however, smiled and said, you'd like me to, wouldn't you? Except I know exactly who to use to beat you with. It's Luna who wants you with us, and it's Luna who is going to be the one to try to win you over. Sue shook her head, recognizing the strength of her competition before commenting, I'm going to end up Harry's girlfriend like the rest of you, aren't I? Yes, Fleur told her cheekily. Finally, Sue just said, well, I suppose I can at least try to make things interesting. Toomany. Harry got done telling Hermione about the multiple girlfriends thing and then waited for her response. Her reply, however, was not what he was expecting. Of course I'll be your girlfriend, Harry, Hermione told him. However, I should probably warn you I'm beaked. Well, I already knew that, he told her with a smile. Did you know I like girls now? Hermione asked. His eyes widened in surprise at what Hermione had just said. All he could really think to say to that, however, was, you weren't before. Yes, I took a special potion to make myself like girls because I know how much you like girl-on-girl action, Hermione said. He must have missed the sarcasm because he asked, really? You wouldn't happen to have any more, would you? Hermione slapped him on the cheek for that, causing it to sting. He definitely deserved that one. Oh, be quiet, Hermione scolded him. You're already lucky enough as it is to have as many girls as you have as girlfriends, or the fact that some of them are willing to at least experiment, me included. Sorry, couldn't resist, he apologized before asking, just who are you experimenting with? Lavender, Hermione confided. Lavender? He asked. He'd never in a million years think that Hermione and Lavender. Harry tried pinching himself. No, you aren't dreaming, Hermione said. I do, however, want to know, what do you think? Can I watch? He asked eagerly. She raised her hand as if to slap him again. Sorry, he apologized again. So why Lavender? While also conveniently my roommate, I'd say she certainly has potential, and she happens to give great massages, she told him. Hey, that was supposed to be my job. He complained teasingly. Well, you want to get the chance to do your job then? She suggested as she pretended to pull down her pants. I think I'd better if other people are trying to lay claims to your body like that, he answered. She laughed before telling him, well, too bad, because Lavender already claimed a good deal of it. You mean? He inquired in surprise. He hadn't been aware they had gone that far. He'd been of the opinion they were just in the experimental stage, something he'd already experienced enough for this whole thing not to really bother him. Frankly, it was a turn-on for him. Just my bum, she admitted. That's the best part, he exclaimed truthfully. She laughed again before saying, I know it's the best part. It's the best part about you in my opinion as well. Hermione reached around and gave his bum a squeeze before giving him a key. First key. As my boyfriend, he pointed out to her, trying to get back to being at least semi-romantic. Yes, she agreed as she looked into his eyes fondly. It's going to be a fantastic new adventure, for all of us. True, he replied, but at least I like the company. For that, she gave him another key. After another moment, however, Hermione asked, were you planning on asking Lavender to be your girlfriend as well? I guess I am now, Harry told her, even though even as he said it he couldn't help but think he already had a lot of girlfriends already. Well, the more the merrier, he supposed. One of the girls was bound to kill him somehow in any case. Lavender is a nice girl and I actually do like her, I just kind of figured she wanted to do her own thing. Hermione smiled before saying, I may or may not have added enough incentive for her to make up her mind. So that's the secret then. I should have just had you talk to each of the girls, he answered. A little Hermione is good for everyone. Of course a lot of Hermione is too much. Be that as it may, she observed, what convinced them wasn't mere skillful negotiation, it was you. How you joke around and make them feel at ease and somehow special, or how you, well I could go on but to keep from giving you too big of a head I'll just leave it at that, and tell you I love you. I love you too Hermione, he told her honestly, I don't know what I would do without you. You'd find a way to manage but it would be difficult, Hermione responded. That it would, he agreed as he leaned in for one final key. Toomany toomany. The next morning, he and all of his new girlfriends, Padma, Fleur, Daphne, Luna, Susan, Pansy, Hannah, Millicent, Hermione, and Lavender all headed down to breakfast hand in hand together. Merlin, that was an awful lot, however as he looked at each of their beautiful faces, he couldn't understand just how he was so lucky to have all of them as his girlfriends. Pinching himself yet again, he wondered if perhaps this was a fantastically wonderful but long dream, one he would wake up from and find that he was alone and dateless before the Yule Ball, but found he was still awake and in slight pain. The pain was worth it, he thought. They stopped just outside of the Great Hall. So this is it, Pansy observed, time to announce this to the whole world. There is still time for anyone wishing to back out back now, Susan added. He looked around at each of them wondering if perhaps one of them might, but none of them made any moves to leave, already resolved in their decisions. After a moment, Fleur said, I guess we're all in then. Time to make some waves and a lot of guys jealous. Would you girls wait until I've finished tying my shoe? He joked. None of the girls thought that was funny. As they stepped forward side by side through the doors that just barely fit them all through the doorway despite being so wide, he recognized that it wouldn't be immediately clear what was going on, but the air already felt like it had shifted at least for him. He could somehow sense that their relationship had certainly changed and would never be the same again. The first two people to notice them were the Weasley twins. Hello Harry and his always gorgeous friends, Fred greeted. Girlfriends actually, Daphne told them, taking upon herself to be the one to first make the announcement. George whistled and said with a grin to him, I knew you'd pull it off you sly dog. Fred, I do believe you owe me 2 galleons. What did you bet on? Pansy asked, that Harry would end up with multiple girlfriends. No, George admitted, we bet just how many he would end up with. I bet 8 or more, which means I win. You haven't won yet, Fred argued, we bet how many he would end up with. Let's face it, just how long is he going to be able to sustain this many girlfriends? We've only got one girlfriend in Alicia split amongst us and even that is a chore. He'll be down to like 5 by the end of the week, mark my words. I resent that, Susan stated, besides this is being said by a boy who just pointed out he was sharing a girlfriend. Fred merely shrugged and countered with, this being said by a girl who is sharing a boyfriend herself with 9 other girls. Obviously we both don't mind sharing. Touché, Susan was forced to admit. Well, what do you think anyway, Fred and George? Harry asked of them. Both twins looked him and the girls over before George finally stated, what I really want to say would get me a dozen slaps. One from each of your girlfriends, one from Alicia, and one from Madame Pomfrey when she would have to put my head back on my neck after the force of your slaps knocked it clean off. Fred added his opinion by saying, what I think George really should be saying is don't screw this up, because right now you're the luckiest guy on earth, but if you do screw it up you'll be the unluckiest guy on earth. Oh so true, Pansy agreed, well let's go. Good luck then Harry, Fred wished him as they started walking away, and when you inevitably try and flee the country, don't go looking to us for help. Grateful that at least the Weasley twins were taking it. Well, they all went to go sit down at the Gryffindor table together which had the most space. At the girls' insistence, he went to go and give each of them a key, before they ate. Come on Harry, Millicent complained, the food is all going to be gone by the time you're done. Key. Dotting can't be rushed, he informed her breathlessly as he went to go and key. Luna, who was next in line, you are free to starting eating without me. We'll save you some food for when you eventually get done, probably around lunchtime, Padma promised him. A few people around them did talk to one or the other of the girls and they made it no secret that they were all now officially dating him. For most this really wasn't too huge of a surprise, but for others it was a major conversation piece, most notably those talking to Lavender. However, if he had any regrets about deciding to let Lavender do so much talking, it was immediately put to rest by the fact that Lavender was handling it so skillfully, making it clear of their position as to seeing how it went. Thus as information began to be spread quickly throughout the school as it usually did, it was actually going better than expected, but then again he had been half expecting an angry mob to try and run him out of the school, so that wasn't saying much. At any rate, he managed to get through his first class relatively well, but then there was potions. In that class, only half of the girls were with him, but they still made up a sizable enough group he was hoping nobody would try anything. At least that was what he was hoping before class started as they waited for Snape to arrive. Well, if it isn't Scarhead, the love potioneer, Malfoy sneered as he walked into the room, flanked by his two bodyguards, Crabbe and Goyle. In response, however, Millicent went up to go and stand behind him, and he noticed to some degree of delight that Millicent was actually bigger than either Crabbe or Goyle. Yeah, his bodyguard was bigger than Malfoy's. What a happy day. Millicent looked intimidatingly at both Crabbe and Goyle, who both looked worried, either because Millicent was a girl and his girlfriend now, or because Millicent could beat either of them up in a fight and they knew it. Draco, Crabbe muttered to his comrade as he continued to look dubiously at Millicent, maybe we shouldn't mess with Potter anymore. Why? Because he has a bunch of girlfriends to protect him. Malfoy argued, if you ask me, he's even more pathetic, hiding behind a bunch of girls to save him. I'd be more than happy to take you on myself, he answered. What better way to prove he could protect himself and his girlfriends if necessary than beating up Malfoy, he thought. Unfortunately, Malfoy seemed to lose his nerve at that before saying lamely, never mind. You aren't worth my time. Right, you're so busy you can't possibly spare 10 seconds to get beat in a duel, Pansy said sarcastically. It'll take that long, you think? Daphne questioned, maybe Harry is losing his touch then. No, it'll take that long for Harry to finish laughing at his opponent and then mercifully take him out, Pansy countered. I think you should watch your mouth, Malfoy sneered at her, you're a disgusting little traitor, dating Potter with a bunch of other whores. In response he told Malfoy coldly, duel, 10 tonight in the entrance hall, be there or prove you're a coward. Malfoy to his credit glared back at him and said, I'll be there, don't you worry. At that Snape strode into the classroom, robes billowing behind him, and said, 20 points from Gryffindor for absolutely nothing other than that, I feel like it. Wow, evidently Malfoy wasn't the only one unhappy with how many girlfriends he had. Snape glared directly at him with an expression of both jealousy and rage, as if trying to make him spontaneously burst into flames with just his eyes. The good thing was, in comparison, the other teachers were bound to be much more supportive, he reasoned. The bad news was he might not even live that long, the way Snape appeared ready to take it out on him. However, just as he thought that, an unexpected rescuer came to his aid. 25 points to Neville Longbottom for sitting down at his desk and being ready to learn, Dumbledore commented from the back of the room, having somehow already gotten there without anyone noticing. Neville nearly fell out of his chair in surprise, perhaps almost costing him the large amount of points he had just gotten. Snape, however, looked livid even if he wasn't about to say anything to the headmaster. I rather do enjoy pointless point wars, such an oxymoron to say, Dumbledore commented jovially, totally ignoring Snape. A couple of decades ago, in fact, I enjoyed one with Professor Flitwick where we managed to gain and lose a total of 1,000 points in a single day for various inventive reasons. Of course we put the points back to what they were the very next day. As I recall, my favorite reason for giving out points was a young Herbert Fletchley who was so surprised when I awarded 50 points to him for running in the hallway, as I felt it showed his desire to learn in trying to get to his next class as quickly as possible. Even if that next class may or may not have been lunch. I wasn't trying to play any games, Snape answered in a subdued tone, although clearly furious at Dumbledore. Oh, why ever not, it's an awfully fun game, Dumbledore replied, seeming unbothered. Well, in any case, I'm afraid I have to borrow Mr. Potter from you. He won't be returning. While surprised Dumbledore was getting him out of class personally, he grabbed his things quickly and hurried out with him. Once they were out of the classroom, Dumbledore shook his head before saying, that Snape, he can be so fun sometimes. Fun would not be the word I would use, Harry answered, are you aware that Am I aware that he is a dreadful teacher and should be fired immediately? Dumbledore finished for him. I'm not that senile much as he might think I am. Unfortunately the school board vetoes me every year when I invariably fire him at some point. Lucius Malfoy at least seems to like him. The most I can do is make his pay merely just room and board. Your friend Dobby in fact makes more actual money than him at least for actual teaching. Then again I suppose that might only cause him to have reason to be even more angry. He stifled a laugh at that, imagining a rich Dobby dressed like a king while a Snape clad only in rags begged him for money. I'm finding I underestimate you, Harry observed. Oh no, as one more aware of my own mistakes than most, I'd say you are still overestimating me, Dumbledore told him humbly before asking, so how many points do you think he's taken away from Gryffindor since we left do you think? At least 30, Harry guessed, but if you know what is going on with Snape taking away points for stupid reasons, why are you letting him get away with it? Ah, but I'm not letting him get away with it, Dumbledore confided with a sly grin. Every point that our dear professor takes away or gives out is erased at the end of the day. It's been over a decade since I did that and he still hasn't figured it out. Please just don't let him know. I have a long-standing bet going with Minerva that he won't notice until at least March of this year. Harry smiled, impressed ever more by Dumbledore. It however also reminded him that this was in fact the first time he was getting a chance to talk to Dumbledore in private after reviewing his finances, and so he told him, I also want to thank you for managing my finances so well. Ah, it was fun, Dumbledore waved it off. Besides I rather think you won't be thanking me after this, quite the opposite. Where exactly are we going then, Professor? Harry asked curiously. Dumbledore looked back at him with a twinkle in his eye as he told him, my dear boy, unless I am wrong, when a boy starts courting a young lady, or young ladies in this case, they are obliged to meet the parents of the young lady. He nearly fainted in shock. Please tell me you're joking, Harry demanded of Dumbledore as he struggled to even remain standing after hearing such news. Dumbledore however only chuckled and said, now you see why I'm still single at 150. Personally he couldn't help but think any woman actually old enough for Dumbledore probably wouldn't even have living parents anymore, but at the moment Dumbledore's dating habits were a very distant second in importance of what he had cause to be worried about. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but can I please go back to potions class instead? Harry asked hopefully, maybe serve detention with Filch, or even go back to live with the Dursleys. At the moment all of those things somehow sounded better than what he would soon be facing. Dumbledore chuckled again before saying, I'd hardly say there will be any need for any of that, although I dare say Filch could use someone to clean graffiti off of one of the men's restrooms. Besides not all of the parents are here today, just the ones that have heard the news so far and wrote to me wishing to come. Well that was a little better, Harry supposed, the angry mob could do with being smaller. Please tell me you've got a portkey or something that I can use to make a hasty exit for when the meetings go sour. Harry replied, I'm pretty sure I'm going to need it. I promise I won't let anyone harm you, Dumbledore promised as they continued to proceed over to the entrance hall of the castle. Maybe now would be a good time to swear off dating forever, Harry noted. You'll be fine, Dumbledore again reassured him, I have every confidence in you. He ran through a list of parents he'd prefer to see over others. Unfortunately he couldn't think of really any parents he'd actually like to see, while the list of parents he certainly didn't was just about all of them. Yet just as he was about to despair and die right there, he saw the parents waiting for him. Or rather just parent. The only one he saw was Padma's mother, and to his relief, she was probably the only parent he actually wanted to see. He'd only actually met her once, at the Yule Ball, but she had seemed really cool. Hopefully she would be just as cool now that he was dating her daughter. He sauntered over to her, trying to begin the conversation as best he could by stating the obvious, so I'm dating your daughter and a bunch of other girls now. She however smiled and commented, about time. So when can I expect grandchildren? He blinked in total shock, not expecting this reaction. Then of course she laughed and observed teasingly, sorry I just couldn't resist. Yes, you're definitely Padma's mother, he informed her. I'll take that as a compliment, she replied with a lilting smile, so you remember me then I take it. You're kind of unforgettable, he commented back, still a bit shaken, wondering where all the other parents were, perhaps hiding behind suits of armor in order to ambush him. Still the charmer I see, she observed with a smile. Well, at least she didn't seem too upset. Harry looked over at Dumbledore and then asked, I thought I was going to meet a ton of parents that were going to try and kill me. Lakshmi however laughed and said, I'm not going to kill you, Harry, quite the opposite in fact. Give me some credit, Dumbledore argued, I wasn't about to leave you completely out to fend for yourself. It's better to get this over with of course, but I figured you could use an ally before, as you put it, get killed by angry parents. Since Padma's mother is the one you showed the most interest in living with, I figured she would be a good person to represent you, especially since she expressed an interest in it in her letter to me she sent this morning. He was surprised but extremely grateful to Padma's mom as he told her honestly, frankly, if you can manage to protect me from angry parents, I'd let you adopt me, call you mom, give you all my money, and even change my last name to Snape. She laughed before saying, I'm starting to see why you could use my help if you give in this easily, Harry. What can I say? I'm desperate, Harry admitted, I don't want to die by angry parent. I'd rather you didn't either, it's rather a horrible way to go, she agreed before deciding to get to business. So then, before I help you with the other parents, I'd like to lay down my expectations when it comes to my daughter. Use protection when you eventually end up having say. If you're going to be dating multiple girls, fine, just try to treat them all as fairly and equally as possible, don't hurt my daughter or anyone else's daughter for that matter, or I'll kill you. I think that about covers it. He couldn't resist answering, wow, I hope all the parents are this easy. She however laughed and said, actually I'm expecting some other parents to be the ones hard on you. If they aren't, then you'll certainly be getting a much longer and more serious conversation from me. He gulped before saying, I really would hate to have to do that and get on your bad side. I don't have a bad side, Lakshmi argued teasingly as she turned around slowly as if she were in a fashion show. I am Padma's and Parvati's mother after all, unless of course you wish to tell me about some of the bad things they've been getting up to while at school. Sorry, I'm more afraid of them than I am of you, he told her, you can only forbid me to date Padma. Padma or Parvati can really make my life miserable if I told on them, I won't say a thing other than both of them are perfect angels. She rolled her eyes and said, I'm sure they are. A minute later Dumbledore announced, I'm going to let in the first parent to talk to you. He did his best to mentally prepare himself while Lakshmi put an arm around his shoulder and said, you'll be fine. Frankly, I think this is kind of going to be fun. Fun? He asked incredulously, you really think this is going to be fun? Better than what I had originally planned on doing today, cleaning out my gutters, she answered as she rubbed her palms, yeah, I think this is going to be real fun. Well, that made one of them, he thought. He could already almost hear the sound of the angry mob of parents. Wait a minute, that wasn't something he was just imagining. He could actually hear incredibly loud sounds coming towards them, practically shaking the castle walls in the process. They must have all broken past Dumbledore and were now coming to kill him. Prepared to literally flee, but looking forward anyway, when who it was came into view he realized it was in fact just one parent, but he was not reassured. A man who stood just as tall and big as Hagrid now stood in front of him, a clear half-giant and who could only be one parent, Millicent's dad. Frankly, he didn't care much for Millicent's father already based off of what Millicent had said about him, and it was clear Millicent's dad didn't much like him. How dare you date my daughter? He roared angrily at him, prepared to go grab him and likely shake him like a rag doll. Yet before he could be squeezed into jelly, Padma's mother stepped forward, totally unbothered by the major size difference between them as she shouted back, how dare your daughter date my son? That seemed to give Millicent's father pause as he tried to figure that out. Evidently he wasn't all that bright as he scratched his head and asked, you're Harry Potter's mother. Isn't she supposed to be dead? Do I look dead to you? Lakshmi countered, I'm insulted that you would claim that I'm not his mother. Mr. Bulstrode actually backed up a step, now actually worried he had offended her and gotten her more angry. At the moment he couldn't blame him for being worried, to her credit she held her ground, looking strong and powerful even against a man who could easily knock her head off with one blow. Go Lakshmi, he thought. Merlin, she was awesome the way she was handling the situation. Continuing to press forward she pointed out, Harry is an amazing young man and your daughter should be lucky to have him as a boyfriend. He can leap tall buildings in a single bound, lift a 5-foot tall boulder with one hand, and when he laughs the ground shakes. So how dare you come in here and say that my son isn't good enough for your daughter? Visibly surprised, Mr. Bulstrode stated, I didn't mean no offense, although I'm not sure if he can do all of the things you claim. He's such a little guy. Haven't you heard the stories about him? He's the great Harry Potter, defeater of the greatest Dark Lord that ever lived as a mere infant. I'd say he's more than strong enough now to do just about anything, she argued, however giants have a custom do they not? If a giant manages to beat the father of the girl they wish to take as their mate in physical combat, then they can lay claim to them without the father's further disagreement. Harry would be more than happy to take you on, but I warn you for your sake, you don't want to mess with him. Now he had cause to be worried. No way he could take on Millicent's dad in a physical fight, so Lakshmi was taking a huge gamble. However, his reputation as the boy who lived combined with Lakshmi's steely nerve was enough for him to concede. I will forfeit and fully accept you as my daughter's mate, Mr. Bulstrode told him, may your children be big and strong. At that, he bowed to him, with Harry bowing back at him in return. Finally he left, his great big steps causing everything to shake as he did so. When he had left, Lakshmi had the nerve to grin and say, well, that went well, I'd say. I thought he was going to kill me, Harry admitted, finally allowing himself to relax just a bit. You just had to show him who is boss, she replied. Can I just say you're awesome? He had to tell her, it makes me wish you actually were my mother. She grinned and said, me too. To his surprise, she pulled him in for a quick hug. The sensation he felt was new, but not unwelcome to him. He felt grateful to her, but also, it was something more, different from the hugs he got from the girls. Before he could dwell too much on it, Dumbledore went and led in the next parent. Toomany. It turned out that Lakshmi was an absolute genius when it came to handling potentially unhappy parents. None of the others were as angry about it as Millicent's father had been, and he didn't even see all of them, but each of them did have some concerns, which both he and especially Lakshmi tried to address. However, the way she talked about him to the parents, it was almost like she already knew him and liked what she knew. Evidently Padma had written extensively about him to her mother and possibly Parvati as well, because she referenced several instances that had occurred that she couldn't have found out about otherwise. The parents that he met with included Susan's aunt, both Mr. and Mrs. Greengrass, the latter of which he had met before and was still rather nice, although understandably worried about her daughter, then Hannah's mother, who had actually made him cookies for the occasion but then tried to guilt-trip him while he ate them, and finally Pansy's father, who tried to mostly use the opportunity as leverage to encourage him to invest in a new business enterprise he was starting, making it clear that his approval of him dating his daughter would be much easier on him if he chose to do so. Through all of it, Lakshmi handled it all, alleviating fears and treating each person a specific way so as to best deal with each of them individually. Dumbledore added a few things here and there, but mostly just sat back to let Lakshmi do most of it, something which he was more than happy to do himself. By the time the last parent had left, he was so grateful to her he'd probably have let her adopt him right then and there, which he told her so only half-jokingly. She however reminded him, I'd recommend that you not be that easy, Harry. There is plenty of other things a good parent needs to have. I might want to adopt you, but that doesn't mean I shouldn't let you have more time to decide. That is actually something I'd like to discuss, Dumbledore stated as he addressed her, in order to help Harry decide if he would like to have you take custody of him or even outright adopt him. I'd like to propose that you stay here at the castle for a while. My defense against the dark arts teacher Alistair Moody has recently fallen ill, and I know from your credentials you've been done a bit of teaching of that subject back in India. That was quite a while ago, but yes, that's true, she admitted as she mulled it over. I suppose I could agree to that. He grinned at that. Toomany. Later on, he took Lakshmi over to the room of requirement to show her where they all hung out most of the time. She was visibly impressed by it, clearly recognizing its potential even though right now all that was in it was a bunch of couches and old magazines, as he had intended it as a place to just relax. As they both sat down on the couch, she observed, so this is where my daughters spend much of their time. After she rifled through the magazines, she then added, and no Beep magazines either, or did you make sure you didn't have any for my benefit? Why would I need Beep when I have 9 incredibly girlfriends? Harry pointed out, wiggling his eyebrows. Hey, one of them is my daughter you're talking about, Lakshmi teased back. Exactly my point, Harry declared. If she was in a Beep magazine they would sell out every copy. Then she would be grounded for the rest of her life afterwards, she added. Besides, you and I both know the only person she would get naked for is you. I don't know, she and Fleur felt each other up and made out a bit the other day, he blurted out. Of course, he immediately clapped a hand over his mouth afterwards and then said, I didn't mean to say that. I still heard it, she pointed out. Now then, what is this about Padma making out with another girl? Is she a lesbian or something? Unlikely given that she is dating you. It was a good question to ask whether you were okay with your daughter being one or not. In her case I really don't think so, Harry admitted. Some of the girls have been doing things with each other just to get me jealous, although I know at least a couple of them actually enjoy it. Just to get you jealous? Lakshmi inquired incredulously. Well, with so many girlfriends they feel like they have to compete to get my attentions, and yet we are only willing to go so far with me, but if they do it with other girls in front of me then. He tried to explain before trailing off. She shook her head and stated, I'm clearly going to need to talk to them a bit about that. Here I was thinking I was just going to be your mother, but maybe I need to be something else as well. About that, Harry brought up, why do you even want to adopt me in the first place? That he felt was a valid question. Well, first of all, I've never had a son and always wanted one, Lakshmi told him. Secondly, I will admit that you being the boy who lived influenced my decision, but not in the way you would expect. When I heard about your parents being killed so tragically I felt so terrible for you, being orphaned like that, but at the time both my two daughters were still very young themselves and I was currently already separated from my husband, Parvati and Padma's father, so the timing just wasn't right. He let that sink in before asking his next question. Do you regret getting married? He asked her. If it was a personal question, she didn't seem to have any problems answering it as she said, honestly yes. We got married because I ended up getting pregnant, not because we really loved each other. Our families actually forced us to get married because of it. Without real and lasting love any relationship I've found is doomed to fail. What about me and Padma? Harry couldn't resist asking, do you think we'll last? She actually scoffed and said, I've read all about you from Padma and in her letters it's clear she certainly loves you. Having just spent this brief time with you, you also love her. My heart tells me that no matter what, you'll still end up together no matter how many other girlfriends you might have. Nice to know she thought that way, he thought. Padma is an amazing girl, he agreed, although I'd say it's partially because she has an amazing mother. I will accept flattery, she responded. Besides, if I end up taking custody of you or adopting you, at least this way I get to keep a better eye on you. Whatever that meant. Padma is lucky to have the coolest mom ever, he told her. She grinned and said, I can see why Padma likes you, quite the charmer. Well, I rather like to think so, but unfortunately the moment my daughters became teenagers my daughters suddenly thought their mom was too boring and old. But if you really think so, would you mind telling my daughters that? Of course, Harry told her, but what would really help your case is if you actually did do something that made you the coolest mom ever. She seemed to think for a moment before saying mysteriously, I can think of something, might as well have it be my idea before it happens anyway. What are you thinking of? He asked her, now curious. I was just thinking of maybe letting Padma have a later curfew over the summer. Oh, I don't want to give anything away. You'll certainly still be thinking I'm the coolest mom ever in a little while is all I'll say. She answered. What do you mean by that? Harry inquired, liking the sound of that. She only grinned and said, you'll see. Toomany. He found out a couple of hours later when Padma unexpectedly came into his dorm room. Fortunately he was alone in it at the time. What if someone saw you coming in here when you're not supposed to? He inquired, although not at all unhappy that she was there. Need I remind you that I have an identical twin who is in this house? Padma reminded him. Nobody even paid me a second glance when I came in here, well except the Weasley twins, but they both just winked at me. Probably thought you were going up to have say with me or something, Harry observed. That's actually exactly what I came up here to do, Padma confessed. His heart stopped at that as he asked, you mean, you want to? Only if you do, Padma answered a bit nervously. I mean, maybe not all the way just yet. but I would like to, feel each other up at least, and then see how things go. My mom said if I somehow get pregnant then she'll make it so I can never have children again, she replied. She wants grandchildren too much for that, he argued. That being said, she's probably right about being careful, and I'm still not entirely sure I'm ready for that, Padma replied, although evidently that doesn't mean we can't go pretty far. I had a rather awkward conversation with my mom about Key, dating and feeling up other girls. Guiltily, he said, I might have accidentally told her that, sorry. Oh, don't be sorry, Harry, she actually gave me some great advice and ideas about that, some of which I think you might enjoy, Padma stated. To his surprise, she then pulled off her shirt. I didn't know today was my birthday, he teased. It might as well be. Apparently my mom didn't like the fact that I let Fleur feel me up and not you, so she insisted that I correct that, Padma answered. You mean? He concluded hopefully but almost unbelievably. That's right, my mother just told me that you need to feel me up and in particular my beeps because I let Fleur feel mine and not you, Padma said as she smiled. With that, Padma unsnapped and removed her bra, revealing her perfect naked beeps to him. That's it, your mom is so totally the coolest mom ever again. He gushed. She laughed and told him, does that mean you think you might be wanting to come live with me then? A mom who actually tells you to let me feel up your beeps. I'm very highly considering it, Harry answered honestly. At that, Padma obligingly let him reach his hand forward and grasp her left beep. It felt not too hard but not too soft, in essence it was just right. Nor was it big or small but still beautiful with a dark areola and nipple. What do you think? She asked. Will you marry me? He offered. She laughed but pretended to ponder the idea before saying, I'll think about it. They both leaned into Key, while he put his other hand on her other beep. This was the way to go, he thought, both hands occupied with beeps, making out with an incredibly why which, the only thing better would be. You want to beep them? Padma offered. Oh, did he, as he then put his mouth directly onto her left nipple and beeped gently, causing her to moan slightly in pleasure. Merlin, that feels really good, Padma breathed. Popping the nipple out of his mouth he concluded, we'll have to do this again. After all you really should listen to your mother. She was about to explain that they couldn't, that it wouldn't be fair to the other girls, but as he licked her left nipple she started saying, we can't do or so doing this again and soon. Grinning at the thought, he however confessed, I don't think I'll be able to help myself. I think if they knew they'd all just want to do it too anyway, Padma said, of course, you'll be even luckier than you already are. I mean just imagine all those beeps to feel, to suck. He bit lightly upon her nipple, eliciting another slight moan. Apparently Padma's beeps were really sensitive. However he also couldn't help imagine it himself if that indeed did happen, but it quickly faded. You're thinking about the other girls' beeps now, aren't you? Padma observed. For a moment yes, but it's hard to when I'm currently enjoying yours so much, he pointed out, earning a smile from her. Several minutes later, now with his shirt also off, he got Padma underneath the covers of his bed with him as they continued to make out. Just then, however, proving that he did not in fact sadly have his own room, Neville walked in to discover quite the show. He was now very grateful that Padma was underneath the covers. Oi! Neville exclaimed as he took in the sight. To his vantage point it would appear both of them were totally naked. Did you two just? Neville managed to stutter out. We didn't have say, if that is what you are trying to ask, Harry said. It felt pretty good anyway, Padma added, now currently blushing. As Neville then began to look at the ground, Harry suggested, perhaps we ought to take this somewhere else. How about the girls' dorm? I don't think Lavender or Hermione will mind, and I'll just tell my sister to get lost if she's there. She recommended. Nodding, he got up out of bed while Neville decided to then hastily leave for a while. After locating her bra, he went to hand it to her, but then she said, keep it. You can add it to your clothes collection. Best things to collect ever, he stated. Magic brooms and chocolate frog cards have nothing on the bras of your girlfriends. He opened up his triple-locked magical safe where he kept all of his greatest valuables, his invisibility cloak, the Marauder's map, and his clothes collection. If this made him a beep, he simply didn't care, it was just too worth it as he placed Padma's clothes between Pansy's and Susan's old ones. After tucking it safely away, He turned around to find Padma now currently with her shirt back on, although now braless. They both began to head out, but then he realized something. I can't go up there, he reminded her. The stairs will activate and drop if a boy tries to go up them. I'll just carry you up them then, Padma suggested. Before he could say that he would be too heavy, she tried picking him up. You're right, you are heavy, she was forced to admit with a grunt, a very feminine grunt of course. Are you calling me fat? He teased. Yes, fatty, Padma immediately responded back before pointing her wand at him to put a featherlight charm on him. Much easier, she said as she then lifted him up with ease with her arms, his bump pushing up against her stomach, which he doubted she minded. With that, they headed out before Padma carried him up the stairs to the girls' dormitory before setting him down at the top. I was worried the stairs were going to activate anyway, he observed. Then we could have just used it as a slide, Padma pointed out, earning a small smile from him. Upon entering the fourth-year Gryffindor girls' dorm, they found Lavender and Hermione there, Hermione currently totally naked as she lay on her stomach while Lavender was currently massaging her legs. How did you get up here? Lavender asked of both of them, clearly knowing the difference between Padma and her sister. I'm the stair master, Padma answered. I told them who was boss and I walked all over them. That was a seriously lame joke, Hermione chided as she still lay there naked, not bothering at all to cover up. I think we should have a new rule, Padma suggested. Anything we do with other girls we do with Harry, and we don't do anything with them we aren't willing to do with him. Except there isn't anything I wouldn't do with Harry, Lavender reminded her, or Hermione for that matter. However, he could still sense Hermione's grin even if he couldn't see her face as she said, well then, I suppose if you'd like to take over for Lavender. I was just getting to the best part. Lavender complained. Sorry, but Hermione's A.S. is always going to be mine, he teased her, causing all three girls to laugh. It certainly is, Hermione agreed as she patted her very fine rump. He went over to start where Lavender had left off. It's okay Lavender, Padma offered, you can give me a massage if you'd like. Did your mom convince you or buys? .ool or something? He asked her as put his hands down on Hermione's amazing ass. No, definitely not, but I really do like massages, Padma answered as she took off her shirt. No bra? Lavender asked perplexed. I already gave it to Harry, Padma admitted. I didn't believe it when I heard you were creating a clothes collection, Harry, Hermione stated as he squeezed her left cheek, eliciting a slight pant from her mouth. You want one of mine? Lavender offered. I certainly wouldn't say no, he admitted. Lavender was already happily removing her clothes before he could even respond and then handed it to him. He took a look at the tag, 32DD, not bad. Hermione sighed and said, I'm guessing you're hoping I'll offer the same thing. No, actually I want a pair of your clothes, Harry confessed. You've got great beeps Hermione, but your ass, that's something else. Of course I wouldn't say no to a cloth of yours too. I'll have to see if you're going to be so lucky, Hermione suggested teasingly as she asked both Lavender and Padma, what do you think? I think he should probably earn it first, Lavender suggested with a sly smile. Oh, and how would I earn it? Harry asked, intrigued by the idea. How are you at massages? Hermione asked as she stuck her bum up at him. He gulped at that. In the end he ended up giving massages to both Hermione and Lavender, earning himself both a pair of clothes and their bras, which Hermione he found was actually a 34C, the same size as Padma. He quite happily added them to his collection. He thought he was done when then all three girls grinned and said, now it's your turn Harry. Smiling, he obligingly started taking off his clothes, earning several wolf whistles from the girls until he stood there completely naked. All three girls were looking him up and down hungrily, enjoying his eye-candy body, in particular his apparently quite large package. Padma had already seen it before but Hermione and Lavender hadn't and they looked impressed. You're a lot bigger than I was expecting Harry, Lavender observed, but not looking at all bothered by this nice surprise. Hermione also looked very interested, coming over closer to him to have a better look as she admitted, I've never actually seen one before, but now that I have. I like it. It still just seems so simple for something so complex. If you were to put your beep into my beep, we would be having say. I think the foreplay would be pretty important too, Lavender argued. Well yes true, Hermione agreed, it's just if you simplify it. Hermione was so busy studying his beak she was now bending down, her face only a mere foot away from it. "Would you like to touch it?" Harry asked her. She seemed surprised, but partially because she had already been so interested in just looking at it, but after hesitating for just a moment, she nodded. Wrapping both hands lovingly around it, she tested it out, feeling its size and weight, the way it felt in her hands, the way it pulsed as it was clearly fully erect now. She squeezed it a few times, causing him to moan a little. "You like that?" Hermione asked with a smile. "Of course he does, what boy wouldn't like his cock felt up by a beautiful girl?" Lavender answered. Hermione after another moment then offered to Lavender, "You want to feel it?" Lavender nodded and got down on her knees to get her turn as she played with his cock. She however was not as reserved as Hermione was, getting a bit more vigorous in feeling it up. "Careful or you'll cause me to come," he warned her, although enjoying this immensely. "Oh, what a crime that would be," Lavender said with a grin as she only started rubbing it harder. However after a minute, Padma said with a grin, "I do believe it's my turn now." "Oh, I was just getting to the good part," Lavender complained. "Let me show you how it's done," Padma only said, getting a reluctant Lavender to move aside as she took her turn. After Padma wrapped her hands around it and began pumping his shaft, as he enjoyed the sensation, he admitted, "I'm definitely going to come now, just as a warning it could get all over you." "You say that like that's a bad thing," Padma said as she continued to go furiously up and down on his cock. He could feel the pressure building until finally, one huge spurt erupted from it, and then another, spraying all over Padma, onto her her face. When it was all over, Padma had cum all over her, but she just smiled as she licked some cum from her lips. "It's actually pretty tasty," Padma admitted. "I wanted it though," Lavender complained. "Well, you can lick it off me if you want," Padma said, although probably joking. "Well, you asked for it," Lavender said, deciding to take her seriously as she went and licked some cum off Padma's left beak. "You're right, it is delicious." "What's delicious, Harry's cum or Padma's beak?" Hermione asked. "Both," Lavender replied, earning a laugh from all four of them. "I think I'm really going to be enjoying my life from now on," Harry commented. "Toomany. While some lucky girls were getting massages, Luna grinned at a currently shocked Daphne as she went over once again everything she had done with her plan up to this point. "So everything you need to manipulate is already almost over," Daphne concluded. "It should be smooth sailing from here," Luna replied. "I'm just going to let things play out naturally from now on, well except for one thing." "What's that?" Daphne inquired. "Well, there is one thing I've still got left to do," Luna admitted. "Care to help me kill an unkillable Dark Lord?" "I want to be the one to kill a Dark Lord though." Gabrielle pouted when she heard Luna's plan. Currently Luna and Daphne were enlisting help from their friend in order to do what they needed. "Sorry, you can't, it has to be Harry," Luna answered. "How come he gets to have all the fun?" Gabrielle argued. "You get to help destroy pieces of his soul at least," Luna reminded her. Daphne couldn't resist quipping, "Hey, at least you'll get a piece of him." "He'll be all, you want a piece of me, and you'll be like sure do." Both Gabrielle and Luna gave her weirded out looks. "Okay, that's taking things a bit far even for me," Gabrielle admitted. "Yeah, that's too insane," Luna agreed. "Well, if you think so, Luna," Daphne replied back. "Anyway, I'm still wondering what I'm actually going to get to do," Gabrielle pointed out. Daphne rolled her eyes and said, "You really shouldn't be complaining, Gabby. This I would hardly classify as fun in any way, shape, or form." "You obviously haven't met me," Gabrielle pointed out with a sly smile. "I love danger, risks, and adventure. Defeating Voldemort. I don't know how we're going to do it, but it's totally irresistible to me." "In that case, we should put Harry inside of a dragon's den, and he'd be irresistible to you then," Daphne commented. "Harry is already irresistible to Gabby," Luna claimed. "She's going to end up with him by the end of the day." The way Luna said it, so confidently the way a normal person might predict the sun going down, or for Luna, her predicting she was going to do something ridiculous or crazy later, caused Gabrielle to back up a step. "I will not," she insisted angrily. "Will too," Luna sing-songed with her reply. "I don't want to be in a harem," Gabrielle stated. "I thought I made that perfectly clear and you already agreed not to interfere." I don't need to interfere, Luna answered coyly. You're already in love with him but won't admit it. You'll do it all on your own. What have I done or how have I acted for you to think that? Gabrielle inquired. Luna merely shrugged and in Luna awesomeness fashion replied, I'm Luna. I know everything, besides of course when they will finally start making dessert for breakfast, how to make robes optional in the school, and… There's a lot of things you don't know, Gabrielle interrupted her. Well, she does apparently know how to defeat the worst Dark Lord ever, that counts for something, Daphne reminded her. It's not going to happen, Gabrielle argued one last time, sticking her tongue out at Luna. Luna however was undeterred as she turned towards Daphne and said, now would be a good time to make a bet on it. We can use the money to get ice cream after we help Harry kill Voldemort. Daphne rolled her eyes again and said, I'm getting cookies and cream then. Toomany. Harry was once again awoken in the middle of the night to find a girl on top of him. By now he was getting so used to this behavior he hardly batted an eye. Instead, he just grinned and tried to find out who it was. Based on the fact that they weren't particularly heavy and the position they had taken in cuddling with him, he could have narrowed it down somewhat, but it was her rather pleasant smell of candy that gave it away. Hello Luna, he greeted her warmly but quietly so as not to wake any of his roommates, again. Lavender had ended up waking all of them up a few nights ago and while there was plenty of teasing that came his way and a bit of grumbling about having been woken up, none of them of course tattled on them. Still he'd rather his roommates not becoming too familiar with such behavior. Hello Harry, Luna replied as she leant down to Key. Do you want to come with me? He feigned tiredness as he let out a yawn and said, I don't know about that Luna, I'm really tired right now. Maybe we should just get back to bed. Luna giggled and said, no time for sleeping Harry. We're going on an adventure. An adventure huh? He asked, is that what you want to call it? Well it's certainly an adventure with you I suppose. With a girl as crazy and up for anything as Luna, literally everything was an adventure. He swore he could never get tired of her. Yeah, I know, but this is going to be a real adventure, she informed him. We'll battle dragons, goblins, zombies, giant snakes. You wouldn't happen to still be talking about me would you? He asked, taking special note of her comment about giant snakes. Oh, he wasn't absolutely huge or anything down there, but respectable enough. She giggled again and asked, is your snake hungry for me Harry? I'm pretty sure I'm always hungry for you Luna, he admitted honestly. I know, she answered, that's because I'm your why beast. I guess our adventure can wait a bit if your snake is too hungry. We'll just have to feed him then. With that, she got underneath the covers with him and it wasn't until then that he realized she wasn't wearing, well anything. With him currently clad only in a pair of boxer shorts and no shirt, her beasts currently pressing into his stomach. Not that I mind but are you naked Luna? He asked her. Laughing yet again she pointed out, I do sleep in the nude Harry. You do realize if you are going to be naked, there is no way I can sleep, Harry answered. Are you even going to want to sleep when you can feel my beepies? Instead, Luna coyly asked. He smiled and said, I think that's one of the best ideas you've ever had and you've had a lot of them. Having now handled Padma's, Hermione's, and Lavender's beasts, touching a girl's tits was no longer new to him, but it was still amazing to feel Luna's beasts for the first time. They actually felt slightly bigger than Padma's and Hermione's, but slightly smaller than Lavender's, but they were all Luna's, perfectly smooth and firm and beautiful. My beepies like that a lot, Luna claimed happily. Do you like my beepies? That's a stupid question, he answered. I love your beeps, tits, beasts, yabos, baby beepers, melons, jugs, hooters, Sarah and Jessica, and any other name you want to give them. I knew you would, she replied with a contented sigh. With that, she brought her lips to his as they started making out. Well, he thought if any of his roommates were to wake up, they would get quite the show. One hand still fondling a beast, the other hand drifted down to cup her naked bum, eliciting a gasp from Luna. Oh Merlin, this girl was incredible he thought. Nice tits, nice bum, so adorably cute, and, he wondered idly if she was crazy in the bedroom so to speak. In response, she grasped his erect cock through his boxer shorts. He's happy I'm here, she claimed happily. He would have been perfectly content to remain in such a position for probably forever, but then Luna unexpectedly said regretfully, "We have to go now." "Go?" he asked. "As far as I'm concerned we just started." Luna sighed and said regretfully, "I want to Harry, but the whole reason I did this is because we have to go on a dangerous adventure and there is a chance I might not make it." He was tempted to laugh in case it was merely a joke, but honestly he had never heard Luna sound more serious. Suddenly Luna spoke again, only this time it was in a voice that was lower and more reserved than Luna's was. "Death shall claim the fragments of souls. But with it comes a price. The plan shall be known to the one. And the one shall know love. Beware the cheesemaker." That actually sounded like a prophecy. He was about to ask her what on earth she was talking about, but then she seemed to shake herself and then say, as if she hadn't said anything just before, "Well, let's go." At that, she got out of his bed and then reached for and put her clothes back on while he did the same, wondering just what this was all about. He became even more curious when they met up just outside the room of requirement with Daphne and Gabrielle. The fact that Daphne was wearing a Tomb Raider outfit did not escape his attention. She wore very short and tight booty shorts as well as an equally tight blue shirt, all of which showcasing her amazing assets. "I like the outfit," he told Daphne with an appreciative look. She grinned and said, "I do pull it off rather nicely, don't I? Only problem is the shorts are just a bit too tight. I ended up borrowing them from Pansy." "You mean Pansy actually had those shorts and she never wore them for me?" Harry pouted as he eyed Daphne's smooth, perfect legs. Fortunately Daphne told him, "I think I can convince her to wear them. Assuming of course I don't accidentally rip them myself." Gabrielle however seemed already eager to begin whatever they were supposed to be doing as she then asked Luna, "What took you so long?" He shared a guilty look with Luna, causing Daphne to laugh. "I knew I should have gone with you to go get him," Daphne claimed, sounding disappointed. "Then you would have been there all night and we would never have gotten to go," Gabrielle pointed out. Daphne grinned and agreed, "Probably true. Well, at least tell me you let him know where we're going and what we're doing," Gabrielle asked. Again, Luna gave her a guilty look, only this time he had no idea what for. Gabrielle sighed and said, "All right, I'm just going to come out with it. We're going to go destroy pieces of Voldemort's soul so he can finally be killed by you. You know, your average in the middle of the night surprise date. It'll be fun," Luna added. He gave her an incredulous look as it seemed too random to be real and too specific at the same time to be a lie. "I think that sums it up," Daphne agreed. "Well, let's go before these shorts rip." "They'll rip eventually, but nobody will mind," Luna supplied for her. "Would anyone care to really explain what is going on?" Harry asked exasperatedly. All three girls seemed to have compassion on him and Gabrielle suggested to Luna and Daphne, "Why don't you two go get the first one inside the room and I'll explain things to him." Both Luna and Daphne nodded as they headed inside the room. Gabrielle then took the time to briefly explain over the next several minutes, but frankly it only caused him to have more questions. "So let me get this straight," he tried to sum what she had told him up. "Luna is a psychic and used her psychic powers to figure out that Voldemort apparently has these things called Horcruxes, which are basically pieces of his soul he has kept in various objects in order to prevent him from dying." "Yeah, that pretty much covers it. Glad you were listening," she answered approvingly. "You're a good listener, Harry." "Well, that is one of my many good qualities," he quipped, even while trying to make sense of things. Harry rubbed his forehead, trying to make sense of it all. If he had known something this crazy even by Luna standards was going to happen, he would have just stayed in bed. In fact, he'd rather that Luna not have even shown up in the middle of the night at all totally naked. Yeah, that part he wasn't at all upset about, he realized. No way could he ever be upset about that. So Luna was a psychic. Well, he supposed she had been telling him that since the beginning. However, the fact that she was, or at least that Daphne and Gabrielle believed she was rather enlightening. It certainly explained a lot even if it had already been staring him in the face. It was however the Voldemort thing that actually concerned him more. That sounded rather insane to have a bunch of teenagers go and try and destroy evil pieces of Voldemort's soul. "So what do you think of all this?" he decided to ask her. Gabrielle seemed surprised by his question but then admitted, "Frankly, ever since becoming Luna's friend, there has been a lot of crazy and difficult things to deal with that comes with it. Is it worth it? Absolutely. The thing is, with every good thing I think there has to be some challenges mixed in with it, that it will never be easy. I wanted a good friend so badly, and so did she, and we just connected. It's also that same understanding of the value of friendship that has allowed me to put up with her own efforts to make even more friends. I love Luna, I really do, and she's a special girl. I would definitely agree with that, he answered. That being said, I can also understand why she loves you so much. You're kind, and funny, and witty, yet strong and courageous and loving, and handsome, and keep talking like that about me and you would think you were the one who loved me, he interrupted. It was meant as a joke, but she seemed to take it very seriously, her eyes hardening as she mulled that over for a long moment before saying barely in a whisper, I do love you. It sounded like she was saying that more to herself than him, but then she repeated it, this time looking directly into his eyes as she admitted, I do love you. With that, she leaned forward and keyed at him, a passionate, long and deep key, that left him surprised by such a reaction, but still wanting more. However, she then broke apart from him to admit, I suppose the heart does know what it wants and Avila knows that better than anyone. I've been trying to deny it because I didn't want to share you, but honestly, I'm not the only one who needs you. We all need you. She stood there, appearing like she was waiting for him to say something, but he was forced to admit, I'm not really sure what to say. I mean, you're a great girl, and if you're saying you'd like to be my girlfriend, I'd be happy to accept. Gabrielle smiled real wide, and in that moment, he caught his breath as she appeared like an angel. Despite it being somewhat dark, the space around them lit only by torches, she let off her own soft glow, her beautiful own hair framing her gorgeous face, which was also lit up by her perfect smile. We'll just have to work the details out later, she suggested as she then leaned in and keyed at him again. This one was for a good deal longer, and by the time they finally broke apart, Daphne and Luna were standing there watching. Yes, Luna cheered happily. Gabrielle smiled back and asked, is this the part where you say I told you so? I'd never do that to you, Gabby, my best friend, Luna claimed, a few tears escaping her cheeks as the two girls shared a hug. I love you. I love you too, Luna, Gabrielle replied, I'm glad we'll both be sister wives. He'd been about to ask about that apparent slip of the tongue, but then Daphne came in and keyed at him before guiding his hand to her left east. What do you know? You've got a friend too, Harry, Daphne joked. Daphne's easts were indeed larger than any girls he had ever felt before and more than big enough for his hands to enjoy. Oh, beeps, he stated. She laughed and said, yep, beeps. My beeps. At that moment he was then interrupted by Luna. Do you like my new crown, Harry? Luna asked as she held up a stunning diadem, complete with brilliantly sparkling jewels. That got him back to the task at hand as he asked with concern, so inside there is a piece of Voldemort's soul. It seemed difficult to believe. Not anymore, Luna claimed, not with the soul extractor. She then held up in her other hand what appeared to be a small handheld Muggle vacuum cleaner. It's my ghost duster, Luna proclaimed proudly. He couldn't resist smiling a bit and said, nice. I just beep out the piece of soul with this, Luna demonstrated as she pointed at a button, and voila, no more piece of soul. What if you accidentally beep out someone else's soul? He asked. It only works on bad souls, she claimed, watch me try to beep out yours for instance. Before he could react, she pressed the button and pointed the nozzle right at his head. There was a loud beeping sound and it felt like something was getting ripped from him, but then, immediately afterwards he suddenly felt lighter somehow, like a great weight had been lifted off him. Luna seemed to be staring at him for a long moment after she had turned her device off, but then she smiled, looking very pleased about something. You're okay, Harry, she said as she threw her arms around him for a hug. Yeah, I'm fine, he told her, wondering what the big deal was. You will be now, Luna told him, nobody besides me will ever have to know. It's better that way. Know that Harry is still a pure. Daphne joked. Hey, he complained, I'm getting naked girls into my bed and I just felt up your beeps. I'd hardly say I'm not getting any action. So how do I go about getting a piece of this action? Gabrielle inquired. We can celebrate later, Gabby, Luna suggested. So what do we do with the diadem now? Daphne asked, bringing them all back to the task at hand. I'll wear it, Gabrielle offered. You're not going around wearing something that used to house a piece of Voldemort's soul, Harry insisted. Why not? Gabrielle asked. Since I won't key you anymore if you do, he argued. Gabrielle pouted and said, apparently having a boyfriend now has a few drawbacks. That really is rather gross even if it does look pretty, Daphne came to his defense. Finally, the beautiful young Vila girl sighed and said, all right, we'll just have to donate it to a museum or something. Some Rowena Ravenclaw dummy is going to end up looking really good. Don't worry, you'll get your own really beautiful diadem from Harry someday, Luna claimed. With that now settled, he followed the girls outside of the castle to where the next piece of soul apparently was. As he did so, he took the opportunity to comment to Luna, that soul extractor thing was really clever. It must have taken a lot of work to figure out. She just shrugged and said, nothing to it, all I needed was a vacuum and some basilisk venom to line the inside with and then put a few spells on it. He nodded and then asked, so about these Horcrux things. How many are there? Luna then thought about it and then said, the ring I gave an anonymous tip to Dumbledore to go find and destroy it himself, but I also warned him not to touch it. Why would that be a concern? He asked. Don't ask, it gives me goosies, Luna announced with a shudder. Then the diadem we just took care of, the locket I had Sirius send to me without him realizing what it was. How does Sirius play into all this? He inquired. Not at all, Luna admitted, so that leaves us with just the cup and snake and then Voldemort himself, but we can't get to him yet. He would only escape. We'll have to wait until the third task. You seem to have this all planned out, Harry observed, growing more and more impressed, so are you really psychic? Of course Harry, haven't I told you all along? She reminded him. He had to admit she did as he replied, I suppose you did, I just never really thought much of it. It was all part of the plan you not finding out, Luna admitted. What plan? He asked. She just smiled and said, you'll know when the time is right. With that, she started skipping ahead of them out of the castle. Once outside, having encountered no one along the way, they finally stopped at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. It occurred to him then that they had no known method of transportation yet. How are we going to get to wherever we're going? He asked Luna. Fly, of course, Luna answered as if it was obvious, we'll just have Chitty Chitty Bang Bang take us. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang? He asked. Sounded like an awfully weird name. Chitty, Luna called loudly. For a moment he was a bit confused and then, vroom. To his surprise, the Weasleys' old flying Fort Anglia drove up right in front of them. The last time he had seen it was clear back in second year, when it had helped save him and Ron from a swarm of Acromantulas. Back then it had been pretty damaged, both from it crashing into the Whomping Willow and it romping around wild through the forest. Now however it appeared to have been repaired almost good as new, although it was now a hot pink color with flames going down the sides. You fix cars too? He asked Luna, now rather impressed, what can't you do? Luna smiled but admitted, actually I only befriended and domesticated it again. Gabrielle is the car fixer-upper. Gabby smiled and said, you may find I'm just as full of surprises as Luna. He couldn't resist quipping, oh, and when might I find out these surprises from you? She only smiled even wider as she claimed coyly, stick around for the ride and you might find out. Ooh, I like the sound of that, Harry answered. Still, as he looked over the hot pink car, he privately hoped he could avoid Gabrielle finding out about Sirius' old motorbike that Hagrid now had in order to avoid it receiving similar fate and have it end up hot pink. That would just be a crime. With that and with a bit of trepidation, he got inside the passenger side of the front with Daphne choosing to be the one to drive. How come you get to be the one to drive? Gabrielle pouted. Since you're too short to reach the pedals, Daphne countered. Gabby frowned and said, not cool Daphne, not cool. It's true, Daphne argued back, however maybe I could get a stick and. Or maybe I could turn you into a squirrel so you'd be too short to reach them as well, Gabrielle suggested, gripping her wand as if more than happy to do so. With that, Daphne then admitted, actually I have a confession to make anyway. I don't really know how to drive this thing. Having grown up in the Muggle world, he'd watched either his aunt or uncle drive loads of times, and even watched the Weasleys drive this particular car and so gave her suggestions on what to do. Finally, she got it started, with him now having even greater cause to be concerned about this whole trip if he wasn't concerned enough already. He was now flying in a flying car named Chitty driven by Daphne the never having driven before witch, off to destroy pieces of Voldemort's soul. Simple enough, right? Still, Daphne took off into the air, allowing herself to get used to it a bit before activating the invisibility booster so they wouldn't be seen. They could still see themselves, of course, but it was a good deal more hazy. One of the Hogwarts ghosts had nothing on them. Luna directed her where to go, seeming to have an innate sense of it. Still, their first stop consisted of dropping down inside of a clearing inside of a wooded area and Luna and Gabrielle running around trying to catch this rat they had found. Once they had, however, a moment later, and then they just released it. Figuring that Luna at least seemed to know what she was doing with Daphne and Gabrielle very trusting of her, they got back inside the car. They next headed to, of all places, Diagon Alley. It looked at first like they were headed to the bank, but instead Luna headed to the side building where the Goblin Theater performed. "We're going to see a play?" he asked in confusion, at 2 o'clock in the morning. "Of course," Luna answered, "that's what makes this a date, silly." Also, Gabby explained, goblins don't care what time it is, they work and live mostly down in the mines where it is just as light or dark no matter what time it is. He supposed she had a point. With that, Luna approached the front goblin clerk Captain Hook, who he had met with Dumbledore a while back with Susan and Pansy before, saying, "I do believe I bought up every single ticket for this particular showing of The Hobbit, A Goblin's Tale for a private viewing." "Name?" Captain Hook asked. "Mrs. Potter," Luna told him. Captain Hook looked down at what he had on a slip of paper before grinning widely and said, "Very well, right this way, Mrs. Potter and her guests." They headed inside the theater with him asking Luna, "Mrs. Potter." She only giggled at that. As they went to go sit down, he was not too keen on sitting through this entire show. A moment later, however, and a terribly apologetic Captain Hook came back in and said, "I'm terribly sorry, but unfortunately due to an unforeseen food poisoning incident, many of our actors are now ill. It looks like we're going to have to cancel." "Thank goodness," he couldn't resist saying. "Oh," Gabrielle complained, "I was really looking forward to watching it. It sounded really good. We knew we wouldn't get a chance to watch it, it's why we chose this particular one," Daphne reminded her. "On behalf of the Goblin Theatre Company and Gringotts, we would like to issue an apology," Captain Hook informed them, "and refund all of your money." "I want a theater prop instead," Luna suggested. "I want a gold cup like in the dragon scene." Captain Hook seemed to mull this over, before saying, "I'll see what I can do." He left, but then returned a few minutes later, a gold cup in hand. "Here you go, Mrs. Potter," he told her. Luna took it and immediately stuffed it into her book bag she had brought with her, thanked Captain Hook, and left. "What are we going to do with a theater prop?" Harry asked. "It isn't just a theater prop," Luna explained, "it's a Horcrux." His eyes widened as he asked, "Just how would it have ended up in the play and then just be given to us?" Gabrielle seemed eager to explain, starting out with, "They apparently didn't have enough gold objects to do the part in the play with Smaug the dragon lying on top of a massive pile of gold and then roasting all of the hobbits." He didn't think he'd heard of that last part happening, but let her continue, "So they had to get a bit creative and borrow some of the gold from some of the people's vaults." Luna then ensured that one of the vaults they borrowed gold objects from was Bellatrix Lestrange's vault, including the Horcrux. When we then showed up for that particular showing, knowing that the show was going to be cancelled due to some of the actors getting food poisoning, we knew that we could then take advantage of the opportunity and ask for a theater prop instead of having our money refunded. The fact that there was in fact only one gold cup being used as a prop, that being the Horcrux, ensured that we ended up getting it. "It sounds complicated," Harry observed. "All of Luna's plans are complicated, you have no idea," Daphne replied as she shook her head. "Apparently I'm finding out a lot of things tonight," he answered as he glanced over at Luna. Once they got back to the car, Luna extracted the soul piece from the cup and then tossed the cup in the trunk. "So what now?" he asked. "Now," Luna responded, "now we wait until the opportune moment to end this whole thing. It may take a little while though, so stick around for the ride." "Oh, I'm not going anywhere," he told her, pulling her in for a hug, causing Luna to smile and sigh. Several months later, and Harry and Fleur were currently going through the maze of the third task together. "Are you ready?" he asked Fleur. "Of course," she told him confidently, "nothing to it, right?" "Yeah, we're only preventing the comeback of only the worst Dark Lord in history," Harry claimed. They were following exactly what Luna had told them would happen, and by now he had come to trust her. If she said something was going to happen, no matter how crazy it sounded, it was going to happen. Not too much had happened however since the night chasing and destroying Horcruxes with Luna, Daphne, and Gabrielle, at least not eventful, but his relationship with the girls had certainly strengthened. His 12 girlfriends Padma, Daphne, Luna, Hermione, Fleur, Susan, Hannah, Pansy, Millicent, Lavender, Sue, and Gabrielle. The number still totally blew him away. While he was indeed extremely lucky, they felt very happy too, with them having developed very strong friendships and in some cases more than just friendships. It was easy to see them now as a family, and it was getting harder and harder to see that family ever be broken up. Sure, they had their difficulties and occasional disagreements as any relationship did, but considering all the people involved it really wasn't all that bad. Each girl was of course different, with many different personalities melding together, but he wouldn't have it any other way. Padma was still becoming an emerging leader of their group, Daphne was just as unfiltered, Gabrielle was still a bit trigger wand happy, Hermione becoming just as unfiltered and dirty as Daphne as well as more open with her partner Lavender, and Luna, well Luna was just as crazy as ever even if he found he was still learning plenty of things about her and he doubted he ever would understand her. She was smarter than Hermione, more fun-loving than a set loose and wild pansy, wire than any beast, and yet, she only sought to share her incredible talents in making them all happy. We're almost there, there is the cup, Fleur informed him as she pointed straight ahead, breaking him out of his thoughts. He nodded and then began running alongside her. They were way ahead of Cedric and Krum he figured, but still he wanted to ensure they were the ones who got there first. As they stopped at the cup, knowing where they would be taken as soon as they touched it, he suggested, a key, for luck. She eagerly leaned in and keyed at him, with his hand going straight to her bum and she doing likewise. By now, he'd felt up every inch of every single one of his girlfriends and had say, with about half of them, including the older beautiful Vila girl he was with now. Once they broke apart from their makeout session, he told her, you can keep my half of the prize money if you'd like. We're only going to end up sharing finances anyway, Fleur blurted out. When we get married? He inquired, not skipping a beat. I didn't mean to say that, Fleur said as she shook her head, clearly disappointed in herself. I so did not want to be the one to spill the beans after all this time. Fortunately he wasn't all that surprised or upset. It's okay, I love you all by now, I think we all know we're going to end up all getting married anyway, Harry pointed out. It only seemed almost inevitable at this point even if there was still plenty of time to go before any of them were ready to get married. Would you be okay with that? She asked him. Okay with being married to 12 beautiful women that I love? He queried. I believe the correct answer would be duh. She laughed and said, I'm glad you're okay with it. I am if you are. I won't force anyone of course, Harry stated. That was something very important to him, he would leave it up to each girl and let them decide what they wanted to do. They could have kept talking and discussed it further, but it would have to wait, they had an appointment with a Dark Lord to get to. Making sure to grab the cup at the same time, they were both immediately whisked off to the graveyard. Neither of them bothered with any introductions, as soon as they landed, their wands were out. Fleur immediately stunned and incapacitated Wormtail, but he had his wand pointed at a figure that was no bigger than a baby. A baby, he certainly wasn't. He would not be reborn. Not today, not ever. Thinking of avenging his parents and the many lives lost to that monster, he yelled, Avada Kedavra. Voldemort had no ability to defend himself, as weak and helpless as many of his countless victims had been. The green bolt of light struck him and then, he was dead. No piece of soul or vapor or anything whatsoever exited his body, he was well and truly gone from this world forever. Looking over at the dead body of Nagini, dead only moments ago from the cursed rat that Luna had caught, cursed, and then released that Horcrux-filled night had ensured that his last Horcrux was gone. She had thought of everything, planned it all so beautifully, even down to the last detail. She had even. His breath caught as he finally figured it out, shocked and amazed as he looked away from the body of Voldemort and instead toward Fleur as he asked her, Luna did it all, didn't she? She made this all happen, how I ended up getting all those dates with so many of you and then how we ended up getting together, she planned all of it. Fleur gave him a nervous smile and admitted, she did. She let that sink in for a moment before then asking, "So how do you feel about that?" Angry. After thinking about it, he said, "No, not really, I probably would have before, but it all worked out for the better, didn't it? We're all happy and that's enough." She nodded in agreement as she went and placed her hand into his, squeezing it gently to reassure him. Sure, he didn't have it all worked out yet, but for now that was okay, and it was hardly the time or place to truly dwell on it. Fleur turned to look at the still unconscious body of Wormtail to be used to free Sirius with before stating, "It seems too easy though, defeating Voldemort like this." He thought about that for a moment before stating, "You know, when Voldemort was defeated the first time, it was through my mother's love for me. I'd say as soon as I found love with each of you, he never really could be much of a threat. He never could understand that power, and that is why he was defeated again before he could even come back, although I will agree it is a bit anticlimactic." She couldn't resist grinning then in spite of everything and said, "If you wanted a climax, we could just have say. I expect there to be plenty of climaxes for that." "Well, we probably should find some way to celebrate," he told her, "not every day you kill Voldemort." They went into Key. Before he remembered where they were and said, "Not here though. Not exactly a very romantic spot." "Oh, of course not," he agreed as he went to go get the cup. "Do you think I could last through a 12-some?" Bravely, she said with a big beautiful smile, "Well, there is only one way to find out." Toomany. Epilogue. Harry did end up having say with each of the girls by the end of 4th year, but needed to take some seriously strong potions to get through all the girls, which he definitely needed. That being said, there followed a short period of abstinence when either Fred or George ended up knocking up their girlfriend Alicia. Since there was no way to tell which one was truly the father as they were both twins, the twins decided to take joint responsibility for the baby when Alicia had the baby during their 7th year. They would go on to eventually both marry Alicia. It was a bit weird, but like his own situation, Harry figured as long as they were happy, why not? Of course, he couldn't resist so many why ladies for too long, despite Lakshmi's reminding him with that many girlfriends accidents were bound to happen. When it eventually did happen, however, it turned out to be Fleur, who had been wanting to have a baby and was already out of school anyway, even as she worked as the new defense against the dark arts teacher in order to be close to him and the other girls. Since the only other applicant for the job was apparently a big, fat, ugly toad of a woman who would only make life miserable according to Luna, Dumbledore decided to hire her despite her young age and lack of experience. Yet then again, she had managed to help defeat a Dark Lord. Now that had been an interesting experience, showing up with Wormtail's and Voldemort's bodies after the 3rd task. At any rate, Fleur had hers and his first child, a daughter, exactly on his 17th birthday, making them exactly 17 years apart. Now an adult, he and the girls mutually agreed to raise each of their children collectively, considering each other's children to be their own, starting with Fleur's. During his final year of school, however, their daughter Celeste was watched by his adoptive mother, Lakshmi. Lakshmi had truly proven to be wonderful and someone he eventually came to recognize as a mother figure. When he proposed to all 12 of his girlfriends shortly after getting out of school, he also invited her to stay and live with them, to which she accepted. A year later and he married all 12 of the girls. It was a beautiful wedding, with each girl looking positively radiant. For Gabby, he did indeed get a beautiful diadem for her wedding day. Even girls he had dated but ultimately ended up not marrying were in attendance. Angelina was there as well as Cho, amazing girls who chose not to end up joining the harem but remained good friends to them. However, seeing how happy each of his new brides were and how beautiful they looked caused them to actually rethink that decision and see if there was a possibility of a second chance with him. He ended up marrying both of them a year later. Many of the girls ended up having successful careers. Susan ended up succeeding her aunt as the head of the DMLE, Hannah started her own restaurant, Millicent became a female wrestler, Gabrielle became a world-class duelist, Hermione continued to be in business with Fred and George, becoming very wealthy doing so, Pansy became a healer, Daphne ended up becoming a journalist for the Quibbler, which after a bit of retooling, ended up becoming even more popular than the Daily Prophet even was. Lavender ended up starting her own fashion clothing line, insisting on getting his wives to model them, much to his enjoyment. Sue ended up getting into dueling and did very well at it as a pro. As for Luna, well, let's just say Luna was still Luna. She could be anything she wanted to be, he knew, and ultimately she did a little of everything. She made some investments in companies she knew would be successful, then donated to charities. Created wonderful and amazing devices, discovered several magical creatures that were thought to not exist, including crumplehorn snurcax, prevented 2 wars in the Middle East, and yet her most proud accomplishment was that of being a mother. With as many wives as he had, it was inevitable that he have many children, and was partly due to that prompted Padma to be a stay-at-home mom and look after the house and family. As for himself, he wanted to be an Auror, but with as large a family as he had and with his wife's encouragement, he joined her as a stay-at-home dad, and that was a full-time job in and of itself, keeping both his wives and children happy and cared for. In total he ended up having 66 children. Sue had 2, Lavender and Daphne each had 3, Hannah and Millicent each had 4, Fleur and Gabrielle each had 5, Pansy and Susan each had 6, and Padma and Hermione each had 7. As for Luna, to the surprise of no one, she insisted on having a dozen of his cute little babies. Was he incredibly lucky? Of course, but none of the girls would have it any other way, even if it was difficult juggling spending time with each of his wives. That being said, he still went on many dates with his wives just to keep the romance going. He always would have too many dates. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.